expressions clearly, but she could feel the sadness and helplessness radiating from Dayton. The moment Dayton saw Su Qinghu, he pressed his lips together, his eyes burning. "Come here," she said. Dayton walked over, a wave of unspeakable grievance rising in his heart. Su Qinghu stepped forward and patted his head. Dayton suddenly hugged her waist tightly, and the tears he'd been holding back finally spilled over. Feeling the warmth soaking through her clothes, Su Qinghu raised her hand and gently stroked his back. Everyone else tactfully kept their distance. Mrs. Ming sighed and told Chinlai to go eat. In the kitchen, there was food set aside for them. When Dayton finished crying and started to feel a little embarrassed, Su Qinghu sighed. "Ai." Dayton paused, ears pricked, waiting for her reaction. Su Qinghu patted his shoulder. "Ask me." Dayton was a bit incredulous, but obediently asked, "Why did you sigh?" He stepped back a little and looked up at her. Su Qinghu said, I was just thinking, when I'm old and feeling wronged, will you guys let me hug you and cry?" Dayton was momentarily speechless, unable to answer right away. See? You're hesitating, aren't you?" Su Qinghu crossed her arms. "I knew it. Once you all grow up, you won't want to let this old lady hug you, even if I'm a pretty old lady." "Dayton, that's not it." "Not what?" Su Qinghu pressed, not letting him off the hook. "You hesitated." Dayton pursed his lips, feeling powerless. "I didn't." "Then why didn't you say you'd let me hug you?" "We won't let you be wronged," Dayton said seriously. "So, you should never have the chance to hug us and cry." Su Qinghu. "Oh my, that's just too sweet." Erden suddenly popped up from who knows where, seizing the moment. "My brother's right," Su Qinghu said, "but what if Lichuaner upsets me? You two will be off at college, and he'll still be in elementary school." "Lichuaner would never upset you," Dayton immediately retorted. Erden chimed in, "If anything, you'd be the one upsetting him." Su Qinghu. "Where's the solidarity here? Shouldn't you say, if Lichuaner upsets me, you'll help me teach him a lesson?" Su Qinghu couldn't believe what she was hearing. Erden stared. "So you're saying, since you won't hit the kids, you're passing the job to us?" Dayton suddenly felt a rare sense of relief. Thank goodness she didn't have that skill. "Can't we?" Su Qinghu said earnestly. "You're his big brothers. Haven't you heard the saying, the eldest brother is like a father?" Dayton stayed silent, neither confirming nor denying. "Erden, are you about to start spouting nonsense again?" His own nonsense always got shot down by her, but now that it was her turn, he wasn't sure if he could refute her for Lichuaner's sake. But whether he could or not, he'd never actually hit Lichuaner. At most, he'd try to reason with him. "Su Qinghu, what do you take me for?" "I just want to tell you, as older brothers, if Lichuaner does something wrong, you have to be strict with him. Don't let him go astray." "That's it?" Erden looked skeptical, but smiled obediently. "That's easy. I'll reason with him." "And if reasoning doesn't work?" Su Qinghu glanced at both Dayton and Erden. "Think about those wild kids. Can you really reason with them?" "Dayton, but Lichuaner won't be a wild kid. No one in our family is wild. How could we possibly raise a wild kid?" Erden spread his hands. "Unless Dad was wild when he was little." He finished, grinning mischievously, then darted away, only to pop back a moment later. "Grandma said Dad wasn't wild as a kid, just a little too smart." Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu looked at Erden with a bit of tenderness. "Silly child, a little too smart can mean a lot of things." Once the child had been soothed, Su Qinghu took advantage of Chinlai taking Erden for a bath to call Dayton into the study. Dayton felt a little awkward, not because he didn't want to talk to Su Qinghu, but because he'd just been crying in her arms, which he found embarrassing. But once they were in the study, Su Qinghu didn't ask him anything. Instead, she handed him a softcover notebook. Dayton took it, looking at her silently, questioning with his eyes. She had bought them all sorts of notebooks before. There was still a stack of unused ones on the bottom shelf, free for them to take whenever they liked. So why give him another one now? This notebook looked a bit more refined and old-fashioned than the others, but wasn't it basically the same? "Open the first page and take a look," Su Qinghu said, turning to the desk. She rummaged through a drawer for a while and took out a slender box. "This is for you too," she said, handing him the box. Dayton took it. "Should I open it?" he asked. Su Qinghu smiled. "Up to you. Open it whenever you want." "I don't want to open it right now," Dayton thought for a moment and said honestly. He wanted to open these things when he was alone. He opened the notebook, though. The first page didn't have any fancy patterns, just a round, chubby drawing of himself, holding a book with his short, stubby hands, reading intently. On the book were 2 characters, "Worth it." He didn't quite understand. But he could see that the little him on the page was frowning slightly, reading and thinking very seriously. It was really well-behaved and cute. That was him, but was he really that likable? He guessed the box probably held a fountain pen, but he wasn't sure if there was something else inside. He wondered if, when he opened the box, his reaction and expression would be just like the chubby version of himself on the first page, something that would make people happy to see. "I'm not actually that chubby," Dayton said seriously, looking at her. "And not that cute, either." Su Qinghu propped her chin in her hand, giving him a serious once-over. Dayton felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, but finally she nodded in agreement. "True. You're definitely not that chubby anymore. You're so skinny now. The round version of you could use you as a bamboo stick to gnaw on." "Dayton, how about this? When your dad comes back, I'll draw a new portrait of you." Honestly, Dayton's current youthful look was worth capturing and recording. "I want one too." Erden, cheeks puffed out, stood in the doorway in shorts and a t-shirt, eyes full of jealous protest. Dayton instinctively tried to hide the cute notebook with his picture on it. "I want a portrait too." Erden didn't notice Dayton's movement, just stood at the door, looking at Su Qinghu with big, hopeful eyes. Su Qinghu, "Sure. Then, draw one of me holding little Lituan." Erden pushed his luck. Su Qinghu, "Nope." "Why not?" Erden protested. "We'd be in the same picture, it wouldn't waste paper." Su Qinghu, "It's not about wasting paper, it's about how much work it is. If you really want a picture with little Lituan, I can take a photo of you two together." Su Qinghu refused to take on extra work. "Or you can ask your brother or your grandpa or grandma to take one for you." In any case, she wasn't drawing it. If she did, it would only be a simple chibi sketch. "Erden, that works. You take one, then my brother, grandma, grandpa, and dad each take one of me and little Lituan." "Not bad at all," he thought, grinning. Su Qinghu, "You'll develop the photos yourself?" "No problem, piece of cake," Erden replied, satisfied. The 3 of them stood in silence for a moment before Chenlai came in. Seeing the scene, he paused, but after another look, he realized there was no conflict. Chenlai said, "Dayton, time for your bath." "Okay." Dayton replied, quietly edging toward the desk, trying to sneakily hide the notebook with his drawing. Erden suddenly called out, "Hey bro." Dayton froze. "What are you hiding?" Erden narrowed his eyes, full of suspicion and curiosity. "I saw you the moment I came in." Dayton tried to act casual. "It's just a notebook." "That's not one of our usual notebooks," Erden pointed out. "That's one of Mom's special collection." Su Qinghu. "Dayton." Chenlai looked at the 2, then at Erden, and decided to just watch how things played out. "I want one too," Erden demanded. Dayton looked at Su Qinghu. She glanced at him, then turned to Erden. "Go get one yourself. The drawer's open." "No," Erden said stubbornly. "I want one that you give me, Mom." Su Qinghu, "All right." Dayton breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he just didn't want anyone else to see that chubby version of himself, not even his silly little brother. Erden was satisfied. "But Mom, you can't just grab any notebook from your special collection for me," Erden insisted. "You have to pick one that matches my vibe." Su Qinghu, "What a headache." She remembered when the kids had money and wanted to buy gifts for her, and the not-yet-born little Lituan. They'd asked what she wanted, and she'd said the same thing, something that matches my vibe. Now the kids were using her own words against her. Headache. It felt so hard. Su Qinghu looked at Erden and sighed deeply. "Mom?" Erden grinned. "Why are you sighing?" Dayton watched the 2 of them and suddenly remembered a conversation he'd had with her before. "So, Was this her way of telling him to speak up when he had a problem instead of bottling it up? Su Qinghu didn't notice the thoughtful look in Dayton's eyes, but Chenlai did, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I'm sighing because your requests are giving me a headache. Su Qinghu shook her head and sighed again. Why? Because your vibe is just too hard to pin down. As soon as she finished, Erden grinned, full of smug pride, and didn't forget to flatter her back. Mom, you're so smart. I'm sure it won't be a problem for you. All right, enough with the mutual flattery. She casually grabbed Dayton by the shoulder and pushed him toward Chenlai, laughing. Ready for another bath? Chenlai understood what she meant and agreed without thinking. Let's go, he said. They were leaving tomorrow. She wanted him to spend more time with the kids. Dayton was embarrassed. I can do it myself. And then Chenlai agreed, but still led a secretly happy Dayton into the bathroom. Erden helpfully turned off the study light. But before he did, he couldn't help glancing longingly at the drawer that belonged to his brother. Was there a secret in that notebook? If it was blank, why was his brother so nervous? So, did his brother write something in it, or did Mom? He was really curious. After closing the study door, Erden eagerly followed Su Qinghu and Chenlai into their bedroom. Madame Meng and Aunt Yu were taking care of little Li Tuan, one holding the baby, the other changing the blanket. Did he pee? Su Qinghu asked instinctively when she saw the scene. Madame Meng sighed. No, he's just hot. You covered him up too much. Next time, just leave his hands and feet out and cover only his tummy. Su Qinghu. Okay, I'll remember. Mom, you and Auntie should go rest. I can handle things now, she said, walking over to take little Li Tuan. It was time to feed him. Where's Chenlai? Madame Meng asked. Is he taking forever in the shower? Normally, he'd be out in 5 minutes. Was he planning to scrub his skin off today? I asked him to bathe with Dayton again, Su Qinghu admitted. Madame Meng, that makes sense, actually. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. Madame Meng, seeing her laugh, couldn't help but laugh too. Oh, I suppose it's only right for me to change my tune. Little Li Tuaner was very well behaved. He ate and slept, woke up to eat again, and occasionally played for a bit when he was in the mood, then went right back to sleep. Mrs. Meng and Aunt Yu changed his diaper and his little blanket, checked every corner of the crib to make sure everything was fine, and only then did they say a word to Su Qinghu before leaving her bedroom. With Chenlai at home, there wasn't much left for the two of them to do at most. They could wash a diaper or occasionally feed some formula, but he took care of most things himself. After Su Qinghu finished feeding little Li Tuaner, she didn't put him back in the crib. Whenever Chenlai was at home, he was determined to have the baby sleep with them. He almost never let him sleep alone in the crib. Given that, there was no need for her to put the baby back in the crib either. After Chenlai finished his second shower, he closed the door, watched Dedan walk into the bedroom, and only then turned to head to his and Su Qinghu's room. Little Li Tuaner was asleep, one tiny hand raised by his ear, the other flopped wherever, his little legs splayed out in a funny pose, adorable and amusing at the same time. Chenlai leaned over and gently fiddled with Li Tuaner's little hand, letting out a soft laugh. Su Qinghu came over, looked at Li Tuaner, and without even looking up, said to Chenlai, "Doesn't he seem a little too well-behaved?" Chenlai glanced at her and asked helplessly, "You want him to be fussy? HM? Not exactly." Su Qinghu sat cross-legged, looking up with a bit of confusion. "It's just, it wouldn't hurt if he fussed a little now and then. He's just too good." If it weren't for those bright, lively eyes and that clever look about him, she'd almost suspect the baby wasn't developing properly, and that's why he couldn't make a fuss. Ahem, she was overthinking it. Still, wouldn't it be nice if he cried a little, or made a bit of a scene? Chenlai. He looked at Su Qinghu in silence. She looked back, puzzled. What? You, Chenlai paused, then sighed. Don't tease the baby to make him cry. He really had to give her a heads up about this. After all, Dedan was proof of her past offenses. Su Qinghu, you're overthinking it. I'm not that kind of person. I haven't done that in ages. At the very least, no matter how she teases Dedan now, he doesn't cry anymore. And even if he does, it's not her fault. Chinlai, I guess I was overthinking. His voice was low, serious, sincere, as if he were admitting fault to Su Qinghu. But the laughter in his eyes made Su Qinghu glance away. Fine, she did have that thought. But a thought is just a thought, it's not like she'd actually done anything yet. Then apologize. Su Qinghu lifted her chin, righteously demanding it. She wasn't being unreasonable. He was the one who said he was overthinking. Chinlai, I'm sorry. Now say, I love you. Su Qinghu pressed on. Chinlai. Say it. Su Qinghu stared at him, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chinlai, I'll say it next time I come back. Why wait till next time? Su Qinghu slapped the bed in protest. Then she remembered little Tuaner was on the bed, quickly looked down, but saw the baby just moved his little hand and went right back to sleep. She shifted her gaze from the baby to Chinlai, waiting for his answer. I'll explain next time I come back. Chinlai pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her head, his voice rumbling from his chest. I'm leaving tomorrow. The playful mood from before suddenly quieted. Su Qinghu scratched his back through his shirt and sighed. Sigh. Chinlai hugged her tighter, wanting to comfort her, but then heard her say, What should I pack for you? He choked up, all the sadness instantly gone. You like us best, right? If only I could pack us up for you. Su Qinghu paused. But that's never going to happen. Chinlai, no need to pack anything. How about some pickles and meat sauce? Su Qinghu said lazily. Actually, I bought you a few shirts, but they're all for spring and summer. You probably won't need them for a while. The weather would probably change soon anyway. Chinlai listened quietly, responding at the right moments. Before they knew it, they'd chatted late into the night. It wasn't until they heard a tap at the window, Mrs. Meng reminding them to go to sleep, that Su Qinghu realized how late it had gotten. You don't have to sleep, but your wife just gave birth, she needs to rest. Don't keep her up talking all night, Mrs. Meng said sternly. If you don't take care during the postpartum month, your wife will be the one to suffer later. She'd drunk a bit more water that night, woke up to use the bathroom, and noticed a sliver of light coming from the crack in their bedroom window. At first, she thought they'd forgotten to turn off the light, but remembering the time and her son's meticulousness, she figured that was impossible, so she decided to remind them. Chinlai got up, opened the window a bit, answered softly, then closed it again. He looked at Su Qinghu's smiling eyes, smiled himself, turned off the light, and got into bed. Let's sleep, he said. Su Qinghu. Her tone was obviously teasing. After spending so much time with Mrs. Meng, she could sense her moods. Just now, Mrs. Meng was really angry. Angry at Chinlai. Chinlai, helpless. Are you happy? The room was pitch dark, but he could clearly sense his girl's mood. No, Su Qinghu quickly denied, then admitted with a laugh, okay, maybe a little. Happy about what? I've been home all this time, and I'm still at the bottom of the family hierarchy. Chinlai joked. Su Qinghu, well, is he really higher up than the cherry tree in the yard? Let's sleep. Chinlai laughed. I'll work on raising my status in the family. Su Qinghu went quiet, so quiet that Chinlai thought she'd fallen asleep when she finally spoke. When two people first start dating, aren't they all each other can see? Chinlai, I don't know about others. But for him, yes. Then, Su Qinghu smiled wide in the darkness, but her voice was steady. To me, you're just like when we first got together. After she said it, she felt a little embarrassed. Before she said it, it felt romantic in her head, but once it was out loud, why did it sound so cheesy? Chinlai paused, then caught the key point. She meant, in your eyes, there's only me? Chinlai couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the earlier conversation about status, he pulled her into his arms. I'm at the top of your heart. He sounded so sure. Su Qinghu was still reeling from the cheesiness of her own words, her mind a mess, her face burning, and she couldn't say a word. Chinlai kissed her and she finally snapped out of it. Forget what I just said. Su Qinghu ordered. Chinlai, why? I didn't say it right, just forget it. Su Qinghu said righteously. It's just sweet talk, right? Let me organize my words and say it to you again. With a little whimper from Xiao Lituana, the two of them immediately quieted down. After waiting for a while and seeing that Xiao Lituaner didn't make any more noise, Su Qinghu finally let out a sigh of relief. She tried to pinch the flesh at his waist, but couldn't get a grip, so she obediently moved her hand up and pinched his ear instead. "You're not allowed to sneak off again tomorrow. I'm telling you, I'm not the clingy type. Do you hear me?" As Su Qinghu said the last sentence, she gave his ear a little tug. Qinlai wrapped his arms around her waist and replied in a low voice, "Okay." With that settled, the two of them went to sleep. Later that night, Xiao Lituana woke up once. Unlike previous times, this time as soon as Qinlai moved, Su Qinghu sensed it and opened her eyes. The two of them worked seamlessly together. One fed the baby, the other changed the diaper. In the morning, Erden woke up quite early, almost at the same time as Ms. Meng and Aunt Yu. After getting up, he ran to the door of Su Qinghu's bedroom to listen, but didn't hear a thing. He forgot the doors at home were thick and soundproof. He straightened up with a sigh, then shuffled off in his slippers to wash up. Just as he left the living room, Dayton also got up. He glanced at Su Qinghu's bedroom, then looked away and went to wash up as well. Aunt Yu, feeling a bit uneasy about earning such a high salary without having much chance to take care of the baby, had been competing to cook every day since coming back home. Today, Ms. Ming once again lost her chance to make breakfast. With nothing else to do, she went out to the yard to do a set of health exercises. Catching sight of the two kids heading off to wash up one after the other, she couldn't help but glance at the eastern sky. It shouldn't even be 7 o'clock yet, right? After finishing her simple set of exercises, she went into the living room to check the wall clock. Sure enough, it was only 7 on the dot. The kids are up a bit early today. Is it because they know Qinlai is leaving today and want to spend more time with him? She listened at the door, but her son and daughter-in-law's bedroom was still quiet, so she tiptoed out as well. "Grandma?" Seeing Ms. Ming sneaking around, Erden was a bit confused. Why was Grandma acting like a thief? Ms. Ming straightened up and answered yes. Then she asked why they were up so early. Erden scratched his head. "I don't know, I just woke up and couldn't fall back asleep." So he just got up. He hadn't expected that getting up so early would be so boring. His mom wasn't awake, and Xiao Lituaner was still sleeping. Sigh, why isn't my little brother awake yet? At this moment, Erden was really feeling that lonely as snow vibe. Babies need lots of sleep to grow fast, Ms. Ming said, also feeling a bit bored, but knowing it was good for the baby to sleep more. After all, newborns who don't sleep and fuss all day are the real problem. Still, seeing Erden looking so dejected, she felt like sighing too. Dayton watched silently, then, acting like a proper big brother, said to Erden, "Come on, let's go review some vocabulary." Erden was reluctant and tried to protest. "I want to do health exercises with Grandma." "You don't need health exercises. You already get more than enough physical activity every day." With that, Dayton grabbed the keys and headed for the study. Erden watched his brother's back, sighing again and again. What a hard life. Dayton unlocked the study door, pausing to glance back at Erden before going in. Erden gave a dry laugh and looked pleadingly at Ms. Meng, hoping she'd save him from this misery. However, Ms. Meng said, "You'd better go review your vocabulary. After you finish, I'll teach you the health exercises, okay?" She had just finished speaking when there was a noise from the study. Dayton stood a step away from them, holding a junior high English textbook, and looked at Erden. "I'll recite vocabulary, and you can do health exercises while listening." Erden. No way. What is this? How can you study and exercise at the same time? Ms. Ming was a bit dumbfounded too. Well, there's nothing really wrong with this idea, is there? She looked at Erden, as if seeking his opinion. Erden started walking toward the study. "I don't think you should multitask when studying." Dayton said nothing, just stood there with the book. Erden walked past him. "Besides, I like to write the words down on paper as I memorize them." The point was to avoid the misery of memorizing vocabulary on weekends. If he couldn't escape it, why make it even harder for himself? He wasn't stupid. Ms. Ming looked at Dayton again. Dayton called out to her, then went into the study. Erden took out his textbook and stared blankly at it for a while. When Dayton came in, he finally looked up. Bro, didn't we already finish memorizing all the vocabulary from the first semester? What now, review? They had finished the first semester's vocabulary before Shelituaner was born and had quizzed each other with almost no mistakes. Surely they weren't going to memorize the texts now? Even the teacher hadn't asked them to memorize the whole thing. We can either memorize the second semester's vocabulary or the texts from the first semester. Which do you want to do? Before Dayton could finish, Erden immediately answered, I'll memorize the vocabulary. 1 text a day or 30 words a day. Which would you pick? Anyone with sense would know the answer. Bro, didn't you say we could skip vocabulary review once in a while? Erden resignedly took the book his brother handed over and flipped through it, a bit speechless. Where did you even get the second semester's textbook? He'd never heard about this. Dayton replied, I asked the teacher for a list of top students in the higher grades and bought it from them. Erden grimaced. He felt like his brother was going to drive him crazy. They were willing to sell it to you? Erden asked, unwillingly. Seriously, couldn't they have a bit more backbone and not sell? It's proof of their hard work. He never considered that if it had been him in the past, and someone wanted to buy his old textbooks, not only would he have sold them, he'd have tried to upsell something else too. Dayton put the book down and pulled out another second semester English textbook. If they didn't want to sell, I just arranged to rent it for a while and return it when I'm done. Erden immediately sat up straight. Bro, which books did you buy? Which did you rent? How much did you pay? Did you bargain? Oh man, he had a bad feeling. Surely his brother didn't just pay whatever they asked out of respect for knowledge, right? Dayton paused. Bro? Erden took a deep breath. Don't tell me you really didn't bargain? Dayton pursed his lips, gripping the book a bit tighter. Erden opened and closed his mouth a few times, then finally clutched his chest and asked again, so how much did you spend buying books? How much for renting? How long is the rental? Dayton replied, I bought 1 set for 5 yuan. Rented another set for 3 yuan for 3 months. Erden. Seeing Erden staring blankly, Dayton, for some reason, felt the need to defend himself and added, they threw in their exercise books and teachers' test papers for free. Erden took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Bro, for 3 yuan, I could buy 2 sets of textbooks, exercise books, and test papers. Dayton. Really, Erden said sincerely. At the recycling center, you can pick whatever you want. They sell it by the kilo. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward for no apparent reason. The air felt thick and stifling, making everyone uncomfortable. Dan looked at Dan with sympathy, while Dan pursed his lips and looked back at him. The former sighed, the latter looked guilty, but tried to appear calm. People who do well in school and people who don't, they use different textbooks, different workbooks, and different test papers, Dan said. Dan replied, Dan was a little annoyed. There's some extended knowledge and problem-solving approaches in these. Dan responded again. Dan fell silent. But bro, you can solve all these problems anyway. Why do you need to look at how other people solve them? Dan asked. He didn't get it. Why would a smart person need to study someone else's methods? Why not just do it your own way? Dan tilted his head, thought for a moment, and still felt that as long as he could get the right answer and the result he wanted, there was no need to analyze why others could also get it right. When you make money, do you look at how others make money? Dan asked, face serious. Of course I do, Dan nodded matter-of-factly. I don't just look, I ask them too. But that's different from you. The people I learn from are way better than me, not just at my level. Obviously, there aren't many people my age who can make money better than I can, Dan said proudly. Dan listened and fell into thought. He felt Dan had a point, but also not quite. Ordinary people have things you can learn from too. Leaving aside the extended knowledge, just talking about problem-solving approaches, he always liked to go straight to the point and simplify things. But when Uncle Chien-Yin took him to the lab, some experiments required a more roundabout approach to get results. Looking at how others solve problems. Maybe one day, he'd need to use that kind of thinking. But what was the point of talking about this now? Go memorize your vocabulary. Did Dan glanced at him, signaling with his eyes toward the small quartz clock on the desk. You've already wasted 7 minutes. Okay, Dan replied. Sigh, chatting with his brother for 7 minutes. He could have memorized half his assigned vocabulary by now. The two of them sat in the study, each memorizing their own words, sometimes with eyes open, sometimes closed, sometimes scribbling things down. Even though they could hear each other, neither was distracted. Miss Ming strolled around the yard, found there was no sweeping to do and no laundry to wash, so she finally stopped, grabbed a stool, and found a spot with gentle light to sit and read the newspaper. As she read, she heard the muffled sounds of recitation coming from the study. Sigh, should she learn a foreign language too? She'd learned to take photos, picked up some accounting skills, so even though she was older, she clearly still had the ability to learn. She'd even been offered accounting jobs, tried it for a few days, and could handle the work, but it just didn't feel right. Like Xiaosu said, after being tied down by life and work for most of her life, now that the family wasn't short on money, she could learn whatever she wanted, try whatever she liked, without needing to earn a living as a prerequisite. She later found a teacher for herself and old Chen to learn photography and videography. It was a bit hard and troublesome, but it truly made her happy, especially when people were amazed by her photos and came to her for advice. Should she learn a foreign language or not? She imagined herself visiting tourist spots, showing off the spirit of Chinese seniors to tall, sharp-nosed foreigners. Should she secretly find a teacher and start learning? Or ask Dan and Dan to teach her? But what if she didn't do well or wanted to quit? Would people laugh at her? Would it affect the kids? Ms. Ming, who had a bit of a free-spirited streak, hesitated for a moment. Just then, a pitiful, crisp cry came from Su Qinghu's bedroom. Ms. Ming jumped up and rushed inside. The recitation in the study stopped abruptly. After a brief commotion, Dan and Dan also rushed out. Bedroom. Su Qinghu was holding little Li Tuaner in her arms, looking confused. Why was he crying? She'd just changed his diaper, that's all. She yelled. Okayed at Chenlai, her beautiful eyes full of questions and puzzlement. Chenlai was tidying up the diapers, carefully pulling out the blanket that had a bit of poop on it. As he walked out, he glanced at the still sobbing child in her arms and mused, probably embarrassed. Su Qinghu was baffled. How could such a tiny baby know what embarrassment is? She looked down at the little one, whose eyelashes were damp at the roots, and reflected again. She had just, on a whim, changed his diaper herself. Before she could finish reflecting, Ms. Meng and Dan burst in. What happened? What's wrong? Li Tuaner is crying. The three of them spoke almost in unison. Su Qinghu looked at each of them, blinking innocently. I don't know either. Ms. Meng frowned, as if something occurred to her. Did Chenlai use too much force and hurt Li Tuaner? My dad does have a heavy hand. Dan nodded quietly from the back. Did Dan asked, what happened just now? Seeing everyone blaming Chenlai, and with their certainty, Su Qinghu guiltily confessed, just now. I changed Li Tuaner's diaper. She'd grabbed his legs to make it easier for Chenlai to wipe his bottom. So, did she hurt him by lifting him too hard? Ms. Meng was speechless. What's Chenlai for? He's at home and still lets you do this? Didn't you learn in the hospital? Xiaosu barely dared to hold the baby, afraid he was too soft and slippery. Su Qinghu was exasperated and amused. Mom, you don't have to be so biased. Chenlai is great. I just wanted to try it myself. She'd watched for days and thought she understood. This was her chance, so she didn't let Chenlai do it. She wanted to try. She just hadn't expected to make the baby cry. Aunt Yu paused her kitchen work and came in. Ms. Meng was remaking the bed with Li Tuaner's little blanket, and Aunt Yu took the baby from Su Qinghu, laid him on the blanket, and checked him over. Finding a faint red mark around his ankle. The evidence was clear, it was her fault. Did Dan and Dan looked at Su Qinghu, not with blame, but with disbelief. Ms. Meng wanted to say something to comfort the guilty Su Qinghu, but couldn't find the right words. Aunt Yu, less concerned about feelings, pointed out directly, you used too much force. Babies are delicate. Of course you hurt him. I know now. I'll teach you, Aunt Yu said. There's a trick to it. You need to hold like this, lift gently, and that's it. She demonstrated, and Su Qinghu watched and learned. Little Li Tuaner stopped whimpering, thinking everyone was playing with him. His dark eyes were full of spirit, almost like he was smiling. Dan's attention was all on his little brother, thinking every part of him was adorable and lovable. Only Dan watched Aunt Yu's demonstration intently. Occasionally, he'd move his fingers as if practicing in the air, but then felt embarrassed and stopped. After Aunt Yu finished her demonstration, she left the room. She had originally planned to wash little Li Tuan's diapers and blankets, but when she got to the bathroom, she saw Chenlai was already doing it. Let me do that, Aunt Yu said, a bit flustered. To be honest, in her nearly 50 years of life, she'd never seen a man wash diapers for a baby. Especially not a man as handsome and imposing as this one. Chenlai didn't even look up. He dumped out the dirty water with the poop he'd scrubbed off, refilled the basin, lathered up some soap, and started washing carefully. Aunt Yu was at a complete loss. Working in this household, she really felt like she was taking money for nothing. When she'd tried to talk to Su Qinghu about reducing her salary, she'd been refused. Later, she'd mentioned it to Mrs. Meng, who also told her to just take the money and not worry. Why don't you go to the kitchen? I'll be done here soon, Chenlai reminded her. Is my wife's postpartum meal ready? Aunt Yu hurried to answer, ours are all ready, but Xiaosu's still has a few dishes left. But everything's prepped, so I can cook them right away. Like delicate chicken wontons in a clear broth or blanched vegetables. Those kinds of dishes have to be made fresh to taste their best. I'll go make them now. Su Qinghu was already awake, so it was time to have everything ready. Su Qinghu's postpartum meals were set by Su Lilin. Some dishes were fixed, others just listed ingredients, and she could mix and match within certain limits. Aunt Yu thought, after working for the Qin family and learning how to make these postpartum meals, she'd definitely be able to earn more than the average nanny when she looked for her next job. Little Li Tuan was awake now, her big, dark, shining eyes wide open, listening intently to her two older brothers' voices. Dan was the chattiest, babbling nonstop, while Dan only chimed in occasionally, his finger held tightly in little Li Tuan's grip. Su Qinghu finished changing and came out of the bedroom to see Dan and Dan gathered around little Li Tuan's portable crib. Looks like you're having a good time, she teased. Mrs. Meng was watching little Li Tuan from the side and said, this little one can already tell who's who by their voices. Su Qinghu walked over and glanced at the tiny person lying in the crib. Little crybaby. Those two big tears from earlier had really stunned her. It was the first time since the baby was born. No, she's not. Dan protested. You hurt her, that's why she cried. Normally, our little Li Tuan doesn't even make a peep. How could Mom say little Li Tuan was a crybaby? Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes dangerously at him, but Dan wasn't scared. He grinned mischievously and exposed her, Mom, remember when you cried your eyes out just for a piece of watermelon? He didn't get to finish, because Su Qinghu glared and reached for him, and Dan quickly ran off. He stood in the courtyard, grinning triumphantly. Heh, she can't catch him now, right? These days, Mom's pretty much confined to the house. She even has to wrap up in a blanket just to go brush her teeth or wash her face, and she moves quickly between those 2 points. Su Qinghu. Mom, don't get mad, Dan called out a bit louder. Great-grandma said you can't get angry during your confinement, or it'll hurt your health. Oh, so you know that getting angry is bad for your health? Su Qinghu glared at him. Are you coming in yourself, or should I have your dad bring you in? Dan. What? He instinctively turned around, only to see his tall, imposing dad standing right behind him. Dan fell silent, wanting to resist, but before he knew it, his legs had already carried him back into the living room. Su Qinghu grinned wickedly, rolled up her sleeves, and started ruffling his hair. Trying to run, huh? Trying to run, she teased. You can't even act tough when your dad's not home, let alone now that he is. Dan exaggerated his struggles and protests, and even little Li Tuan's eyes went wide, as if she was witnessing something rare. But Su Qinghu was pretty sure the baby could only see things up close for now. Her curiosity was all about the sounds. Still, that little face was pretty funny. Mrs. Meng saw that little Li Tuan wasn't afraid of the noise and just smiled, watching them play. Chenlai washed his hands several times with soap, making sure there was no lingering smell that Su Qinghu might dislike before coming out. Watching his family's lively scene, a deep sense of reluctance welled up in his heart. When Su Qinghu called him over, he stepped forward. Go wash up. Su Qinghu finally let Dan go and nodded with a smile. I'll let you off for today. Well, thank you very much. Dan smoothed his hair and sighed dramatically. It's a miracle I'm not bald from all your head rubbing. He could feel a few knots in his hair from her fingers just now. I'm getting a haircut this afternoon. Dan declared indignantly. An expensive one. With a master barber. Top tier. He was going to cut it short. He glanced at Chenlai. I'll get it cut just like yours, Dad. Chenlai looked him up and down. I'll cut it for you. Dan was stunned. What? Did he just hear that right? Dad wanted to cut his hair? Did he even know how? What if he ended up looking like he'd been chewed on by a dog? He had a buddy named Xiaohua, whose family always cut his hair at home. Last time they messed it up so badly, he only went to school because his mom begged him to. Later, Xiaohua's mom gave him a buzz cut, but it was all uneven, and he cried again. He couldn't stand it, so during a break he snuck Xiaohua out to a barber to get it fixed. Now Dad wanted to cut his hair. Why did he feel so nervous? Dad, never mind, I don't want your hairstyle anymore. Dan quickly changed his tune. Actually, I like it a bit longer. Chenlai, heh. Really, I just realized, if I cut my hair as short as yours, Mom won't have anything to play with anymore, Dan said sincerely. Besides, what if I end up looking even better than you? Then your status in Mom's heart will drop even lower. After all, Mom hadn't even told Dad about the pregnancy in her letters. In the end, neither he nor his brother had managed to write to Dad about it either. Chenlai's eyes sparkled with laughter, little stars shining, gentle, real, and even a little proud. As long as I'm number one in your hearts, that's enough. Chenlai flexed his wrist, about to say something, but Dan quickly ran off. If not now, then when? But, Dad, just so you know. Dan called out, escaping to just outside the bathroom. Once you leave, who knows when you'll be back? Aren't you afraid I'll talk bad about you to little Li Tuan? Chenlai glanced at Dan, who was watching Dan expressionlessly, and replied calmly, Your brother won't let you talk nonsense. That was true. Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, you still owe me an essay, Chenlai said, resting his hand on the side of the baby's crib. In a foreign language. Dan, what? Mom never told us. Wasn't it supposed to be in Chinese like before? Was Dad tricking him? It was suggested yesterday. She just hasn't had a chance to tell you yet. After Chenlai finished speaking, Dan stared at his face, searching for any sign of a lie, but the more he looked, the more nervous he got. Dad didn't seem to be lying. A bolt from the blue. Even if he and his brother had a bigger vocabulary than most, this was just too much. When they wrote short essays in a foreign language, the teacher only asked for 50 or 60 words. But these little essays at home, even if you cut them in half, still had to be 400 or 500 characters. How many words would that be in a foreign language? And that's not even considering whether they could translate it well. After all, this kind of essay wasn't the same as what the teacher assigned. Ms. Su Qinghu's requirements were for daily life descriptions, and she wanted them to be vivid and full of color, aroma, and flavor. Dan couldn't help but glance at Dan, hoping to find an ally, only to see his brother looking off to the right. He turned his head and met Su Qinghu's gaze directly. Su Qinghu looked a bit conflicted, a bit eager to try, and also a little guilty. Mom? Dan hurried over, speaking sincerely and pitifully, this isn't for real, right? Su Qinghu quickly cut him off. Stop. It's real, she said earnestly. But since it's your first time doing this kind of assignment, I'll do it with you. Erdan's look of utter despair froze. You'll do homework with me and my brother? Yes, Su Qinghu replied, avoiding Qinlai's gaze. You two write the Chinese version first, and then I'll help you translate it into a foreign language. But, at most, she'd just explain some grammar and word choices. If we're all translating together, why not write it together too? Erdan said with a sly smile. Let her see just how much brainpower it took to write the kind of vivid, sensory-rich essay she wanted. Su Qinghu straightened up, narrowed her eyes slightly to size up Erdan, then glanced at Dan. Seeing their forced calm, she nodded. However, she added her own condition. I'll write one, and I'll even translate it. But if I do, you two have to memorize and write it out from memory. She'd have to think carefully about whether she could include all the trickier grammar points. No more than 500 characters, Erdan quickly reminded her, sensing danger now that she'd agreed. You said yourself, just 400 or 500 this time. Even in translation. That was already a lot. How about you just don't join in, Mom? Erdan tried to negotiate. I think my brother and I can handle it. You can just check our work when we're done. He'd almost gotten himself stuck with extra homework. Erdan was glad he'd kept his wits about him and resisted the temptation of doing homework with his mom. Great-grandma said you need to rest, use your eyes and brain less. Erdan rattled off, then breathed a sigh of relief. A reasonable excuse. Surely he could get out of it this way? Su Qinghu, don't be scared, kid. Erdan, huh? Scared? Scared of what? Don't worry, I won't overuse my eyes or my brain, Su Qinghu said with a gentle smile. As Erdan's alarm bells rang, she added affectionately, I can write with my eyes closed. Erdan. Dan was dumbfounded. He never expected an answer like that. As for Qinlai, he was already silently grinning. Ms. Ming turned away, covering her mouth so she wouldn't laugh out loud. As for using my brain, Su Qinghu looked at the stunned Erdan and asked sincerely, the language I use at work is second nature to me. Does that even count as overusing my brain? She could literally do homework with her eyes closed. Erdan pressed his lips together. Why did it feel like a train had just run over his face? Eldest son? Su Qinghu called out to Dan, who was expressionless and had already accepted his fate. What do you think? Dan said, I'll memorize it. Better to memorize what she wrote than get teased to death. He was also curious to see what she'd write. Would it be hard? Would she use words they hadn't learned yet? Honest kid. Su Qinghu reached out and patted his head. Why didn't you think to negotiate terms? Dan looked at her, puzzled. What terms? Did she say he could set conditions? What could he ask for? Limit the word count? Erdan's eyes suddenly lit up. Bro. Quick, tell her. Say the word count can't exceed 400. Before Dan could speak, Su Qinghu was already strolling off to the living room. Ever heard of Mr. Chance, silly boy? And that was that. Dan's hopes, which had been soaring, instantly deflated. This round of word games. He'd lost again. Next time, he'd have to watch out for traps. Yes, and he'd have to seize the moment. When there was a chance to negotiate, he'd have to act fast and decisively. This time he'd wasted the perfect opportunity to ask for something, all because his brother was dragged into it for no reason. Regret. Just pure regret. Erdan was kicking himself. If only he hadn't provoked his dad earlier. His dad was leaving today. Why did he have to show off and provoke him? Su Qinghu glanced at little Tuaner, who was quietly listening to everyone talk and was about to go do her skincare routine. But after taking just 2 steps, she turned back and poked the baby's chubby cheek. Little Tuaner looked over, blinking, as if trying to see who was messing with him. Dan and Erdan stared at Su Qinghu, but it was Dan who spoke first. Go to your skincare, Mom. We'll be eating soon. Qinlai didn't mind her teasing the baby, but he did remind her to hurry up with her skincare so she wouldn't miss dinner. Su Qinghu went off to do her skincare, satisfied. Dan and Erdan immediately crowded around, staring at little Tuaner's face. When they saw that his cheeks didn't turn red, they finally relaxed. Ms. Ming was speechless. Was it really necessary? No matter what, Xiaosu was still Li Tuaner's mom. How could she not know how gentle to be? Of course, last time was just an experience. After all, changing a diaper was a bit tricky. Now, it was just an expression of affection. Dan didn't know what Ms. Ming was thinking. If he did, he'd definitely argue back. Qinlai watched little Li Tuaner for a moment, then picked him up. Did Dan and Dan? Dad. Not again. Dan protested angrily. Don't you know you're tall? If you put Li Tuaner down, we could all see him. Why do you have to pick him up and hug him all to yourself? Have you ever considered our feelings? Have you ever asked how we feel? Do short people have no rights? I can't even see Li Tuaner anymore. Dan protested. Put him down. Qinlai was a bit embarrassed. He didn't know what came over him. One moment he was just watching, and the next his hands moved on their own, and he picked up Li Tuaner. But to put him down now, that was impossible. You should eat more, Qinlai said, looking down at him. Ask your brother how to grow taller. Dan. That's a low blow. His dad actually hit him where it hurt. Well, don't blame him if he ends up taller than his dad. But his brother really had shot up this year. Dan admitted he was jealous. To be honest, when it came to daily routines or eating habits, there wasn't much difference between the two kids, but Dan just shot up in height much faster. Dan, even though he never directly asked Dan why he was growing so quickly, had secretly observed and compared himself. But the most frustrating thing was, he couldn't figure out any reason for it. Now, hearing his dad talk like this, Dan felt both sad and angry, and in the end, it all turned into a sense of grievance. He was determined to grow taller. At the very least, he couldn't end up shorter than his dad. His dad's height was already set, but he was just getting started. He had plenty of time to catch up. Qinlai was tall and upright, with handsome features and a slightly cold, tough demeanor. He was exactly the kind of man little boys dreamed of becoming. As Dan stared at him, something suddenly came to mind, and his mouth fell slightly open. He wasn't actually Dad's biological son. He'd almost forgotten about that. What if his real parents weren't tall? Would that mean no matter how hard he tried, he'd never grow tall? Like father, like son, the dragon begets the dragon, the phoenix begets the phoenix, a mouse's child will dig holes. These were sayings he'd heard from the old folks in the park. What did they mean? Basically, that kids turn out like their parents. Dan shivered, quickly shaking off that thought. Even a crooked bamboo can produce a good shoot. But what are you thinking about? Su Qinghu came out and saw Dan still standing there, looking like a little puppy caught in the rain, pitiful and helpless. What's wrong? She turned to Dan and Qinlai, who were by the little bed. Are you two ganging up on him? Qinlai looked away from the little dumpling's face and turned to Su Qinghu. No. Dan thought for a moment, then added, we were just curious why Dan isn't growing as fast. Su Qinghu, and you don't call that picking on him? Ever since Dan had his crazy growth spurt, Dan would sometimes look at him and fall into a brief sulk. The two kids basically ate and slept the same, and their routines were identical. She was puzzled by it too, but in the end, chalked it up to natural differences in growth. Qinlai glanced at Dan, who was still deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, and said nothing. Was this really such a big deal? Dan said, twice a week, he can't finish his milk, so I drink half of it for him. So, was that the problem? Su Qinghu shook her head and didn't say anything. She was sure that wasn't reason. She'd seen it herself, and what Dan described couldn't possibly have such a big effect. Dan? Su Qinghu called, and the little dumpling looked over, his small head following her voice. Dan replied weakly, You're still so young, you've got plenty of time to grow. Su Qinghu beckoned him over and ruffled his hair. I'll call your great-grandma at noon and see if you need a checkup. Dan's head shot up. What? Was it already serious enough to need a hospital checkup? What if there was nothing wrong with him, but he still couldn't grow tall? Don't worry, you'll definitely grow taller. Su Qinghu saw the panic in his eyes. She didn't really understand why height made kids so anxious, but she still comforted him, leaning down to whisper a few words in his ear. Dan visibly relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips. When everyone sat down to eat, the happiness on his face hadn't faded at all. Later, when Su Qinghu was packing things with Qinlai, he still looked a bit puzzled. What did you say to him? To who? Dan. Su Qinghu looked up, pausing what she was doing, and met Qinlai's gaze. She said, "Curious, are you?" "Yeah, I'm curious," Qinlai admitted honestly. He really couldn't imagine what could make a kid's mood flip so quickly. And judging by the time, it was just a single sentence. "Then trade me something for it." Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. "There's no such thing as a free lunch, Mr. Chen." "Qinlai, what do you want?" Other than loyalty and love, and doing his best to provide for the family, he felt like he didn't have much else to offer her. Looking at his serious, handsome face, Su Qinghu suddenly couldn't think of anything difficult to ask for. "I'm curious about something." "Qinlai, what is it?" "Can you hold me while doing?" The words slipped her mind as she got to the end. Qinlai's heart nearly exploded, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously. It wasn't impossible. He was confident he had the strength and stamina to make them both happy. But he'd never actually done it before. "Oh, right. What's that move called where you squat down and stand up?" Su Qinghu gave up trying to remember and just asked him directly. Qinlai wanted to answer, but found his throat dry and his chest burning, making it hard to speak right away. Su Qinghu looked at him suspiciously. What's with this guy? Why were his face and ears turning red out of nowhere? "Squats," Qinlai finally managed to say, his voice rough and strained, with a hint of suppressed tension. To be honest, it sounded pretty nice. Su Qinghu didn't think much of it and repeated her question, "Can you hold me while doing squats?" "That would be weighted squats, right?" "With my current weight, can you handle it?" Qinlai took a deep breath and nodded. That breath wasn't really to prepare for squats, but because, after what she'd said, his mind was running wild. "Really?" Su Qinghu's eyes lit up. She stood in front of him and blinked. "Come on, let's try." Qinlai reached out, but at the last second, pulled his hand back, closed the bedroom door, turned around, pulled her toward the half-drawn curtains, and lowered his head, heading straight for his target. Su Qinghu was caught off guard by his sudden urgency, but she went along with it, grabbing his arm and letting herself enjoy the moment. It wasn't until she was a little out of breath that Su Qinghu patted his arm, signaling him to let go. Now Qinlai was in even worse shape. Nearly a year. He wanted her. Seeing how uncomfortable he was, Su Qinghu was speechless. Why do this to yourself? He knew they couldn't, but still let himself get carried away. Now he was suffering and could only deal with it himself. Qinlai gave her a long look, then went to the bathroom. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. Seeing he hadn't brought anything, she figured the timing was about right, so she found him some clean clothes and brought them over. Qinlai came out with a chill about him, his eyes a little bloodshot and his voice low. "The little essays you wanted, I'll send them to you in 5 installments when I get back." His little essays weren't like the kids. For him, they were just another name for love letters. Now that he'd changed what he called them, it wasn't so hard to say out loud. Su Qinghu, okay. But really, did he have to grab her waist while talking? She hadn't gained much weight, but she wasn't exactly back in shape yet. Was this man like a cat, always wanting to need the softest spots? Looking at Su Qinghu, Qinlai had the urge to tuck her into his arms and take her away. So many things. When it's time to leave, they're the hardest to say. No matter what you say, it all feels pale and powerless. Did Dan and Dan were taken by Mrs. Meng to register for classes. The art teacher sized them up first before finally settling on a class time and letting them go. Dad, you haven't left yet, have you?" The two of them burst into the courtyard, and before they could even take in the situation, Dan had already called out twice. "Thank goodness." Su Qinghu saw them, her eyes curving with a smile. "You made it back just in time." The train tickets were for a set time. No matter if the train was delayed or not, you always had to get to the station early. So if the kids hadn't made it back in time, they wouldn't have been able to wait for them. Dan was a little out of breath, while Dan seemed completely unfazed. He looked at Su Qinghu, about to ask something, when he saw Chenlai coming out of the living room, having packed up his things. Dad, Erdan called out brightly. Chenlai, Dad, my brother and I just talked it over. We're going to see you off, Erdan said, patting his pants pocket. We'll pay for the taxi. He and his brother had both ranked in the top 10 in their competitions, so the prize money Mrs. Su had promised had already been given to them. Chenlai, no need. Come on, let us. Erdan looked at Chenlai eagerly. It'd be so lonely for you to go to the train station all by yourself. Chenlai. He didn't feel lonely at all. In fact, these two kids might just slow him down and make him late. No, really. Chenlai repeated, just behave at home, be proactive with your studies, and help out with the chores. Erdan, that's what we do every day anyway, you don't have to remind us. He grinned. Dad, how about I go see you off by myself? Chenlai shot him a don't even think about it look, then turned to Su Qinghu. Straightening his clothes, he bowed slightly to her. The house will be in your hands. His gaze was deep and steady, like still water with hidden currents. Su Qinghu caught the subtle flicker of emotion and felt a pang of sympathy for this man. It's hard to balance family and country. Being forced to choose between them must be painful. As for her, when he wasn't home, she could party to her heart's content, eating, drinking, and having fun. Well, all that was only possible because he was shouldering the burden. Thinking about it made her feel a little guilty. But only a little. She wasn't about to change. So, Su Qinghu turned to Erdan. Do we have a hard life here at home? Erdan hesitated. Not at all. Not only was it not hard, it was actually super fun. They could do whatever they wanted, try out anything they liked. Other than the fridge, washing machine, and TV, every other appliance in the house had been taken apart and put back together at least once. As for food and drink, every few days they'd go out on a little treasure hunt. Compared to that, Dad, who was stuck with all sorts of restrictions, seemed a lot more miserable. Erdan suddenly felt a pang of guilt and glanced at Su Qinghu. Mom, why are you asking that? It just makes us feel bad. Su Qinghu got her answer, then turned to Chenlai and spread her hands. See? Kids always tell it like it is. Chenlai was silent. Fine. Every time, those bittersweet feelings of parting were so easily swept away by her. Did Dan, come tell your dad, do we have a hard life here? Seeing Chenlai stay silent, Su Qinghu called on another. Did Dan wasn't sure how to answer without hurting his dad's feelings. After thinking for a moment, he said, Dad, just take care of yourself. Really, just don't ask. If you do, the answer is that they're living a happy, fulfilling life. Chenlai took a deep breath, and before he could exhale, he let out a laugh. What's there to feel guilty about being happy? Was that really worth all this awkwardness? Well, I'm off then. He looked at Su Qinghu. No need to see me out. I'll see you off anyway. Su Qinghu draped a shawl over her shoulders and wrapped a silk scarf around her head. It looked a bit odd, but with her face, she pulled it off with style. She pointed at her outfit. I'll walk you to the gate. There wasn't much wind today, so this getup was more than enough. Seeing she insisted, Chenlai let her walk him to the gate. Mrs. Ming watched them, feeling a bit emotional. She couldn't bear the atmosphere, so she just told him to be careful and went back to take care of little Lituan. Su Qinghu walked him to the gate, gave him a big hug, then let go and waved. You two go with him. Come back after your dad's on the train. Did Dan and Erdan agreed right away. Su Qinghu waited until Chenlai was out of sight before turning back into the house. Sigh, she suddenly felt a little down. Turns out she wasn't some emotionless fairy after all, but a beautiful woman who could stir up hearts. Dad, Mom's gone back, Erdan reported as soon as he got Chenlai's signal. He saw Mrs. Su go back into the yard and quickly let him know. Only then did Chenlai turn around. He gave them a long look, then quickened his pace. Did Dan and Erdan walked with him? Did Dan steady and calm, Erdan bouncing along? The two followed Chenlai, one in front, one behind. After a moment's struggle, Erdan decided not to let his brother avoid the topic and boldly asked, Dad, were my birth parents really tall? His mom had told him his birth parents were both tall, so he didn't need to worry about not growing tall himself. But he was afraid she'd just said that to comfort him. Dan sighed. Dan glanced over immediately. So that's what Mom was whispering about to his silly brother earlier? Chinlai slowed his pace, understanding what Dan meant, and confirmed what his wife had told the child. Seeing the kid was so open, he had nothing to hide. He answered. Dan instantly brightened, but then asked, so, how tall were they? Chinlai squinted. Was this kid really that carefree? I don't know about your birth mother, can't say for sure. But your father was 1.79 meters tall. Chinlai thought for a moment and added, that's his height without shoes. Dan, was he as tall as Mom? Probably not, Chinlai replied. Dan, Dad, you answered so quickly and confidently, but you say you're not sure? You don't know. Are you lying? Chinlai. Just tell me, I can handle it. Dan braced himself. Chinlai, about 1.55 meters. Actually, it was 1.51 meters. Judging from the photo, she looked very scholarly. Dan let out a sigh of relief, but then sighed again. Phew, that's okay, but... He glanced at Dan. What about my brother's birth parents? Chinlai, you sure you want to know? Dan, yeah. Might as well hear it. Then ask your brother if he's okay with you asking. Chinlai kept walking, not too fast or slow, just right for the two kids. Dan, Dan quickly looked at Chinlai. Chinlai said his father was 1.79 meters, his mother was 1.72 meters. Dan was happy at first, but when he heard the second half, his face fell apart in disbelief. Dan was a little surprised, thinking back, but couldn't recall anything specific. When you're a kid, your parents always seem tall. How can a girl be as tall as a man? Dan watched as Chinlai shouldered his luggage and boarded the bus to the train station, disappearing into the distance. He was still a bit dazed. All that talk about the sorrow of parting? Nonsense. He didn't feel any of it. Unlike Dan felt an indescribable ache in his heart as he watched Chinlai leave. He visibly quieted down. Bro? Dan finally snapped out of his shock and took a deep breath. Do you think I'll... No, Dan cut him off before he could finish, giving a flat denial. Dan? Bro, do you even know what I was going to ask? How can you just say no? Dan bared his teeth, looking fierce. At least let me finish my question before you answer. Did he have any idea how much courage it took to even bring up this question? Dan, weren't you going to ask about your height? His silly little brother had nothing but this on his mind, it was obvious. Yes, Dan snapped, but you should at least let me finish, right? What if he was going to ask, will I grow taller? And then just got hit with a cold, heartless no? What kind of brother does that? Are you asking if you'll end up short like Mom? Dan started walking back, glancing at Dan. I said you won't. Is there a problem? Dan, no problem. His brother seemed pretty sure he wouldn't end up short like their birth mother. Bro, why are you so sure? Dan grinned, hurrying to keep up with. Did Dan tell me, is there some scientific reason? Sometimes his brother would have duo, that little bean, pass notes to her dad, who was their Uncle Qianyin. So he must have secretly learned a bunch of scientific stuff Dan didn't know about. There's a boy in my class whose parents are both tall, but he's even shorter than you. Dan picked up the pace. So, parents' height is just a reference. Whether you grow tall or not depends on nutrition. But our nutrition is great. Maybe even too good. Who else's family eats not just meat, but shrimp, crab, and ribbonfish? That stuff's expensive. Oh, and there's milk, plus snacks between classes. The snacks were usually homemade toast, or at the very least, boiled eggs bought outside the school gate. In short, they definitely weren't lacking nutrition. So why wasn't he growing taller? Dan looked at Dan with puppy eyes. Dan frowned under the scrutiny, but couldn't find a way to comfort him. As they reached the gate, he suddenly remembered something. Mom called great-grandma at noon. She'll probably call back tonight, or maybe come over. You'll find out then. Guess that was all they could do. Dan tried to cheer himself up and followed Dan into the yard, closing the gate behind him. At this time, Little Li Tuan was still asleep. Mrs. Meng and Aunt Yu had been sent off for a nap by Su Qinghu, so only she was left curled up on the living room sofa, doodling on her tablet. "Hey, you're back." Su Qinghu put down her pen and looked at the two of them. "So, how does it feel sending your old man off to work for the first time?" Dan looked at her in silence. He didn't feel anything, just worried he'd end up short like his birth mom. Sigh. He drooped his head, looking listless. Dan glanced at him, then at Su Qinghu. It was fine. Dad didn't look back. Mom, did great-grandma call back? Is she coming tonight? His brother might be a dope, but seeing him so downcast, Dan really didn't like it. He much preferred his brother bouncing off the walls, even if he was a little terror. Su Qinghu said, "It's Sunday, so great-grandma was probably driven to the countryside by her students for a free clinic. We'll see if she's back early, we'll call her over. If she's late, we'll talk tomorrow." If she weren't about to give birth, that old lady would never waste her rest time just sitting around. Dan nodded, indicating he understood. Su Qinghu turned her attention to Dan and called him over. When he looked up, she beckoned, "Come here." Dan shuffled over and stood in front of her, saying nothing. "Su Qinghu, lower your head." Dan lowered his head. Su Qinghu put down her pen and reached out to feel his forehead, then withdrew her hand. Dan looked at her, eyes questioning. Dan looked over too. Was his brother running a fever? Was this dummy sick and didn't even know it? Forget it, I can't tell by touch. Su Qinghu frowned and got up to fetch the thermometer. Dan. He almost forgot. She couldn't judge a fever by touch. That move was just for show. Su Qinghu shook down the thermometer and pointed to the sofa. "Sit." Dan sat down. "Put this under your arm," she said, handing him the thermometer. Dan obediently tucked it under his armpit and sat quietly on the sofa. Dan poured half a cup of hot water from the thermos, ready to add some cool water if Dan really had a fever, so he could take medicine without burning his mouth. Dan wanted to say he wasn't sick, just feeling down, but he didn't have the energy. He also felt a bit chilly. "Cold," Dan whimpered, too tired to say more. Su Qinghu grabbed a thin blanket and draped it over him. "Definitely a fever," she said. Even though she couldn't tell by touch, his reaction made it obvious. Whenever this kid had a fever, he'd go quiet, you could see it in his eyes. If it was a mild fever, he'd act normal, and it was hard to tell. Dan. "Should we go to the hospital?" "Let's check his temperature first." Su Qinghu glanced at the wall clock, noting the time. If it's not too high and there are no other symptoms, he can take some medicine and sleep it off. If it's too high, we'll go to the hospital for an injection. Dan's eyes shot up, a chill running down his back. "I don't want a shot. No 4 drips, no but shots. He'd just take medicine." Su Qinghu patted his head but said nothing. 7 minutes later, the thermometer beeped. Su Qinghu checked the reading and frowned. Dan's eyes widened instantly. Seeing her frown, his heart sank. Whenever Mom looked like that, it meant things weren't going his way. Su Qinghu, 38.7 degrees Celsius. Dan, go wake up your grandma, Su Qinghu instructed, then went to get Dan's medical records and some money. Dan, I don't want a shot." He was still trying to resist, but no one paid him any mind. Unable to hold it in, Dan burst into tears. It was hard to tell if he was crying because he felt neglected or because he was worried about his future height. Either way, by the time Su Qinghu came out with her purse and his medical records, he was sobbing and hiccuping. Su Qinghu. If he hadn't been crying with his head thrown back, Su Qinghu would have thought the fever had made him convulse. "Su Qinghu, if you get a shot, I'll give you 50 yuan. Tears were still streaming down Erden's face, and he was still hiccuping from crying, but his gaze was already sharp as an arrow, fixed on her. "It's true," Su Qinghu nodded, confirming his silent question. "Erden, okay. Then stop crying." Su Qinghu's expression didn't change, her voice steady, though she was a little flustered inside. She had never seen anyone cry themselves into hiccups before. Erden wiped his tears. "Okay, wipe it all off." Su Qinghu paused. "Your snot's about to come out too," she reminded him. Erden froze for a second, then hurried off to the bathroom, his cheeks flushed red. When he came back, his hair was a little damp but his face was clean. Of course, the threatening snot bubble was gone too. Should I give it to you now or wait until you get back? Su Qinghu held the change box and asked him. There had always been a change box at home, but it was rarely used. Ms. Ming bought groceries with her own money, and the two kids only took money for snacks each day. If they brought something like toast from home, they wouldn't even take that. So, money only rarely went in or out of the change box. These past few days, since they'd just come back from the hospital, and you had to help with grocery shopping sometimes, so the change box finally came in handy. Now, please, Erden said with a shy smile. Grandpa and Grandma say silver wards off evil. Silver is money, so money must ward off evil too. If I take it with me to the hospital, I'll feel at ease. Su Qinghu. What kind of twisted logic is that? He can really spin anything. She pulled out a 10-yuan bill and handed it to Erden. He looked at it and took it. He thought, is this a discount? She said 50, but gave me 10? But, well, this isn't bad either. Fine, 10 is 10. That's 10 more than my brother's allowance anyway. Su Qinghu glanced at him, then pulled out another 10-yuan bill and handed it over. Erden. He took it, starting to get his hopes up. Sure enough, Su Qinghu handed him another one. Erden took it again, his grin spreading wider and wider. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow and handed over another. This time, Erden took it with practiced ease, his smile. Well, never mind, his face wasn't just red from smiling, it was burning. After 5 bills in a row, Su Qinghu put the change box away. Seeing that Erden was no longer sad or lost in thought, but as happy as a fool who'd found money, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally stopped crying. Money really does solve a lot of problems. Ms. Ming was watching from the side, a bit stunned. Is this really the right way to comfort a child? Before Su Qinghu could explain, Ms. Ming figured it out herself. Erden liked money, but he never spent it recklessly. If he needed to spend, honestly, he was pretty stingy about it. A few times, he'd insisted on going grocery shopping with her early in the morning, and she'd seen firsthand how skillfully he bargained. The money they saved. Well, in the end, they split it 50-50. She kept half, he took half, everyone was happy, right? Mom, Su Qinghu called out as Ms. Ming came over, then pointed at Erden. Sorry to trouble you to take him to the hospital. Erden stuffed the money into his pocket, but then thought it wasn't safe enough. He glanced at Ms. Ming, then at Su Qinghu, thought for a moment, but said nothing. Once they left the house, he'd ask Grandma to hold onto the money for him. After they got back from his shot, she could give it back. Su Qinghu finished talking to Ms. Ming, then looked at Erden, catching every nuance of his expression. Seeing it so clearly, she couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Why make things so hard for yourself? If you're afraid of losing the money, you could just get it after you come back. Erden felt a little embarrassed under her gaze and gave her a sheepish smile. Well, a fair trade makes everyone feel at ease, right? Su Qinghu ruffled his hair. When you get to the hospital, don't run off. Stick close to your grandma. Don't worry, Mom. My #1 mission at the hospital is to get my shot, Erden said earnestly. Once I'm done, I'll come straight home with Grandma. Su Qinghu waved her hand. Go on, go on. Ms. Ming picked up her small bag with the medical records and wallet, ready to wheel out the bicycle. It was Sunday, the buses were crowded, and Erden was still sick. It really wasn't a good idea to squeeze onto a bus with a child. Plus, if he got carsick and threw up, it'd be unpleasant for everyone and hard on the driver. Su Qinghu thought for a moment, then handed them 2 masks. Wear these. The kid has a fever, don't catch a cold, and don't spread it to others. You be careful too, Mom, don't get sick. Ms. Ming quickly took them. She almost forgot about little Li Tuan at home. Thinking of Li Tuan, Su Qinghu suddenly remembered as well, catching on from Ms. Ming's look. A happy accident, really. I'm not sure if it's just a fever or a cold causing the fever, Su Qinghu said. Either way, better to be cautious. These masks were given to them by their grandaunt, but they hardly ever remembered to use them. Just as they were about to leave, Erden double-checked with Su Qinghu. "Mom, I'm just getting a shot, right?" He did not want in 4. A shot is quick, done, and home. But in 4? Who knows how many hours that would take? Su Qinghu looked at him. How could she guarantee that? What if the doctor said he needed in 4? "Kid, just play it by ear," Su Qinghu shrugged. "Do whatever the doctor says." "So there's still a chance I'll need in 4? Erden walked out with Ms. Meng, looking back at every step. Su Qinghu. "No way am I giving you more money. But how about this? When you get to the hospital, listen to the doctor. Do whatever the doctor says. If you behave well, I'll tell you my secret tip for growing taller." "Erden." He turned back. "Mom, what's the secret tip? Tell me now." Dayton couldn't bear to watch and was about to hurry him out the door, but Su Qinghu made a stop gesture. Erden stopped. "Su Qinghu, of course I can't tell you now. Go to the hospital first, and I'll tell you when you get back. That'll give me time to think if there's anything else to add." Erden was delighted and hurried after Ms. Meng's bicycle. At the door, just as they were about to leave, Erden suddenly remembered something. He spun around, eyes wide in disbelief at Su Qinghu. "Mom, do you really have a secret tip for growing taller? Why didn't you tell me before? Does my brother know? Am I the only one who doesn't?" Su Qinghu. This kid's imagination is off the charts. How did he manage to drag Dayton into this? "Bro, you knew the secret and didn't tell me?" Erden looked heartbroken. "After all, Dayton pressed his lips together, itching to smack him. All right, I just came up with it," Su Qinghu said, exasperated. "It's a conclusion I reached by comparing you and your brother." In just an hour or two, 3 people had left the house, one of them the noisiest troublemaker of all, so the courtyard suddenly felt much quieter. Little Ituaner was still asleep, and since it was mid-afternoon with nothing pressing to do, Su Qinghu let Aunt Yu, who had come out after hearing the commotion, do as she pleased. Su Qinghu herself curled up on the living room sofa and called over Dayton. "Come on, bring your homework. Let's do it together." Dayton obediently went to get his homework. When he came back, Su Qinghu handed him a thin board and patted the sofa beside her. "Dayton, would this really be comfortable? Would it be efficient?" But it wasn't impossible. He sat down next to her, mimicking her posture, knees bent, board on his lap, homework notebook on top, ready to start writing. Su Qinghu glanced at him. "Aren't you going to think first? Wasn't he getting into study mode a little too fast?" "I've already thought it through." Dayton paused as he started to write, answering honestly. Just now, on his way to and from the living room, he'd already figured out what he wanted to write. Su Qinghu, then go ahead. Hopefully, when Erden comes back and sees they've finished their homework early, he won't be so upset he cries. Dayton, mm. The two of them fell silent, leaving only the soft scratching of pens on paper. Dayton was clearly faster, since he started with a short essay in Chinese before translating it into a foreign language. But right now, there was no need to translate, so he was flying through it. Su Qinghu, on the other hand, was trying to use common or easily mistaken grammar points and wanted her essay to flow naturally, so she was a bit slower. When Dayton finished and hesitated about whether to wait for her, Su Qinghu didn't even look up. "Son, I'm hungry." Dayton quickly gathered up his paper, pen, and board, got off the sofa, and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Only then did Su Qinghu look up, considering. "How about some mini wontons?" Dayton, "Okay. But I kind of want some greens too." Su Qinghu propped her chin on her hand and sighed. "Dayton, how about we blanch some greens and add them to the wontons?" "Perfect." Su Qinghu's mood changed in an instant, beaming. "Since we're adding greens, could you also fry an egg for me? I want it soft-boiled." Dayton was a little dazed by her expectant gaze, feeling as if he'd suddenly grown a whole head taller, but he nodded reservedly. "Okay. You're the best, son." Su Qinghu abandoned her homework and got up to ruffle Dayton's hair. As she ruffled his hair, she suddenly asked, "When are you getting a haircut? This afternoon? Or should you wait for Erden?" Next week. Dayton had clearly thought about this. "We have art class next Sunday. We can stop by the barbershop on the way back." Su Qinghu nodded. That works. Take the money from the change jar. We have money, Dayton replied, gesturing to her before heading straight to the kitchen. Aunt Yu, who had been startled awake earlier by Erden's fever, couldn't get back to sleep and was wandering the courtyard looking for something to do. When she saw Dayton heading for the kitchen, she followed. What do you want to eat? Aunt Yu smiled. Let me make it. She was always worried when she wasn't allowed to help out. Dayton, it's okay, I'll do it myself. You're still a kid. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Aunt Yu was already rolling up her sleeves, ready to take over. Seeing her determination, Dayton thought for a moment and said, Could you help me wash some greens? He opened the fridge, took out a few leafy vegetables for her, and grabbed some eggs for himself. The water was already boiling, and since it was a small amount, it didn't take long. He set aside some of the hot water, cooked the mini wontons in the rest, then scooped them into a bowl. After washing the pot, he poured the reserved hot water back in to blanch the greens, then added them to the wonton bowl. He barely added any salt. Su Qinghu put down her essay, cradling the bowl happily. Dayton was infected by her good mood, the corners of his mouth lifting unconsciously, though he kept it subtle so others wouldn't notice. Su Qinghu, this bowl is filled with happiness. But what about the fried egg? She looked up. Dayton, you want it now? Su Qinghu nodded, eyes narrowing with delight. A bite of mini wonton, a bite of soft-boiled egg. So satisfying. She didn't know why she suddenly wanted to eat it this way, but she just did. And if she wanted it, why not? It wasn't a big deal. Dayton, then wait a moment. He went back to the kitchen. Aunt Yu had just finished washing the pot and set the cutting board out in the sun to dry. Seeing Dayton return, she was puzzled. Did you forget something? Didn't he already bring over the chopsticks and spoon? Dayton replied casually, I'm going to fry an egg. As he spoke, he deftly set up the pan and added oil. Aunt Yu guessed his intentions and didn't try to stop him. Still, she sighed inwardly. No matter how lively and harmonious things seemed, they weren't his real family. In the end, he always seemed to be on guard, always eager to seize any chance to prove himself. But in reality, it wasn't like Aunt Yu thought at all. The reason Dayton was so obedient was because, deep down, he truly wanted to take care of her. He felt she needed it. Just like he and Erden had agreed, with Dad away, they had to make sure she never felt the sadness of a home without its pillar of support. Other parents spoiled their kids, but these two clever boys could turn it around and spoil her instead. Thinking of the competition, when she'd come to give them flowers and hugs so enthusiastically, Dayton couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Spoiling each other was pretty great. A real family. Watching the timing and heat carefully, Dayton was about to grab a small plate when Aunt Yu beat him to it. She'd already gotten one ready. Aunt Yu looked at the perfectly round, tender fried egg in the pan and couldn't help but praise, That's a beautifully fried egg. Even adults couldn't always fry an egg that well. Dayton just smiled, said nothing, and took the plate to put the egg on it. Could you please wash the pan again? He asked. Aunt Yu waved him off. It's just a pan, what's the trouble? It's nothing, really. Su Qinghu had already eaten all the greens from her bowl of mini wontons, leaving plenty of wontons behind. When Dayton handed her the fried egg, he was a little puzzled. Can't finish it? How could I not? Su Qinghu was holding her bowl, momentarily unsure how to take the plate, when Dayton said, I'll hold it for you. You just eat. Su Qinghu, isn't that a bit much? But the corners of her eyes were already crinkling with joy. Dayton found it funny, but didn't move, just held the plate at the perfect height and angle for her to pick up the egg. Su Qinghu. This might look like child abuse, but honestly, with you like this, I feel like I'm the most spoiled one in the family. Her mood was soaring, wasn't it? She'd just taken a bite of the soft-boiled egg when the sound of little Tuaner's whimpering came from the bedroom. Before Su Qinghu could react, Dayton had already set the plate on her homework board and disappeared in a flash. Soon, his gentle, cheerful voice could be heard coaxing little Tuaner in the bedroom. His voice was so soft and happy, clearly enjoying himself. Su Qinghu's chopsticks, still holding the soft-boiled egg, hovered midair. Su Qinghu glanced at the fried egg on her chopsticks, its edges crispy and golden, then looked toward the bedroom. She didn't move. Forget it, she thought. I'll just finish eating first. Judging by the situation, it didn't seem like she was needed in there anyway. And you had already finished washing the pan and came over. She took one look at the living room, then headed straight to the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Dan was letting Little Chestnut hold his finger, talking softly to him. Little Chestnut didn't understand a thing, but he knew to look toward the sound. His big, dark eyes stared up at Dan, blinking now and then. He was just irresistibly adorable. Aunt Yu came in and asked, "Did Little Chestnut pee?" "I've already changed his diaper. He learned how from watching her earlier. He's probably hungry now." It had been several hours. "I don't know how to make formula." Aunt Yu felt bad for Dan. These are things adults should be doing. You two don't need to bother. Dan didn't agree, but he didn't argue either. She meant well, but he'd have to have a talk with her later. She needed to be more careful with her words, not to pass on that kind of attitude. He could tell right from wrong and was pretty steady, but Dan was different. Dan needed attention and validation, and he was always afraid what he had now might not really belong to him. The wrong way of speaking could just cause unnecessary trouble. "We're all part of the family. Even kids can do what they're able to," Dan said. Aunt Yu replied, all right, I get it." She left the room. Dan just watched her go, not following. Aunt Yu asked Su Qinghu, who was still slowly eating her little wontons, "Should I make formula for Little Chestnut, or will you feed him after you finish eating?" "No rush, I'll feed him once I'm done." Su Qinghu chewed slowly and carefully. Don't panic when something comes up, she thought. Finish your meal first, chew thoroughly. Aunt Yu sighed inwardly, but didn't show it. She just said, all right. Honestly, she'd never seen parents like this before. At all her previous jobs, whenever the baby woke up, the mother would rush over, flustered, to feed the child. But this family really was different. And the strangest thing was, no one here seemed to think there was anything wrong or unusual about it. It was just normal. Sure enough, when she went back to the bedroom, Dan had no complaints. He just played with Little Chestnut. She checked to make sure Dan could handle the baby, then went to get a clean, warm towel ready for Su Qinghu. When Su Qinghu was breastfeeding, Dan and Aunt Yu automatically gave her privacy. She looked down at Little Chestnut, who was happily eating, his tiny hands and feet moving. She couldn't help but poke his cheek. Little Chestnut suddenly paused, blinking up at her a little confused, as if waiting to see what would happen next. Go on, eat, Su Qinghu said with a smile, pulling her hand back and not teasing him anymore. Just a wall away, Dan was racing against the clock to finish his homework. As long as he finished and didn't have to go to any extracurriculars, the rest of his time was his to spend as he liked. By the time Su Qinghu finished feeding Little Chestnut and put him down, the little guy was already sound asleep. After tidying herself up and gently closing the bedroom door, Su Qinghu curled up on the sofa to work on her foreign language essay. Aunt Yu had already washed and hung up Little Chestnut's diaper. Now, she was once again left with nothing to do. Luckily, there was soon a commotion at the front door. Madame Meng came in with Dan. Dan was walking a bit funny, grimacing with every step, as if each one hurt. What happened? Su Qinghu looked at him in surprise. Do you need me to call in sick for you? No school tomorrow? No. Dan refused immediately. It just hurts, because the new nurse didn't know how to give injections. She was too rough, pushed the medicine in too fast. I'll be fine after a nap. When I wake up tomorrow, it'll be over. Dan sighed. That nurse is lucky she got me. Anyone else would have made a fuss. Madame Meng. She wasn't sure if it was really the nurse's technique, or if the medicine itself just hurt this time. Some shots just hurt, no matter how good the nurse is. Was the nurse nice? Was she pretty? Did she smile at you? Su Qinghu gave him a sidelong look, as if she could see right through him. Dan, no. It had nothing to do with the nurse. Then what was it? Su Qinghu lounged on the sofa, smiling as she played along. Dan, I saw my brother's new cousin. It really hurt at the time, but I thought, we have to save face for our family, so I just gritted my teeth and toughed it out. You can't embarrass yourself in front of relatives. Lu Xinlin. Su Qinghu asked. She's already started at the hospital? She'd heard from Auntie that the hospital was supposed to give Lu Xinlin some time to adjust to life back in China. Impressive, she went straight to work. Yeah, Erdan nodded. That's her. She was wearing a white coat, didn't do anything, just wandered around the hospital. She's getting familiar with the work environment, Su Qinghu corrected. Not just wandering. But she really looked like she was just wandering. Erdan's face turned red. I was getting my shot and she was watching from the side. She was standing a bit far away, but honestly, she was watching him. Dan said, she's a doctor. If she sees a nurse struggling with injections, it makes sense for her to pay attention. She'd probably give the nurse some tips later, or tell the head nurse to give her more practice. Either way, she's definitely not some kind of weirdo. Erdan squinted. Bro, shouldn't you be praising me right now? I saved your reputation in front of your family. Dan replied, finish your essay, and I'll check it for typos. That was his way of saying thanks. Erdan got the message and was delighted. Deal. Usually, his essays didn't have many typos. The main thing was, sometimes he wrote too fast and missed a few strokes. There's no deal about it. I've already finished my essay, just need to do the translation. Dan flipped his pen and tapped his writing board with the other end. I haven't started writing yet, but I've already listed out all the words I need to look up. I'll have plenty of time to check your typos. Dan. His eyes went wide as saucers, and he almost choked. Was this what brotherhood meant? He went to get a shot, and his brother and mom were doing homework. Looking at the little writing boards in Su Qinghu and his brother's hands, Dan pressed his lips together. I'm not going to get my hair cut later. He rolled up his sleeves. Where's my board? I'm doing my homework right now. Su Qinghu glanced at him. You should go to bed first. No, I want to do my homework first. Dan insisted, head held high. He felt like his brother and mom were racing ahead, leaving him far behind. Su Qinghu said, if you don't sleep and get a fever again, you'll have to pay for the medicine yourself. She glanced at his pocket. Dan immediately felt his newly acquired 50 yuan was about to fly away. He clutched his pocket. I'll go to bed. He changed his tune in a flash. Ever since Chenlai left, or rather, ever since little Lituaner came along, time seemed to fly by. Looking at the little one lying on the bed, entertaining herself with bright, dark eyes and cheerful baby babble, Su Qinghu couldn't help but sigh. Time was passing too quickly. So quickly it made her anxious. Mom, are you ready yet? Erdan, all dressed up, waited in the living room for a while but didn't see Su Qinghu come out. He couldn't help but raise his voice and ask. Su Qinghu replied, ready, ready. As she spoke, she turned to grab a delicate little mirror, walked over to the window, and, facing the light, held the mirror up to her eyes, carefully inspecting the skin around them. Seeing nothing unusual, she lowered the mirror to check her slender, beautiful neck. After a thorough look, she finally put the mirror away, reassured. Nothing wrong, she was still the same vibrant, radiant beauty. Erdan, after hearing her answer, had already made his way to her bedroom door. He'd meant to check on little Lituaner, but was distracted by his mom's serious expression. Seeing her finally finish with the mirror, he spoke up, Mom. What were you doing just now? Erdan asked curiously. Su Qinghu, in a good mood, held up the mirror and replied, seeing if I've gotten even better looking. Erdan's eyes lit up. You're already really pretty. And today you even put on makeup. When they got to the restaurant, his mom would definitely be the prettiest one there. Su Qinghu's smile faded instantly. You can tell I'm wearing makeup? If even a kid could tell, that meant she'd overdone it. She had to fix it. Su Qinghu sprang into action. Erdan followed her into the bedroom, heading over to little Lituaner as he said, I can't really tell, but I saw you put it on. You put on some cream, then used that little brush to dust your face with your pearl powder. At this point, he paused, leaned over next to little Lituaner, and looked up at Su Qinghu, puzzled. Mom, why did you put lipstick on your eyelids? Isn't lipstick for your lips? Su Qinghu froze, her expression complicated. She put down the little mirror and looked at him mysteriously. Want to know why? Seeing her threatening look, Erden immediately became wary and shook his head quickly. Nope, not at all. But why put lipstick on your eyelids? You couldn't even tell. Well, maybe you could, but it just looked like when you came out of the bathhouse in winter, no difference at all. He stared at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu gave him a loving smile. No, I think as a parent, I should satisfy my child's curiosity. Erden, after Little Li Tuaner's 1-month banquet, I'll definitely reveal the secret to you. Su Qinghu tried hard to hide her mischievous smile and twinkle in her eyes. Just you wait. Erden started to panic. The way his mom said that didn't sound like she really wanted to reveal any secrets to him. Do you really have to satisfy my curiosity? Erden took a deep breath, double-checking. Su Qinghu nodded. Then, Erden swallowed, his voice a bit shaky. Since parents are supposed to satisfy their kids' curiosity, can you also satisfy another one of mine? Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes at him. She had a pretty good idea what he was up to. My brother's curious about this too. Erden glanced at the bedroom door, no sign of Dayton, so he quickly added, dragging someone else down with him. Su Qinghu, say it. Really? Erden perked up. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. If you don't want to say it. My brother and I want to take apart the TV at home. Erden took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and blurted out the thing he'd been dying to say before she could finish. He'd spoken a bit loudly, and only after did he remember something and quickly glanced at Little Li Tuaner on the bed. Little Li Tuaner looked at him with her pretty eyes, not a hint of tears, clearly not scared by his loud voice. Sure, Su Qinghu nodded, walking over to the bed. She said casually, the TV's a big item. You can take it apart, but if you break it, you have to fix it yourselves. If you can't, you'll have to hire someone and you'll pay for the repairs. Erden grinned from ear to ear. Wow, thanks, Mom. You're the best. After buttering her up, he noticed his mom's look and felt something wasn't quite right. But before he could figure it out, Su Qinghu asked him, Don't you think your little brother is a bit slow? She'd almost said dumb, but swapped it for the gentler slow. But Erden understood her real meaning and his eyes went wide. Mom thinks Little Li Tuaner is dumb? After mentally translating, Erden was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe those words came from her mouth. My brother's really smart. Erden, who'd been leaning on the bed, jumped up. Mom, what are you saying? I'm going to tell great-grandma you called my brother dumb. Su Qinghu. Aren't you a bit old to be tattling on adults? She was just saying. But for such a sudden loud noise, wasn't this kid's reaction a bit too calm? Normally, wouldn't a baby jump in fright or start wailing? Erden huffed, I'm still a kid. Isn't it normal for kids to tattle on adults? You're supposed to be flexible, hit where it hurts. Wasn't that what she taught him? Anyway, great-grandma had to hear about this. Su Qinghu, no, you're not. You're a man. Flattery won't work. I'm definitely telling great-grandma. Erden was genuinely angry. Little Li Tuaner is so good, and you call him dumb. If he was noisy, would you say there's something wrong with him? Su Qinghu was silent. Yeah, hyperactive. So you really do think that? Erden, seeing her guilty look, felt like he'd caught her out and raised his voice. Su Qinghu, I was just saying. Was it really worth getting so worked up over? Grandma said you shouldn't praise kids for being good-looking when they're little, or they'll grow up ugly. Before Erden could finish, Su Qinghu jumped in, all innocent and serious. So if I say he's dumb, he'll grow up smart? Erden was instantly stumped, then got flustered. No, that's not it. You can't praise kids for being good-looking, but you're supposed to praise them for being smart, not call them dumb. Su Qinghu just gave him a look, letting him figure it out himself. Erden took a deep breath and pursed his lips, saying nothing. She was going to drive him crazy. Do you not love Little Li Tuaner? Erden thought about how she rarely held Little Li Tuaner, and now she was calling him dumb. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed with sadness and tears welled up in his eyes. Su Qinghu was shocked, her mouth twitching. What kind of bizarre accusation was this? How is that possible? Su Qinghu was practically speechless inside. I love every one of you. Pfft. How did she end up saying such a ridiculous line? Thinking of a certain TV drama, Su Qinghu took a deep breath to calm herself down. What makes you think I don't love little Tuan? This was a huge injustice. Dan nitpicked her words. What makes me think? Su Qinghu. Was there something wrong with that? Why did you say, what makes me think, instead of feel? Dan looked at her with an expression that clearly said, see, you know what you did, and now you're trying to trick me into talking, staring at her in exasperation. Su Qinghu, can you act normal for once? How am I not normal? Dan asked seriously, his little face all stern. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes, clenching her fists. I suggest you stop making trouble for no reason. What the heck? What kind of bizarre back and forth was this? The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Dan walked in, only to see the two of them glaring at each other with a bit of fire in their eyes, while little Tuan looked innocent, happily sucking on his hand. What's going on? Dan asked, resigned, hoping he could help resolve their conflict. Mom said little Tuan is dumb. Dan complained to his older brother. Dan hesitated for a moment, then, seeing his brother's indignant expression, slowly turned to look at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu said, he's making things up. I just said little Tuan seems a bit slow. Dan was silent. Is there a difference? Of course there's a difference, Su Qinghu explained. Being dumb means not smart. Being slow just means slow to react, but not dumb. Dan said, little Tuan is very smart. Su Qinghu, oh. Dan frowned, feeling like her agreement wasn't very sincere, so he added, little Tuan isn't slow to react. He's very sensitive to our voices and to colors. Su Qinghu sighed inwardly. Her status in the family wasn't just precarious anymore, it had plummeted to rock bottom. He's a child with a whole world inside him, so he doesn't get scared. Dan thought for a moment. His world must be beautiful because he smiles in his sleep. As Su Qinghu listened, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Wait, why does this sound like autism? Did people even use the term autism in this era? Was there any research or way to deal with it? As Dan spoke, he noticed Su Qinghu's expression change. He quickly reflected on what he'd said, decided there was nothing wrong, but didn't continue. Are you all done? Mrs. Meng finished preparing everything and, seeing Aunt Yu had packed up, finally came over to check on them. What's wrong? That was the second thing she said upon entering Su Qinghu's room. Su Qinghu took a deep breath, bent down, picked up little Tuan, and nuzzled his forehead. No matter what, he was her child. She would give him the best, both materially and emotionally. The full moon banquet was lively and joyful. Watching little Tuan's reactions, Su Qinghu reflected on whether she was just being paranoid. After seeing off all the guests, Su Qinghu immediately went to find her grandaunt, Su Lilin, and shared her concerns. Su Lilin looked at her for a while before speaking. Give me your hand, I'll take your pulse. Su Qinghu. Full of confusion, she still obediently held out her hand. Su Lilin took her pulse, then let go and gestured for the other hand. Under Su Qinghu's puzzled gaze, she said slowly, there's nothing wrong with your health. No need for any calming or heart-nourishing medicine. Su Qinghu, what? Now that the baby's a month old, you should get a bit more exercise. I'll also add a few dishes for you. As soon as Su Lilin finished, Dan popped out of nowhere and handed her a small notebook. Great-grandma, write it in here. Su Lilin, all right. Wait, Su Qinghu said, half laughing, half exasperated. What's that supposed to mean? The baby's fine, and so are you. Su Lilin shook her head helplessly. I think you're just bored out of your mind. How about this? Next week, my treat, we'll go have hot pot. Su Qinghu, really? Aren't you going to say lamb is too heaty and not good for breastfeeding? Amichem, Su Lilin smiled. This shift in attention was a bit too fast, definitely a case of having too much free time. No need for any medicine, just a good meal she enjoys will do. You're free next week? No need to go to the countryside for free clinics. Su Qinghu was skeptical. Su Lilin replied, "An old friend asked me to give a big lecture to her students next week. I'll teach in the morning, and in the afternoon there'll be a Q&A session. I should be done by 4. Which school?" Su Qinghu asked. Su Lilin didn't answer, just said, "You all go straight to the restaurant. I'll join you when I'm done." Same old place, the one they frequented last winter. "Come on, tell me," Su Qinghu pressed. "I want to pick you up." When the time came, she'd put on her prettiest clothes and shoes, drive over, and be the most dazzling person in the crowd. Mrs. Meng, holding little Tuan, seemed like she wanted to say something, but seeing the baby happily blowing bubbles, she relaxed. Forget it, no need to remind her. With little Tuan in the car, she doubted Su Qinghu could drive wildly anyway. Did Dan and Dan rarely got to ride in Su Qinghu's car. Their strongest memory was from a group outing, watching her confidently speed down the road. They knew all too well what her driving was like. Dan said, "Mom, when we drive there, let's go slow, roll down the windows, you put your hand on the steering wheel, wear those big sunglasses, put on some red lipstick, let everyone see how stylish and pretty a lady driver can be." Su Qinghu looked down at him. She felt like this kid had some ulterior motive, but judging by his eyes, he really just wanted to show her off. "Sure," she nodded. "Parents love to show off their kids. Why can't kids show off their mom?" Dan let out a sigh of relief. "See, this is why you have to go to college." Last week, he'd followed his art teacher to the university and met a professor who taught acting. He'd asked her how to say one thing while thinking another, yet still make people believe what you're saying. Her advice was really useful. Next time he'd do even better, and maybe his art teacher would take him to the university again, and he could meet up with old friends. Did Dan saw Dan about to break character and, worried Su Qinghu would notice something, tugged on his sleeve. Dan looked at him confused. Did Dan said, "Did you forget? We wanted to ask Mom for something." Dan was suddenly lost. He couldn't pick up on his brother's signal. What did he want to say? "Mom, my brother and I want to take apart the TV at home," Did Dan interrupted, not caring if his brother understood, and just told Su Qinghu their so-called request. Su Qinghu said, "Oh that? Sure. If you break it, you're responsible for it. Today is Monday." Su Lilin said, "Next week, so that means it'll be about 2 more weeks. By then, nearly 45 days of bland food and staying indoors to recuperate will finally be over." Su Qinghu didn't think too much about it, but she was already itching to get out once the baby's full month was up. Now that the baby's a month old, does that mean she can finally? After answering Did Dan's question, Su Qinghu rested her chin on her hand and started daydreaming about her future life as a well-off street wanderer, tomorrow, the day after, and beyond. "These next 2 weeks, just hang in there a bit longer," Su Lilin said. "Live as usual, but just walk around the yard for now." Su Qinghu snapped back to reality, surprised. "I still can't be set free?" "Listen to the doctor," Su Lilin said, shutting her down with a single sentence. "I just spoke to your supervisor. They said you can work from home. No rush to go back to the office." "What?" Su Qinghu felt like she'd been hit over the head. She'd already planned out which local snack stalls and shoe shops she'd visit after finishing her work from home. "If you want to recover fully, just listen to me," Su Lilin smiled. "Besides, if your boss calls with an urgent task and you're not home, wouldn't that just give your coworkers more work?" "Fine." Su Qinghu gritted her teeth, then turned to her mother-in-law, Mrs. Meng, reaching out for little Tuan. "Mom, take a break. I'll hold him." Little Tuan paused his bubble blowing, turned towards Su Qinghu's voice, and wiggled his little hands, clearly delighted. But Su Lilin was faster, scooping the baby into her arms. "I'll hold him." She hadn't seen much of the little guy lately, let alone had a chance to cuddle and kiss him. She missed him terribly. Little Tuan seemed to notice it wasn't Su Qinghu's scent, blinking in confusion. But since Su Lilin had held him often when he was just born, and maybe because of her herbal scent, he quickly relaxed, smacking his lips and blowing bubbles again. Mrs. Meng had always been strong from work, but even she got sore arms after holding little Tuan for a while. She shook out her arms and laughed. Our little Tuan was alert from birth. He's been eating and sleeping well this month, growing fast. He's even bigger than the babies born 2 months before him in our courtyard. He was just so lovable. He never fusses, he's just a joy to be around. Thinking of all the praise from family and friends at the gathering earlier, Mrs. Ming couldn't stop smiling. Su Lilin added, "Good genes and good care, of course he's a great kid." The two of them doted on the baby, oblivious to everything else. Su Qinghu, bored, glanced at Dan, then at Dan, and sighed. Back in the day, the three of them used to have so much fun shopping, eating, and buying things together. Now, counting the time before the birth, she'd been stuck at home for almost 2 months. "Let's go. Time to head back," Su Qinghu said, seeing Qinbai being escorted out of the restaurant by the manager and reminding her aunt and mother-in-law, who were still gazing at the baby like lovesick fans. The two looked up and nodded. Su Lilin had taken the day off and went home with them. By the time they arrived, little Li Tuan was already asleep. With nothing to do, the adults sat in the living room and chatted. Dan and Dan went to the study to work on their homework. Academic assignments and art projects. Qinbai turned to Mrs. Ming. "At the banquet earlier, old Qin was asking me about Dan's cousin. What's going on? Didn't Zhang Dongxing tell his dad anything?" Mrs. Ming was a bit confused too. "Aren't those two dating?" Su Qinghu. "What? Since when?" "I don't think so," Su Lilin said, sipping from her thermos. They sat close at the banquet, but didn't say a word to each other. It was a bit one-sided. That Zhang voice seemed interested, but Lu Xinlin didn't seem to care. Whenever their eyes met, she was calm and confident, not shy at all. But who knows, maybe she's just got that outgoing personality from studying abroad? Su Lilin added, second-guessing herself. Su Qinghu said, "Let the young people sort out their own business." With skin as thick as a city wall, if Zhang Dongxing really liked her, he'd definitely make a move. But she figured he'd probably hit a wall with Dan's cousin. And with Dan's memory, she probably still remembered how Zhang Dongxing once tried to recruit her as his son. "We're just chatting," Mrs. Ming laughed. "It's mainly old Zhang. He looks at Dan's cousin like a mother-in-law eyeing her son-in-law, wishing he could tie up Zhang Dongxing and deliver him as a live-in son-in-law." It really was quite amusing. Qinbai thought back to his old friend's anxious look earlier and chuckled. Well, what can you do? Zhang Dongxing's never been one to behave. Even though he'd started working properly, he hadn't given up on his nightclubs. He'd just taken over a few more places recently, planning to renovate and reopen them. Everyone knew about it by now. Su Lilin just smiled and said nothing. Dan clearly didn't like Zhang Dongxing. Dan didn't seem to mind, and had even been pestering him with business questions at the banquet. Su Lilin had overheard them talking shop as she passed by. He was just using him as a stepping stone. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have seen him off after the baby's full-month banquet? The group chatted and laughed, had dinner together, and then went their separate ways. Su Qinghu didn't let anyone, not even Mrs. Ming, stay over. Qinbai felt awkward staying at his daughter-in-law's place, and Su Qinghu didn't want to keep the in-laws apart, so she had her mother eye. En-la leave too. Once everyone was gone, Su Qinghu gathered up her pearl powder, lipstick, eyebrow pencil, and other makeup from her dressing table and headed straight to the study. Inside, the two kids were reading not textbooks, but extracurricular books they were interested in. Dan was reading something about physics, with paper and pen at hand for calculations. Dan was reading a finance book in a foreign language, with a dictionary beside him. He kept having to look up words, frowning in frustration. "Hey kids, take a break." Su Qinghu stood at the door, knocked, and waited for them to look up before walking in. She set her makeup down across from Dan and grinned. "Come on, boys, Mom's here to answer all your questions." Dan was still lost in unfamiliar vocabulary and looked confused. "What? Aren't you curious why I put lipstick on my eyelids?" Su Qinghu winked at him. "Since we've got a bit of time before bed, let me show you." Dan glanced at the makeup, then at her, a sense of dread creeping in. But he'd been so battered by technical terms that he was slow to react, and before he could stand up, Su Qinghu pushed him back into his seat. Mom, you said I'm a man. Dan struggled helplessly, wailing in panic. Bro, you need to leave right now. Dan couldn't resist Su Qinghu, so he could only hope that at least one less person would witness what he was about to look like. He looked at his older brother with pleading eyes. Dan met his gaze, then looked at Su Qinghu, clearly reluctant to get up. Bro, if you leave, I'll give you 50 yuan. Dan, seeing that playing the pity card wasn't working, switched to bribery. Remember the 50 yuan Mom gave me before? I didn't spend it, I saved it all. You can go get it from my piggy bank. Dan was genuinely nervous now. Dan replied, I'm at a crucial step in a physics problem. With that, he lowered his head and started writing intently, making it clear he had no intention of looking up at the two of them. At first, Dan had thought the same, but when he saw his brother put away his pen and notebook and still not leave, he got angry. Liar. After saying that, Dan gave up all hope and let Su Qinghu do as she pleased. But in the end, he still struggled to voice his last insistence. The only thing I'm curious about is my eyelids. You can only work on my eyelids. Su Qinghu, all right. Normally, she just thought Dan was a handsome kid, but now that she actually had to do something, she realized it wasn't so easy. Under Dan's shocked gaze, the corners of Dan's eyes gradually extended, making his features more defined. But he still looked like a boy. Under his brother's watchful eyes, Dan couldn't hold back and glared fiercely, his eyes practically shooting daggers. Take a look. Su Qinghu handed him a small mirror. How could I possibly go that far? See? You still look like a boy, don't you? All done. Dan's looks would definitely not be lacking in the future. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he was sure to grow up into a handsome guy. Su Qinghu was satisfied and couldn't help glancing at Dan. Dan immediately stiffened. I'm going to wash up. Before Su Qinghu could say anything, he jumped up and ran out. He really ran, not even trying to pretend he was walking calmly. Su Qinghu looked down and met Dan's resentful gaze. She asked, what's wrong? She hadn't made him look like a little girl, so why was he looking at her like that? Or, did this kid want to scam her out of some money? I thought you could do a magic transformation, Dan pouted. He had already planned it out. If she made him look like a little girl, he'd go take a photo with Xiaoli Tuaner. Then, when Xiaoli Tuaner got a bit older, he'd trick him by saying there used to be an older sister in the family, but she was taken away by a monster and only good, obedient kids who liked to help others could bring her back. Sigh, looks like there's no chance for that scam now. Dan stood up. I'm going to wash my face. Seeing his look of regret, Su Qinghu felt her makeup skills had been insulted, but she still explained how to use her products to wash his face. Once both kids had left, Su Qinghu tidied up her cosmetics and went to the bedroom. Inside, Aunt Yu was walking around holding Xiaoli Tuaner, telling him stories that most kids had heard growing up. Seeing Su Qinghu come in, she smiled. The baby slept too much this afternoon, so he's not sleepy now. I'm telling him some stories. Earlier, she'd seen Su Qinghu telling stories and singing to Xiaoli Tuaner while he was awake. Although she didn't understand the stories or songs, she could tell they were all foreign. She couldn't speak any foreign languages, so she just told the baby some local stories. Su Qinghu smiled. That's great. Though, the story did remind her of a dream she once had. It is nice, Aunt Yu said, eager to share. Calabash Brothers, kids these days love watching it. They'll watch it over and over and still love it. Earlier, when your mother-in-law and I went grocery shopping, we even saw an old man listening to it on the radio. Su Qinghu walked over, took Xiaoli Tuaner from her, glanced around the room to make sure diapers and such were within reach, chatted with Aunt Yu for a bit more, and then told her to go rest. She wasn't used to having strangers sleep in her bedroom, so Aunt Yu had to sleep on a folding bed in the living room at night and use the room set up for her during the day. The folding bed was put away during the day, and her things were moved to her room, then set up again at night. It was a bit of a hassle, but Aunt Yu had adapted well. After all, this family was paying her very well. Su Qinghu and Xiaoli Tuaner gazed at each other for a while. She smiled and kissed his little cheek. Shaoli Tuaner waved his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling, as if he was expecting something. You little rascal. Su Qinghu put him on the bed, sat cross-legged beside him, and grabbed his little paw to shake it. Grow up quickly, okay? At the very least, learn to walk soon. It'd be easier to take him out to play. Shaoli Tuaner, his little hand caught, kicked his chubby legs in excitement. Su Qinghu leaned down and nibbled his little paw, then immediately wiped her mouth in disgust. You little brat, have you been sucking your hand again? It was all slobbery. What are you ing about? Su Qinghu lay down. Sigh, baby talk is too hard to understand. Just grow up quickly so you can say something mama can understand. Seeing Su Qinghu stop playing with him, Shaoli Tuaner kicked his legs and played happily by himself. Su Qinghu rolled to the edge of the bed, picked up a keepsake from the nightstand, looked at it for a while, then said to the self-entertaining little one, "This is your dad's gift for your 1-month celebration. Mama will keep it in a little box for you, and when you're old enough to understand, I'll give it to you. For now, here, you can touch it." Su Qinghu took his chubby hand and let him touch the tank assembled from bullet casings, then put his hand down and got off the bed. Mama's putting it away for you now. Naturally, Shaoli Tuaner didn't answer, just grabbed at the air and made little noises. Back on the bed, Su Qinghu covered his eyes with one hand, turned off the bedside lamp with the other, and gently patted him, eventually lulling herself to sleep first. At first, she'd worried she might roll over and crush the baby in her sleep, causing irreversible harm. Now, she was confident she'd never make that mistake. While Su Qinghu slept, Zhang Dongxing was still on the phone. Yeah, that's right, we held the 1-month celebration today. The thing you mailed over, I gave it to her at the party. She accepted it. She doesn't even know it was from you, so how could she refuse? It was given in his name, didn't this kid know that? Even if she wanted to refuse, she'd be refusing me. What does she look like? Zhang Dongxing was stumped. What do you mean, what does she look like? 2 eyes and a mouth, what else? She's really cute, looks healthy and smart. The person on the other end was clearly speechless at Zhang Dongxing's lack of descriptive vocabulary. After a moment of silence, they hung up. Zhang Dongxing listened to the dial tone, stared at the receiver, and muttered indignantly, little brat. Hung up on me? Just wait. When I don't need you anymore, you'll be the one begging me. Chen Jieli really had the worst temper of any rich kid. Su Qinghu had no idea there was any hidden story behind Shaoli Tuaner's 1-month celebration. All she knew was that on Sunday, after Did Dan and Air Dan finished their art class and came home, they solemnly unplugged the TV, carried it into the study, and set it down. The study was quiet and spacious, with all the tables and chairs in plain sight, no corners to hide anything. Even if a small part fell, it would be easy to find. That's exactly why the two of them decided the study was the best place to take apart the TV. Aunt Yu didn't know what was about to happen. She just helped the kids carry the TV. But when she saw them bring over the toolbox, open it up, and start unscrewing the TV with screwdrivers, she was completely dumbfounded. Hey! She hurried to stop them. Kids, this isn't something you can just take apart for fun. Air Dan didn't even look up. We asked for permission. My mom said it's okay. What? Aunt Yu was shocked. Air Dan blinked and grinned at her. Really? If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Aunt Yu said, all right, don't take it apart yet. Let me go check with Xiao Su. Oh my god, this TV isn't cheap. How can they just take it apart like that? What if they break it? Even if it can be fixed, repairs cost money, don't they? And parts aren't free either. She'd heard stories about people with imported washing machines. Repairs could be ridiculously expensive. The TV in Xiao Su's house didn't look cheap either. She didn't dare think about it any further. After telling Did Dan and Air Dan to wait, she hurried out of the study and jogged to Su Qinghu's bedroom. Xiao Su. It was nap time, and Su Qinghu was sleeping soundly with Shaoli Tuaner. Suddenly, someone nudged her awake. She opened her eyes in a start. Xiao Su, wake up. Aunt Yu's next words snapped Su Qinghu fully awake. What's wrong? She asked. Aunt Yu said, Xiao Su, did Dan and Air Dan want to take apart the TV? They said you agreed to it. MHM. Su Qinghu relaxed, sleepiness washing over her again. Don't worry about them. Aunt Yu had been with Su Qinghu's family for a while. Seeing her so unconcerned, she knew there was no point in arguing. She sighed, closed the bedroom door, and left. By then, Dan and Dan had already removed the TV casing and were examining its internal structure. The two of them huddled together, peering inside. Dan said, "You draw it, bro." The wiring and everything inside the TV looked pretty complicated. It would be a lot of work to draw it all out. Dan didn't refuse. He nodded, grabbed a small board to use as a surface, laid a sheet of white paper on top, and started sketching with a pencil. Dan watched, occasionally handing him colored pencils. Once the drawing was done, the two of them started taking apart the internal components, experimenting as they went, having the time of their lives. When Su Qinghu woke up from her nap, she woke Xiaoli Tuaner as well, changed him into a fresh diaper, and carried him to the study to join the fun. At the study door, Su Qinghu first checked the kids' electrical safety gear. Seeing that everything was in order, she finally stepped inside. "How's it going?" Her sudden voice startled Dan. When he realized who it was, he came over. Su Qinghu bent down a little to let him see Xiaoli Tuaner, then straightened up again. Dan, satisfied, smiled and said, "We just finished taking it apart." Not bad. Now they knew which part controlled what, though they still didn't understand how it worked. They'd write down their questions and ask their teacher later. If the teacher didn't know, they'd ask a TV repairman. Dan stood up and stretched. "Now, let's start putting it back together." Su Qinghu said, "Go ahead, I'll just watch from the side. I won't disturb you." Aunt Yu washed Xiaoli Tuaner's bottle, filled his water bottle with warm water, brought it to Su Qinghu, and then went off to wash diapers. Actually, there were only 2 diapers to wash, and it could be done anytime. But she just couldn't stand to see the kids messing with expensive things, so she figured it was better not to watch. By dinner time, Dan and Dan still hadn't finished reassembling the TV. After dinner, they spent another 2 hours on it before finally putting it back together, only to find that the TV wouldn't turn on. It was getting late, so Su Qinghu didn't let them take it apart again. She sent them straight to bed. The next morning, before dawn, Aunt Yu, sleeping on the folding bed in the living room, heard some noise. She turned on the light and saw the 2 kids fully dressed, heading for the living room door. She asked, "Where are you 2 going?" They didn't have to attend morning reading at school. Su Qinghu had signed a note for them. "Go back to sleep, we're just going to the study," Dan whispered. With that, the 2 of them went straight to the study. And you couldn't help but admire how self-disciplined the kids were, always up early for morning study at home. But then again, she wasn't sure if they were going to study or to take apart the TV. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 4:30. She looked at the living room door, which the kids had closed behind them, and lay back down to sleep. In the study, the 2 boys took the TV apart again, checking the wiring and small parts against the diagram they'd drawn. "Doesn't look like there's anything wrong," Dan said, comparing the drawing to the assembled components, a bit confused. "No problem." Dan shot him a look. "Think before you speak. If there's no problem, why doesn't the TV work?" "Okay, you're right," Dan admitted. After a while, seeing his brother still not making a move, Dan started to get nervous and couldn't help but remind him, "Bro, TV repairs aren't cheap." Dan didn't reply. "Whether we can save our piggy bank depends on you," Dan added. He was out of ideas himself. It wasn't that he wasn't thinking, he'd already gone over the whole process of taking the TV apart the first time, but still couldn't figure out what went wrong. His brother was a whiz at math, physics, and chemistry. Last time, when he and Uncle Chien discussed a problem and couldn't solve it, they ended up going straight to the university to talk to a professor. If even his brother couldn't fix it, they'd have to take the TV to a repair shop. "Wait. Bro, how about this? During PE class, we ask the teacher for leave, carry the TV to Uncle's place, and have him take a look. Maybe he can figure out what's wrong. It'd be free. 2 birds with 1 stone, right?" He really was a little money-saving genius. Uncle's in chemistry, Dan had to remind him. So what? Uncle's colleagues probably know about this stuff. Just like you're good at all the sciences. Why can't someone else be good at more than one subject? Let's not rush. I'll take another look, Dan said. Now that Dan had a backup plan that wouldn't cost money, he was in a great mood. He glanced at the small quartz clock on the bookshelf, happily sat down, grabbed the top book from the stack he'd prepared the night before, and started reciting. Dan glanced at him, got a look of encouragement from his silly little brother, then turned back to pondering the mystery of the non-working TV. As long as the kids managed their free time well and didn't let it interfere with their studies, Su Qinghu wouldn't intervene. So every day, before school and after coming home, as long as Dan and Dan finished their homework, the rest of their time was theirs to spend as they wished. That TV, which had been taken apart and put back together again and again, finally started working again, just 2 days before Su Lilin's dinner invitation, after more than a week of tinkering. The moment the TV showed a picture and made a sound, Dan jumped up and cheered with excitement. Finally, they didn't have to pay for repairs or spend money to haul the TV all the way to Uncle Qianyin's workplace. He ran into the bedroom, grabbed little Li Tuaner's face, and planted a big kiss on her. Ha ha! After laughing, he gave her another kiss. Little Li Tuaner was stunned by this sudden attack, waving her tiny hands and feet, trying to wriggle away. But that was all she could do. She was still so little, she couldn't even roll over yet. Yu had followed Dan into the bedroom. Seeing that little Li Tuaner wasn't upset or crying, she pretended not to notice. After his kisses, Dan wanted to pick up Li Tuaner to show her their hard work, but Yu beat him to it, scooping up the baby. I'll carry him. Dan was a little disappointed, but didn't protest. He happily led the way, with Yu following behind. As for how Dan and Dan showed little Li Tuaner how they fixed the TV well, Su Qinghu had no idea. It was like playing music to a cow. By now, the weather had turned cold. After a bath, she had to wrap up in thicker pajamas. These pajamas were custom-made for her last year, with a fabric just the right weight. She had 2 sets, one a long, straight style, the other a 2-piece. Now she wore the pajama pants and top, not only for comfort at home, but also because of Li Tuaner's feeding needs. After her bath, Su Qinghu went into the bedroom but didn't see Li Tuaner, so she dried her hair and headed to the study. Sure enough, Yu was there, holding Li Tuaner and facing the TV, while Dan chattered away, completely unconcerned about whether a baby could understand him. He was just happy to talk. When you're older, 5 or maybe 6, your big brother will teach you how to take things apart. Tape recorders, typewriters, TVs, no problem at all. Dan was full of pride, completely missing Yu's speechless expression. Yu was bewildered. What was the point of teaching this? Wrecking the house? Squandering money? Clearly, they had more money than sense. She'd never seen anyone spoil their kids like Xiao Su did, letting them do whatever they wanted, never stopping them. Sometimes she could hardly stand it and wanted to lecture them, but then she'd think of her salary and look at the kids' grades and just kept quiet. The fridge and washing machine get used all the time, so I can't take those apart yet. But when we get new ones, I'll dismantle the old ones. By then, you'll be old enough and I'll let you help. Dan said enthusiastically. Su Qinghu, standing at the study door. Suddenly, she felt like all the appliances in the house were in danger. Hurry up and grow up. Dan sighed. Then we can take you to all the food stalls and restaurants we've written down in our food journal. Honestly, you're just too little, way too little. Li Tuaner didn't understand a thing. She just stared at Dan, both of them blinking at each other. Su Qinghu quietly turned and went back to the bedroom. At this rate, Dan wouldn't stop until he described every delicious food to Li Tuaner. Rather than making herself hungry, she might as well go back to her room, do her skincare, and get even prettier. On the 45th day after Li Tuaner was born, Su Qinghu's confinement period, approved by Great-Aunt Su Lilin, finally ended. It was already cold outside, but that couldn't dampen her longing for freedom and her fiery spirit. Since it was Sunday, she and the kids slept in. After lunch, E started her skincare routine and then opened her wardrobe to pick out clothes. She called Dan and Dan over to give their opinions on her outfits. Sweaters, long skirts, trench coats. Light knits, high-waisted pants, overcoats. Autumn-winter dresses, blazers. Houndstooth suits. Outfit after outfit, Dan was already dazed, but Dan was still giving serious feedback. Mom, wear something bright. Dan thought everything looked good, but since it was cold and everyone wore drab colors, a bright outfit would really stand out. Su Qinghu, what do you mean by bright? Wear that peach-colored knit. Dan said enthusiastically. And the long pants, with that slightly purple coat. With high-heeled boots, it'd be so stylish. Su Qinghu, what kind of crazy combination was that? She shot Dan a look, then pulled out a light blue crewneck knit cardigan, a pair of black high-waisted, slightly loose straight-leg pants, and a light-colored mid-length coat. How about this? Dan hesitated, unsure what to say. Su Qinghu shooed him out. Go find me a pair of white sneakers. I'm changing now. Once he left, Su Qinghu quickly changed, tied her hair up in a high ponytail, fluffed it up for volume, and smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Who doesn't love a youthful, lively, energetic college girl look? Sure, she could have gone for a glamorous, wavy Hong Kong-style look, but that wouldn't be practical for eating out. Su Qinghu drove, with Dan quickly grabbing the front passenger seat and holding her light-colored coat, sneaking glances at her now and then. She didn't look like she was going to pick up great-grandma, more like she was competing with pretty college girls. Now that Su Qinghu was driving again and her body had recovered, she could fit into her old clothes with no problem. She was practically bubbling with happiness. She drove boldly and confidently, a striking contrast to her outfit, but people couldn't help but look twice. Dan, Mom, Dad is so unlucky. Su Qinghu, Why bring up Chenlai all of a sudden? She felt a little guilty. Lately, she'd been busy with Li Tuaner and working out, and honestly hadn't thought much about Chenlai, that handsome young man who was off serving the country. You look so beautiful today, and Dad can't even see it. As soon as he said that, both Ms. Meng and Aunt Yu couldn't help but look over. Su Qinghu. So, I brought the camera. When we get to the university, I'll take some photos of you to show Dad later. Dan said earnestly. Su Qinghu, okay? This brat, his real motive is showing now. He just wants a free model. Still, he wasn't wrong, she really did look great today. As they neared the university, Su Qinghu slowed down and drove leisurely to the gate. Su Lilin must have called ahead, because after registering, they were let in. Once inside, Su Qinghu found a parking spot and led the group straight to their destination. Of course, they stopped along the way to take some photos. When they arrived, Su Lilin wasn't out yet, but an assistant-looking person was waiting outside. Seeing them, he asked a few questions, then smiled and offered to show them around the campus. Su Qinghu had barely walked out of the teaching building when someone called out to her. She looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see Sister Li. Sister Li, what brings you here? Su Qinghu felt a little guilty, but also curious. She felt guilty because it had been 45 days since she gave birth, and she still hadn't returned to work. Now she'd run into a colleague. But she was also curious. Why was Sister Li at the university on a Sunday? Was there some kind of medical emergency? Sister Li smiled. I'm here for an interview. She was straightforward. I'm interviewing your relatives. My grandaunt. Su Qinghu guessed. You couldn't blame her for thinking that. Her grandaunt was quite famous around here. Sister Li shook her head. No. I'm here for Zhang Jinjing and her husband. Them. Su Qinghu replied, half knowing, half guessing. When talking to others, Su Qinghu was always careful not to ask about age, marital status, or workplace. When she chatted with her cousin Dan's grandaunt before, she'd only exchanged polite pleasantries. She knew she was a university professor, but hadn't asked for more details. But in this situation, if she pretended to know nothing, it would make them seem distant. That wouldn't do. So she just muddled through. That's right, Sister Li said with a smile. They specialize in dentistry, which is still pretty rare in our country. Now that people's living standards have improved, more kids are having dental problems, so I thought I'd come and do an interview. It was actually at little Li Tuan's 1-month celebration that I got connected with them. Sister Li looked quite pleased. I'm basically getting next week's work done ahead of time. It hadn't been easy to arrange the interview. Zheng Jinjing and her husband were very low-key. Most likely, they only agreed because Dan was familiar with them and Su Qinghu was their colleague. Still, even though they agreed, they had conditions. The report couldn't mention their names and could only discuss professional topics. She had no complaints. She was lucky they agreed at all. After all, she'd heard that the couple had turned down almost all interview requests. All right, I'll let you get to it, Sister Li, Su Qinghu said, not wanting to hold her up. Let's get together another day. Another day? Sister Li laughed. Did you forget? Isn't it tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday. The director had said she could work from home for 2 weeks. Now, her time was up. Su Qinghu gave an awkward laugh. Sister Li chatted with her a bit more before leaving. After she left, Su Qinghu turned to Dan for his opinion. Should we invite your grandaunt and her husband out for a meal? Dan was about to answer when Dan shouted, Grandma, show little Li Tuan's face a bit more. Yes, just like that. He turned to look ahead. Madame Meng was holding little Li Tuan, and Dan, standing a bit away, was happily snapping photos of them. No need, Dan said, turning back to Su Qinghu. It's Sunday. After the interview, Aunt Li and the others will probably want to spend time with my cousin. If not, they'd probably want to explore a bit. After so many years abroad, now that they were back, they'd want to experience the country for themselves. He vaguely remembered someone once saying something like that, full of excitement. Su Qinghu nodded. That works too. If you want to see them, just let me know. I can invite them over for a meal, or we could all go see a movie. Or you can go yourself or treat them. These kids certainly weren't short on money. Dan, okay? As they were talking, they suddenly heard 2 cries of ouch. They looked over and saw 2 female college students, rubbing their heads and apologizing to each other. As Su Qinghu and Dan walked toward Madame Meng, the 2 girls exchanged a glance, then walked over hand in hand to Madame Meng, laughing and saying something. Madame Meng moved the little one in her arms closer to them. The 2 girls immediately got excited, trying to contain their squeals. So cute. Absolutely adorable. Su Qinghu paused, deciding to be considerate and let the girls enjoy their excitement. But not Dan. Seeing Su Qinghu stop, he glanced at her for a few seconds, then strode forward resolutely. Wow! As soon as he approached, the 2 girls let out another pair of excited squeals. What a lucky day, 3 handsome little boys in one go. The one with the camera was dark-skinned, but his smiling eyes were as pretty as peach blossoms, so attractive. And now this one, with a serious face, tall and slim, had a scholarly air about him, handsome and upright, with a kind of intriguing contradiction. But the most fun, the one they could unabashedly stare at and even touch his little hands, was the baby, so cute they almost wanted to steal him away. When was the last time you washed your hands? Dan stepped forward, stared at them for a moment, and asked. The 2 girls were only about 5 centimeters shorter than him, but his serious question left them stunned. What's wrong? The girl with the short hair asked nervously. Dan, has it been more than 3 hours? He didn't answer, just asked another question, still looking deadly serious. His expression threw them off. The short-haired girl nodded. We had lunch, and haven't washed our hands since. They'd eaten around 1, and now it was 4:30. Do you have anything else to do? Dan continued. His questioning left everyone a bit bewildered. Su Qinghu quickly stepped forward and called out, Sheng, come help these 2 lovely ladies take a photo. Dan, hearing this, didn't care what Su Qinghu's real motive was, he just did as told. He quickly led the 2 girls a little distance away, stopping under a holly tree and getting them to pose for photos as he directed. Once they were gone, Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, then pulled a small handkerchief from his pocket, poured some warm water from his thermos onto it, and carefully wiped little Lituan's hands. Madam Meng. Sigh, did this kid have a cleanliness obsession or what? It was just a little hand-holding, no big deal. As for Su Qinghu, she had already positioned herself to block Dan and the two girls from view. This way, Dan could do as he pleased. Dan is such a good boy. He always listens to his great-grandma, and you said with a smile, holding a small thermos cup. It sounded casual, but was clearly protective. Su Qinghu didn't look at Aunt Yu, just found it funny inside. What had she done wrong to make Aunt Yu think she'd blamed Dan for this? It's a good idea, but you need to work on your approach, Su Qinghu said with a smile. Next time, don't be so obvious about chasing people away. She didn't name names, but Dan still replied, okay. Are you done wiping? Su Qinghu asked. Dan, all done. He started to put the handkerchief back in his pocket. Give it to me, Su Qinghu said. Dan handed it over without hesitation. When he saw her stuff the damp handkerchief into her bag, his eyes widened a little. Wasn't that bag one of her treasures? What are you looking at? Su Qinghu stuffed the wet handkerchief into her bag. When she looked up, she saw Dan staring at her with a strange expression. Dan said, the handkerchief is wet. I know, Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow at him. It's better to put it in my bag than have you stuff it in your pants pocket and keep it pressed against you. It was only half a month into winter, so the kids weren't dressed too heavily yet, just a pair of pants over some long johns. If you put a wet handkerchief in your pocket, it wouldn't take long for that cold dampness to seep right through. Dan didn't say anything, but he seemed to be in a light, happy mood. Su Qinghu glanced at her watch and called out to Dan. Dan looked over at her, asked the two female college students for their dorm number, confirmed when he'd send them the photos, then hugged his camera and dashed over to Su Qinghu, tilting his head up and blinking as if asking for praise. Mom, how was it? I did a good job, right? Not bad, Su Qinghu patted his head. I'll reward you with an extra pound of meat later. With that, she called for Ms. Meng and Aunt Yu to head to the teaching building. Su Lilin came out of the lecture hall nearly 40 minutes later than scheduled. When she emerged, she was surrounded by a crowd of people, and the school staff were helplessly trying to urge the students to leave. You've already taken up a lot of Professor Su's time. Please, everyone, disperse. But no matter what he said, no one left. In fact, more people were gathering from afar. Su Lilin was patient and kind with these students who could ask such insightful questions, so she gave them another chance. How about this? If you have any more questions, discuss them with your teachers first. If you still can't figure it out, then write me a letter. She smiled gently, completely different from her usual powerful presence during clinic hours. The school staff were a bit stunned. The students burst into cheers and applause, the lively, youthful energy making Su Qinghu's blood boil with excitement. If she'd been reborn just a year earlier, she'd be even more vibrant and energetic than they were. But alas, this kind of excitement belonged to them now. You two study hard and get into university early, Su Qinghu turned to Dan and Dan behind her. Get into the best university. Dan looked away, glancing behind her before his gaze settled on her face. After a moment, he seemed to understand what she meant. Okay, he replied. Dan hugged his camera and muttered, going to college is fine, but why do we have to go early? I mean, my brother and I will definitely get into a good university, but why rush? I don't want to go early. When he was taking pictures for those two girls earlier, he'd asked them about their lives. They studied the moment they opened their eyes, even read their notes while eating, and when they finally closed their eyes to sleep, they were still mumbling about studying in their dreams. How miserable. He really didn't want to experience that kind of life any sooner than he had to. He muttered to himself, glancing at his obedient brother who seemed eager to go to college early, his eyes full of sympathy, disapproval, and determination. Forget it. If his brother wanted to, he wouldn't stop him. Just as long as his brother didn't force him to go to college early too. Don't do unto others what you don't want done to yourself. He was definitely going to start drilling that into his brother from today. Dan knew his silly brother was looking at him and could pretty much guess what he was thinking. But he was in a good mood right now and didn't feel like arguing. Erden waited for Dayton to say something, but Dayton just turned his head away. Erden? What's that supposed to mean? All right, let's go. Su Lilin finally emerged from the crowd of eager students, still smiling, and waved to Su Qinghu and the others. Su Qinghu said, "Okay, I'll go get the car. You guys walk slowly and meet me at the school gate." She turned and left. Erden quickly chased after her with his camera. "Mom, wait for me. I'll go with you." "I'm coming too." Dayton followed right behind. Ms. Ming, holding little Lituaner. Su Lilin, who had just stopped. Auntie looked at the two kids running off with Su Qinghu, then at their own group, feeling a bit confused. Weren't they just unwilling to be separated from little Lituana a moment ago? How could she have guessed that the reason Dayton and Erden were sticking so close to Su Qinghu was because they were worried some clueless male college student would try to confess to her, or that she'd get up to her mischief and tease some innocent young man? Just before catching up to Su Qinghu, Dayton and Erden exchanged a look that said everything without words. Erden said, "Mom, college is great." Su Qinghu replied, "It really is. Even when it's cold, you can still feel the warmth of spring and the blazing sun." The female students all had bright, spirited eyes, like forsythia blooming in the early spring wind, delicate yet resilient, beautiful and full of life. The male students weren't bad either. The moment she set foot in this prestigious university, she'd already spotted 4 or 5 tall, handsome, energetic young men, each exuding a clean, youthful vibe. Honestly, she wanted to go back to college herself. Erden was baffled by her description, not quite getting what she meant. Dayton said, "Compared to Dad, they're nothing." What? Dayton's words surprised Su Qinghu, making her glance at him. "Come on, they're young, energetic, and top students." "The one you were just looking at, he's a bit too scrawny," Dayton said, meeting her gaze bravely. "Su Qinghu, judging people by appearances isn't good, you know? These are the future pillars of our country." "Judging by appearances?" Erden burst out laughing. "Mom, you say my brother judges by looks, but you do too. Dad's never home, and when he leaves, he's gone for ages, but you never get mad at him. And when he comes back, your eyes light up. Pot calling the kettle black." Erden finished with a laugh. Su Qinghu's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Are you talking about me?" Sensing danger, Erden's smile froze and he swallowed. "I didn't, did I? But it was the truth, wasn't it? Just stating facts, not criticizing her." "You did," Su Qinghu said firmly. Erden glanced at Dayton, silently pleading for help. Dayton thought for a moment. "There's nothing wrong with judging by appearances. Sometimes, it's just being honest in a different way." Su Qinghu. Why did it feel like this kid wasn't really taking her side, but just making excuses for himself? Erden said, "My brother's right. For example, that slightly better-looking college guy is a bit thin. We just think he should work out more." "Yeah, you need a strong body to do good work," Dayton added. They'd heard similar things from their uncle who did research, their dad, and even their aunt and uncle who had returned to China as professors. Su Qinghu reached out and gave Dayton's head a good rub, gritting her teeth. "You little rascal, don't think I don't know what you two are up to." Big Egg didn't resist as Su Qinghu kneaded and rubbed his head. Instead, he obediently let her do as she pleased. He pressed his lips together and, while she was messing with him, tried hard to tilt his face up, his eyes shining as he looked at her. "Su Qinghu, close your eyes." Big Egg obediently closed his eyes. Su Qinghu. How was she supposed to keep teasing him when he was being so obedient and well-behaved? Besides, she glanced at Big Egg's short, bristly hair, then at Air Egg, who had come over as well, and sighed. She really shouldn't have let them cut their own hair last time. It's been a month now, and their hair is still so short she can't even grab a handful. "By the way, what were you two thinking?" Su Qinghu asked as she walked, with the two kids following close behind. "How did you end up cutting your hair so short?" It didn't look bad, and actually made their heads look nice and round, but every time she looked at their heads, she couldn't help but think of kiwi fruit. Big Egg didn't think there was anything wrong with having such short hair. He just said, "It's easy to wash. I can wash it every day." When he washed his face, he could just wash his hair at the same time, and a quick rub with a towel would dry it off. Convenient and fast. Egg, seeing her gaze turn to him, quickly raised his hand. "I just wanted to see if my head was round or not." He grinned. "Hee hee, Mom, in a few days, next weekend, I'll show you something fun." Seriously, he'd never seen a head like that before. Su Qinghu decided to be unreasonable for a moment. "No, I want to see it now." Egg. Why did he feel like things were going off track? "Are you not being sincere? Are you?" Before Su Qinghu could finish, Egg raised both hands in surrender, looking at her pleadingly. "Mom, I'm not." "Really, you can't see it now, it's my classmate. We can't just ask him to come over to our house in the middle of the night, can we?" It was almost 5 in the afternoon already. By the time they finished dinner and got home, it could be 9 at night. What parent would let their kid wander around so late at night? And it was such a long way. "Su Qinghu, your classmate." "Yeah," Egg said earnestly. "Mom, it really won't work today. There's not enough time. Wait till next week. I promise I'll bring him over for you to see." Su Qinghu nodded, but couldn't help being curious. "What's so in tier? Sting about your classmate? Is he really good-looking? Or just funny?" Egg grinned. "Hee hee, that's a secret." If he told her now, it wouldn't be as shocking when she saw it. No way was he going to spoil the surprise. Big Egg had more or less guessed what Egg was planning. He wanted to remind his brother not to make fun of people, but thinking about that silly classmate and the way he acted, he decided to keep quiet. That classmate didn't mind and actually enjoyed it, so there was no need to ruin his fun. Su Qinghu found the car, got in, started it up, and casually asked as she turned the wheel, "Do you two have any close friends? Why not invite them over this time?" She realized she'd never seen either of them invite classmates over to the house before. Egg, can we?" "Why not?" Su Qinghu shot back. Egg scratched his head. "Food is precious." His clear eyes looked at her as if listing all the possible problems with inviting friends over. Su Qinghu glanced at them in the rearview mirror and smiled. "That's why you should invite your best friends." Egg looked at Big Egg and let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. Su Qinghu smiled, waiting for him to continue. A hint of world weariness appeared on Egg's face. "But I have too many good friends. Not only do I have a lot of good friends, I also have a whole bunch of loyal brothers." He sighed again. "If I really invited them, there'd be at least 20. Teenage boys can eat their parents out of house and home." His friends and brothers never stood on ceremony with him. He was honestly afraid they'd eat his house bare. Seeing he was done talking, Su Qinghu turned to Big Egg. "Big Egg, 6. He wasn't upset about having fewer friends than Egg, but he did sigh inwardly. When both groups met, who knew what might happen? By now, Su Qinghu had driven to the school gate. She said, "What's there to worry about? Even if 30 people come, our yard is big enough. I'll sponsor 30 loaves of bread, and you two are in charge of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fruit." Egg was about to say that just giving them bread was enough, no need for anything else. But before he could speak, his brother nodded, so he didn't say anything more. Su Qinghu added, "Oh right, you two need to submit a guest reception plan, basic info on your friends, and a travel route chart, just in case." Egg. Could he just not invite his friends anymore? Big Egg, "Okay." "Mom, why?" Egg protested. "We just invite them over to play, that's all. Why do we need to do all that? A guest reception plan? What even was that? Besides, they'd be eating, drinking, and having fun. Who'd remember all that?" Su Qinghu looked at him, half smiling. "If you're going to do something, you need to be in control of the whole situation. For example, your classmates' safety, or how to make sure everyone has a good time. You're the leader of your friends and brothers, what? You can't handle the whole scene." Egg immediately sat up straight. "How could I not? Just wait, by Monday after school, I'll have everything sorted out and written up for you." Su Qinghu smiled kindly. "How about this? If your guest reception goes well and you both have a great time, I'll give you a surprise." "What surprise?" Egg asked. Su Qinghu, "That's a secret." She smiled, got out of the car and opened the door for Mrs. Meng and the others to get in. Asleep? Su Qinghu leaned in and looked at little Tuaner, who was sleeping soundly in Mrs. Meng's arms. Should we wake him up? Mrs. Meng, why wake him up? Su Liling frowned. We're not at the restaurant yet. Su Qinghu gave a dry laugh. I just thought, if he sleeps too much now, he'll be too energetic to sleep tonight. These days, any issue involving little Tuaner's upbringing could spark a debate at home. Whether it was Mrs. Meng, Auntie Gu, or Big Egg and Air Egg, it was enough to drive anyone crazy. How did they manage to come up with so many weird problems? If the child can't sleep tonight, I'll coax him. You just get your rest, Auntie said with a smile. Working for you is like getting paid for doing nothing. I honestly feel guilty. Her words made Mrs. Meng and Su Liling laugh, and the brewing argument instantly vanished. Su Qinghu breathed a sigh of relief and caught Air Egg winking at her. She glared fiercely back at him. Air Egg shrank his neck and turned to Mrs. Meng. Grandma, is Grandpa still using our typewriter? Mrs. Meng nodded slightly. Your grandpa has been working hard lately, practicing a lot. To put it plainly, he saw an old friend about his age who could use it, and his competitive spirit was roused. He didn't want to admit he was getting old. Do you need to use it? After answering, Mrs. Meng seemed to remember something and asked Erden, if you do, I'll bring it back for you before you get out of school tomorrow. Erden replied, No, I was just asking to see if Grandpa needed me and my brother to teach him how to use it. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. He'd just been thinking about finding something to entertain their guest, and the typewriter came to mind. But it wasn't like it had to be the typewriter, so he figured Grandpa could keep playing with it. All the way there, Su Qinghu drove steadily and safely. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone got out and watched her park the car. Su Liling commented in surprise, she drove really smoothly today. Not like last year, when she drove so aggressively, taking her to the countryside for the free clinic. Mrs. Meng glanced down at the little Lituan still sleeping in her arms. Probably because of the child. After she spoke, she looked at Dayton and Erden and couldn't help but laugh. You two kept your eyes on her the whole way. Good thing she has a good temper. Erden rubbed his fuzzy kiwi-like head and grinned. Dayton didn't say anything, just stood next to Erden and let him do the talking for both of them. Erden said, every time my mom gives me and my brother extra homework, she's always extra nice afterwards. Her temper is especially good too. Let's head in, Su Liling said. I called ahead and reserved a table for us. She'd just checked her watch. It wasn't even half an hour off from their reservation, so the table was still being held. Sure enough, as she led Mrs. Meng and the boys inside, the staff greeted them and took them straight to their reserved table. Little Lituan was still sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed with sleep. Wrapped in a blanket, she looked absolutely adorable. Even the staff member leading them couldn't help but take a second look and offer a few compliments. Order whatever you want, Su Liling told Dayton and Erden. You two go first, then we'll see what your grandma wants. Erden didn't stand on ceremony and started ordering right away. And you wanted to take little Lituan so Mrs. Meng could order, but Mrs. Meng dodged her at first, then thought better of it and handed the child over. Before that, though, she needed to use the restroom. Meanwhile, Su Qinghu had just parked the car and gotten out, but after a few steps, she felt something was off. Turning her head, she was nearly speechless. Standing off to the side was a clean-cut, handsome man, staring at her with a lovesick look. What's wrong with him? Su Qinghu ignored him and walked straight past. But that gaze on her back was like a stubborn plaster, making her uncomfortable. Su Qinghu. Just as she was about to walk away, Li Chuwei, who had been waiting for her for ages, finally spoke up and called her name. His voice was full of emotion, pain, helplessness, and regret. Su Qinghu's mouth twitched. She turned around, deciding to face the trash head-on. Do you have hemorrhoids or something? For a moment, everything went silent. Li Chuwei, the people going into the restaurant, everyone stared at her in disbelief. Before anyone could react, Su Qinghu added, your wife got you some hemorrhoid medicine. If you go home now, you should catch her. Everyone looked at Li Chuwei, their eyes full of pity and regret. So even such a handsome guy could get that kind of embarrassing problem. Li Chuwei couldn't keep it together. His eyes turned fierce, he shot her a glare, ducked his head, covered his face with his hand, and hurried away. Su Qinghu smiled apologetically at the witnesses of the scene, then bounced into the restaurant, leaving behind a crowd still trying to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, Li Chuwei was gritting his teeth and cursing, even kicking the wall several times. For the sake of going abroad, he'd put up with a lot. With the way Su Qinghu was now, dealing with Wu Shixin shouldn't be a problem. All he needed was for Wu Shixin to run into Su Qinghu, and then he could use the chaos to break free. Are you shameless, or what? Wu Shixin's cold face appeared at the end of the alley, glaring at Li Chuwei. Still thinking about crawling back to her? Maybe you should ask yourself if she'd even want you back or let you. Li Chuwei spun around and, seeing Wu Shixin, instinctively frowned. Wu Shixin, if I remember right, I've told you more than once, we're divorced. If she couldn't help him go abroad, she was useless to him now. Not to mention, she'd almost ruined his career. If he hadn't been so good at his job and had dirt on his boss, Wu Shixin's drama might really have gotten him fired. He looked at Wu Shixin's delicate but dull face and sneered. She was worthless, inside and out. Even if we're divorced, don't think you can get together with Su Qinghu. Wu Shixin snapped. Don't forget about her marriage. If you try anything, you'd better be ready for a court-martial. Forget going abroad, you'll be lucky not to end up in jail. She mocked him. Li Chuwei was unmoved. I'm not getting back together with you. Give it up. Wu Shixin's face froze. You were the one who asked for the divorce. You tried to ruin my career. Don't try to play the victim now and expect me to bow my head, Li Chuwei sneered. Wu Shixin's stiff face twitched, her pride crumbling. I was just upset. I didn't really want to divorce you. Her life was a mess now, and she didn't want to live such a hopeless, dead-end existence. Li Chuwei said, Su Qinghu isn't like you. She doesn't talk much, always waits for me to think of her, never argues or makes a fuss. You only know how to take, always ruled by your emotions. You're a woman without an independent personality now. With that, he left, leaving Wu Shixin sobbing in place. The divorce. He'd provoked her into it. She was so stupid, she still hadn't figured that out. But that stupidity had made it easy for him to get out quickly. The Wu family had long since lost its former glory. Out of foolish ex-brother-in-law and troublesome parents, and now everyone avoided them. As for her overseas family connections, Wu Shixin wanted to use that to control him. Dream on. What she had, others could have too. Banking everything on that last-minute reversal was just stupid. She'd sabotaged his applications several times, unforgivable. This time, he couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. Li Chuwei frowned. He hadn't managed to get Wu Shixin to confront Su Qinghu just now. What a missed chance. Thinking of what Su Qinghu had said, Li Chuwei wanted to kill her. Being humiliated was one thing, but having his scheme fail was infuriating. Su Qinghu didn't know what Li Chuwei was up to, but she knew a guy so focused on climbing up would never act out of emotion. That look he'd given her just now, there had to be an ulterior motive. As she walked, lost in thought, Mrs. Meng patted her on the shoulder, startling her. Mrs. Meng had been one of those stunned by Su Qinghu's earlier performance. She hadn't even had a chance to go into protective mode before the problem was solved, so fast it was almost unheard of. She still had a smile lingering on her face. Mom? Su Qinghu looked at Mrs. Meng's barely controlled expression and instinctively called out to her. Mrs. Meng waved her hand. It's nothing, nothing. Let's go inside. Although she'd always known her daughter-in-law was different from most people, her personality and way of doing things were hard to predict. Today, still left her shocked. She's really savage, and she doesn't even bother to hide it. Seriously, just that one sentence she said earlier, any man would remember it for the rest of his life. Su Qinghu had caught on by now too. You saw? She asked openly, a hint of pride in her smile. Mrs. Ming couldn't play dumb anymore, not that she thought she could pull it off anyway, so she just nodded. After nodding, she couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Su Qinghu could only sigh helplessly and, taking Mrs. Meng's arm, led her back inside as she laughed so hard she could barely walk. As soon as they sat down, Su Lilin noticed something was off. She looked up and asked, "What's going on?" Then she added, "See if you want to order anything else." Mrs. Meng said, "Let's leave it for now. We can order more if we're still hungry." Once they were seated, Su Qinghu glanced at little Li Tuan, who was still sleeping in Aunt Yu's arms, and reached out to wake him up. Seeing the little one purse his lips and furrow his tiny brows, she chuckled. Under the angry stares of Great Aunt Su Lilin and the two kids, she quickly patted Li Tuan's little face to soothe him. Once he was calm, she rested her hands on the edge of the table, her pretty, trustworthy face looking the picture of innocence. Su Lilin was speechless for a moment, then said sternly, "You." She wanted to tell her to act like an adult, but faced with that look, she relented. "Don't tease him. If the child wants to sleep, let him sleep." Li Tuan was only just a month old, after all. "If little Li Tuan can't sleep tonight, just bring him to our room," Erden said helplessly. "Just let little brother sleep." Su Qinghu pointed at the little one in Aunt Yu's arms, looking as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. "But he's already awake." Maybe it was the smell of food, but now his big, bright eyes were open, his little mouth smacking as if he was hungry. Everyone paused for a moment, then, as the dishes arrived, sensibly changed the subject. When the food was served, Su Qinghu smiled. All her favorite vegetables and meats were there. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. By the time they left, it was completely dark outside. Su Lilin had already told her student to come pick her up, so as soon as they stepped out, the student waved. The car was arranged by Chenlai, and both kids recognized it. After seeing Su Lilin off, Su Qinghu drove her family home. As soon as they got in, Erden told her to drive slowly, saying he was too full and if she drove too fast, he'd waste all that food. Su Qinghu nearly wasted some food herself at that comment. She took a few deep breaths to clear her mind before she could focus on driving. The drive was so slow that Su Qinghu got bored and even came up with her story pitches for work the next day. Once home, she parked, went inside, and carried little Li Tuan to the bedroom. Before closing the door, she called out, "Son, pour me a glass of water, the health tea your great-grandma made for me." "Okay," Dayden replied and went to do it without being asked. Erden stared at his brother's back, looking like he'd seen a ghost. "This is just way too unreserved." "Mom, I'll get a basin of water for little Li Tuan to wash his face." Erden was about to get moving, but Aunt Yu stopped him. "I'll do it." "You go wash your face and brush your teeth," Aunt Yu said as she walked out. "Don't mix up the face basin and the foot basin." This family was particular about such things. Every adult and child had their own face basin and foot basin. Luckily, the bathroom was big enough, and they had a multi-tiered rack, or the whole place would be filled with basins. Little Li Tuan's face and foot basins were on the top shelf, sharing a layer with Chenlai's. Dayden and Erden's took up one layer, Mrs. Meng and Chenbo's another, Su Lilin and Su Qinghu's another, and the bottom was Aunt Yu's. Aunt Yu took the basin, scalded it with hot water to disinfect it, and then mixed the water to the right temperature. When she brought the water in, Dayden, Erden, and Mrs. Meng were drinking digestive tea. Seeing her, they quickly invited her to join. Su Qinghu, hearing their voices from the other room, poked the little Li Tuan, who was eating away. He paused for a second, then kept eating, so she couldn't help poking him again. Little Li Tuan pouted, and Su Qinghu quickly patted him. "Eat, eat, eat, go on, I won't tease you anymore." 20 minutes later, little Li Tuan was full. Su Qinghu held him upright and burped him. Since he'd just eaten, she didn't lay him down right away, but carried him out to the living room. Mrs. Meng immediately stood up to take him. Erden, who'd been beaten to the punch, sighed. "When will I get to take little brother out for a stroll?" "Oh, right." Su Qinghu handed little Li Tuan to Mrs. Meng, took the tea Dayden handed her, sipped it, and asked, "Do you guys know how to write a reception procedure?" Erden, "Never written one. I have a general idea, though." Let's hear it. Who's coming, what to do when they arrive, then what to do next, and finally see them off. Isn't that it? Erden said matter-of-factly. Su Qinghu looked at Dayton. Dayton thought for a moment. Shouldn't it also include preparations before the reception and how to handle things that might come up during? His teacher had considered these things when receiving teachers from other schools for visits. Now that they were receiving friends, he figured the same logic applied. Su Qinghu, cup in hand, headed for the study. Come on, let's go to the study. I'll explain in detail and expand on some related topics. Dayton and Erden followed without hesitation. It was something new. Maybe a bit troublesome, but they were curious and wanted to know what it was all about. As soon as the three left, Aunt Yu sighed, "Your kids are really something." Mrs. Meng, holding little Lituan, smiled. Xiao Su has been exposed to a lot and is willing to teach them, so the kids naturally learn things. Aunt Yu thought, mainly, your daughter-in-law is knowledgeable and can teach. Of course, the most important thing is you're well off, so you don't mind wasting good resources and have the leisure to teach things that don't seem useful. But outwardly, she kept it adult. Your kids are self-motivated, too. Most kids don't even like studying. These two even willingly did the extra homework Su Qinghu assigned. Their ancestors must really be blessing them. After sighing, the two of them washed little Lituan's hands and face and tucked him into his crib. Earlier, Mrs. Ming had put a hot water bottle in the crib, so the little bed was warm and cozy. Putting little Lituan in, there was no worry about him getting cold at all. So it's this simple? Dan stared at the reception procedure sheet in his hand, a little dumbfounded. I thought it would be a lot more complicated. Su Qinghu put her pen away in the holder on her desk and smiled. That's why, when you encounter something you've never tried before, don't reject it right away. Give it a try first. What if I mess it up? Well, Su Qinghu glanced at him, motioning for the two of them to tidy up their things as she spoke. That's when you need to analyze for yourself. Is it because you don't want to do it, or because you're not capable enough? If you don't want to do it, you definitely won't do it well. Even if you force yourself, the result won't be satisfying. So, adjust your mindset, take it seriously, think it through, and learn properly. And if it's because I'm not capable enough? She paused for a moment. Did Dan and Dan both looked at her, eager to know, if you can't do it well because you lack ability, what should you do? Should you just give up? If it's a matter of ability, then you shouldn't be the team leader for now. But you should still participate in the project, just switch your role to a team member and assist from the sidelines. During this time, observe from the ground up, watch how the leader does things, how they speak, and learn as much as you can. As Su Qinghu spoke, she yawned. All right, let's go to bed. Mom, what if I have to be the leader? Dan's eyes shone in the lamplight, sparkling with a hint of stubbornness. Su Qinghu stood at the study door, waiting for the two to put away the procedure sheet and come out. That's simple, too. If you can handle the risk of the project failing, then go ahead and give it a shot. She smiled. After all, the lessons you learn from a hard fall are the ones that stick with you the most. Dan nodded thoughtfully. Failure hurts your wallet the most, right? In that case, I'd better work hard to make money now so that when I grow up, I'll be able to handle failure. Goodness, how's he so clever? Just like playing chess with the old men, he's always thinking 3 moves ahead. Well, Su Qinghu wanted to say that failure doesn't just cost money, it can also damage your reputation and other intangible things, but seeing how enthusiastic he was, gearing up for the future, she just nodded. For now, you can think of it that way. Mom, is Uncle Chung coming soon? Dan walked out of the study and stood with Su Qinghu, waiting for Dan. Su Qinghu nodded. He said he'd come around February, according to the Gregorian calendar. Let me think. Dan squinted, thought for a moment, and said, that's around the 15th of the 12th lunar month, right? Hee, by then our final exams will be over. Dan grinned. When he comes, I'll make sure to give him a warm welcome. He already knew the reception procedures by heart. He was sure he could make Uncle Cheng feel right at home. And when the time came, if he wanted to ask for some tips on making money, Uncle Chung surely wouldn't refuse him, right? He just wondered if the pocket money he'd saved up all year, plus what he'd earned over the summer, would be enough to impress Uncle Chung. Did Dan turned off the study light and locked the door. Only then did Su Qinghu move. Go wash up. On Monday, Su Qinghu made a point of arriving at work half an hour early, giving herself plenty of time to greet everyone. At a glance, she noticed Sister Lee was missing, so she gestured for Yuan Hang to come over. Yuan Hang trotted over. You want to ask about Sister Lee, don't you? Yuan Hang asked mysteriously. Su Qinghu, yes. She had a feeling something big had happened while she was on maternity leave. Yuan Hang lowered his voice. Sister Lee is being pursued by someone. Su Qinghu. Who? What's he like? He's a good guy, and his family's easy to get along with. Sister Lee's very happy with him. Yuan Hang grinned. You know him too. Su Qinghu, I know him. Yuan Hang said, at your son's 1-month banquet, didn't you notice the way the director was looking at Sister Lee? Su Qinghu thought back. It seemed a bit teasing and a bit like an elder's approval. But what did that mean? The director was older than them anyway, so that kind of look wasn't unusual, was it? Oh, that was the look of a parent whose daughter, the iron tree, has finally blossomed. Yuan Hang chuckled. On the way back, I even heard the director say he wanted to give her a big red envelope. Su Qinghu, that's quite the description. Isn't it spot on? Yuan Hang waggled his eyebrows. Think about it. Ever since you joined the office, hasn't everyone been trying to set Sister Lee up? But she'd turned them all down. This time, Sister Lee had found her own happiness. Su Qinghu. If he's a good guy, I'll give Sister Lee a big red envelope too. From the moment she'd joined the office, Sister Lee had looked after her. Even more so when she was pregnant and waiting to give birth. For that alone, she couldn't skimp on the gift. Remember that teacher who acted bravely? His mom's a calligrapher, Yuan Hang reminded her. Su Qinghu, I vaguely remember. Wasn't he the quiet one? About the same age as Sister Lee. That's him. After our last interview, Sister Lee kept in touch with his calligrapher mother. You know what they say, proximity breeds affection. After a few interactions, they hit it off. They've even been to the movies together a few times. He looked at Su Qinghu with a sigh. All this happened while you were on maternity leave. Things moved fast. Now, out of their trio, he was the only one still single. Su Qinghu felt a bit sorry for Yuan Hang. Yuan Hang, don't look at me like that. I don't know why either. I just want to find someone I can really talk to. Is that so wrong? Su Qinghu nodded. To be honest, Yuan Hang was well off, capable, had a good personality, and came from a good family. You'll find someone. Su Qinghu pulled out a can of jerky. Here, if you're too busy to eat while out on assignment, snack on this. Sigh. Yuan Hang looked at her with mock resentment. It's all your and Sister Lee's fault. Su Qinghu was speechless. What's that supposed to mean? How is it our fault? It's just too comfortable being around you two. It's ruined how I see everyone else. Yuan Hang straightened up. I've decided. I'm going to stay away from you both for a while. Su Qinghu, what, you're going on a business trip? Yeah. The educated youth who went to the countryside, most of them have returned to the city now. After the reforms, lots of people from other places have flocked to the big cities, and that's led to a lot of gray industries cropping up. I volunteered to go undercover. Yuan Hang sighed. After the new year, I'll start. For now, I'm going to eat all the food I want. Su Qinghu was silent for a moment, then reminded him, make sure to keep yourself safe. Of course. Yuan Hang smiled. I still want to experience the joys of dating and getting married, after all. So, you're leaving our department. Su Qinghu sighed. Yuan Hang, no matter what, we're still in the same field. He didn't want to live a mechanical life anymore. While he was still single, he wanted to do something meaningful for society. So, I won't be able to use my car. Want to take it? I only just bought it, and it'd be a shame to let it sit unused. Su Qinghu, sure, I'll buy it at the original price. Is that okay? But he didn't want to refuse either. Anything extra can count as my donation to your good deeds. Su Qinghu tapped the desk. Aren't you sponsoring those kids who can't afford school? Sister Lee saw the letters they sent you. What are you talking about? Sister Lee walked into the office with a smile, noticing the two of them chatting, one sitting, one standing. She changed direction and walked over to join them. Su Qinghu noticed that Sisterly had put on a light layer of lipstick, making her complexion look even better. "Sisterly, you look great today." Sisterly blushed a little at the compliment and laughed. "No matter how good I look, I can't compare to you. Don't tease me." They were about to continue chatting when Xiao Chang, the college student who had previously taken over some of Su Qinghu's work, poked her head out of the director's office and called out that it was time for the meeting. Everyone stood up and got ready to head to the conference room. "How's she doing at work?" Su Qinghu grabbed her meeting essentials and walked over to Sisterly's desk, asking casually. Sisterly picked up her notebook and pen as she replied, "What do you think?" "With those few pages of detailed work procedures you organized, as long as she sticks to them, even a fool could keep things running smoothly." Yuan Hang added, "After you went on maternity leave, the director praised her several times for being diligent and picking things up quickly." The two of them looked at Su Qinghu, shaking their heads and sighing helplessly. After all these years at work, they'd never seen anyone quite like her. "Aren't you worried she'll take your position?" Sisterly, who got along well with everyone, finally voiced the question that had puzzled all their colleagues. As the three of them walked toward the conference room, Su Qinghu answered, "The content that needs to be covered in interviews doesn't happen according to anyone's wishes. There are so many variables, and you have to respond flexibly in real time." "That's not entirely true," Sisterly said, recalling those pages of procedures in Xiao Chang's hands. "You gave her basic outlines for handling emergencies and even reminded her to practice by mixing and matching scenarios. Weren't those just the rules for handling urgent situations?" Su Qinghu replied, "Like I said, things don't change just because we want them to. Even with my work experience, there are situations I've never encountered and can't put into words." Sisterly said, "But what you wrote is more than enough for Xiao Chang's daily work. With those guidelines, the job itself isn't a problem. If she pays a bit more attention to social skills, climbing the ladder won't be hard." Seeing that they still didn't quite get it, Su Qinghu smiled. "I have my own advantages." "What advantages?" they both asked at once. Under their gaze, Su Qinghu simply pointed at herself. She didn't say anything more, but Sisterly and Yuan Hang both felt like they understood. Sisterly thought of Su Qinghu's abilities and personal strengths, like her foreign language skills and the advantages her family background brought. Yuan Hang, on the other hand, thought of Su Qinghu's looks. Honestly, faced with such a beautiful, bright, and lively woman, someone who made people feel at ease, who wouldn't be willing to be interviewed by her, regardless of gender? Just as they were having their epiphany, Su Qinghu spoke up. "I'm good at eating, drinking, and having fun." Sisterly and Yuan Hang were both speechless. What was that supposed to mean? "I can chat and hang out with the interviewees, really connect with them." In short, whatever the interviewee wants or is interested in, she can deliver. "Xiao Su, come in quickly," the director called from the conference room. "Let's have our meeting first. I'll assign you a task afterward." The three exchanged glances, and Sisterly and Yuan Hang both gave her a thumbs up. Su Qinghu went in, greeted the director and her colleagues, and took her seat. Sisterly and Yuan Hang followed right behind. "How does it feel to be back on your first day?" the director asked with a smile. "Did that sense of familiarity come right back?" Su Qinghu replied, "It's just as comfortable as before." She spoke casually, her beautiful eyes smiling, brightening the mood for everyone. Xiao Chang couldn't help but let her gaze linger on Su Qinghu's face. Though she'd gotten her job through connections, she had to admit. Su Qinghu was not only beautiful, she was also truly capable. Unlike those people she'd heard about who got in through the back door but were hopeless at their jobs. Still, no matter how much she admired Su Qinghu's abilities, it was true that Su Qinghu treated people differently. Her gaze swept over Sisterly and Yuan Hang, and she quietly looked away. Those three formed their own little clique. "All right, let's start the meeting," the director said. Once everyone was present, the director gave the usual words of encouragement and looked ahead, then had everyone speak in turn and raise some questions based on their comments. It was a routine meeting, and everyone was familiar with the process, so it wrapped up quickly. After the meeting, Su Qinghu followed the director to his office. He sat down and pointed to the chair across from him, signaling her to sit. "Here's the thing," the director began once she was seated. "I'd like you to interview an academician. But a previous reporter left a bad impression on him, so he hasn't agreed to any interviews for 5 or 6 years. He's a top expert in environmental issues, and with the current situation and new requirements, he's finally agreed to an interview, but with conditions. He wants to test the reporter first." Su Qinghu didn't interrupt, waiting for him to continue. The director was pleased with her composure. "He's busy and doesn't want to waste time, so each newspaper only gets 1 slot for the test. I thought it over, and you're the only one at our paper without any real shortcomings," the director said with a smile. He wasn't exaggerating, whether it was work, life, or understanding international issues. Her strengths were obvious. If the interview had to be conducted entirely in a foreign language or squeezed into travel time, she could handle it. He remembered at Shaoli Tuaner's 1-month banquet, Su Qinghu had driven her family to the event herself. If she could drive to pick someone up, taking a detour would buy her a few extra minutes for the interview. "Please give me the relevant materials so I can study them first," Su Qinghu said, accepting the assignment. "When is the test?" As he handed over the collected materials, the director replied, "This Sunday." "This Sunday?" That clashed with the day her child had invited classmates over to play. "All right," Su Qinghu accepted the materials. Noticing the director seemed hesitant, she stayed seated and smiled. "We're all colleagues here. If you have something to say, just say it." The director smiled too. "Then I'll be direct. The interview doesn't require photos, so you could go alone. But I'd like you to bring a junior assistant." At that, Su Qinghu immediately ruled out Yuan Hang, the photographer. The word junior made the target clear. She waited for the director to continue. "Take Xiaocheng with you," the director finally said, sighing inwardly. "Xiaocheng? Sure. What tasks do you want her to handle?" Su Qinghu asked. "No major tasks," the director said, a bit embarrassed. "She can carry your bag or help with little things you need, handing you paper and pen, that sort of thing." Su Qinghu understood. "Have you talked to her about this?" "Yes, I have. She said she's very willing. You're great at mentoring newcomers, and she wants to learn from you." The director lowered his voice, feeling he owed her some explanation. "Xiaocheng won't be a reporter for long. She needs some experience, and after that, she'll probably transition to hosting programs." At the start of the year, the TV station had added new shows, and it looked like there would be more in the future. Young people with solid skills and good looks would have plenty of opportunities. Xiaocheng's family had planned this path for her. She just needed to lay the groundwork. Su Qinghu looked at the director, smiled, and said nothing. When Xiaocheng first joined the office, she appeared to be just an ordinary college student on the surface, but her subtle air of aloofness and superiority hadn't gone unnoticed. Everyone could tell her family background was anything but simple. Those interested in her didn't mind putting in the effort, even if it meant getting the cold shoulder. Those who weren't interested, after a few indifferent encounters, simply treated her as a regular colleague. This interview assignment was clearly something that would be a significant highlight on anyone's resume. Otherwise, the director wouldn't be speaking so stiffly. But how well someone can mentor others really depends on how much the learner is willing to absorb. Su Qinghu noticed the director was at a loss for words and offered him a way out. "Whether you can apply what you've learned flexibly requires some serious thought in private. If there's anything you don't understand, you need to be able to communicate it clearly. That way, it lays the groundwork for handling things later on." She paused here. The director quickly picked up the thread with a laugh. "Don't worry, Xiaosu. You just need to take her along. As for how much she learns, that's up to her own ability." With that, the director let out a sigh of relief. This was the first time in his life he'd owed someone a favor like this, and it made him feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, once this favor was repaid, he could finally stand tall again. With the director's clear instructions, Su Qinghu chatted with him for a bit longer before leaving the office. As soon as she stepped out, Yuan Hang and Sister Li, who were packing up their things for an assignment, both looked up at her. Su Qinghu smiled, looking spirited and confident, clearly unaffected by what had just happened. The two of them relaxed and went back to their preparations. Back at her own desk, Su Qinghu paused for a moment. She stared at the goji berry tea on her desk, raising an eyebrow. It was her own mug. Xiao Chang's desk was right next to Su Qinghu's. Seeing her stop, Xiao Chang spoke up a bit shyly, explaining that while she was making tea, she made a cup for Su Qinghu as well, so she'd have something to keep her energy up during the assignment. Su Qinghu nodded, thanked her, sat down, and started reviewing the materials the director had given her. Her current task was to prepare for the interview. The director hadn't assigned her anything else for now. As she read, she jotted down notes in her soft-cover notebook. When she finished going through the materials and stretched her neck and shoulders, she turned her head and met Xiao Chang's gaze. Xiao Chang quickly looked away, self-consciously tucking a strand of her pretty short curls behind her ear before looking back at Su Qinghu. "Sujia, is there anything I can help you with?" "Sujia?" Su Qinghu sighed inwardly. She'd corrected this form of address a few times, not because she was petty about being called older sister, but because some people in the office joked that Xiao Chang looked a bit mature for her age, so every time she called Su Qinghu Jia, it seemed like she was doing it on purpose, as if she was dissatisfied. It didn't really affect Su Qinghu, since her colleagues were on her side. But you never know when these little things might become a source of friction for someone else. "Xiao Chang, calling me Su Jia sounds so formal, like we're not close at all." Su Qinghu handed the materials from the director to Xiao Chang and said casually, "How about this? Just call me little Su Jia, okay?" Xiao Chang was the same age as her, just a couple of months younger. So calling her Jia wasn't really a big deal, but things are never that simple in the workplace. Call her Teacher Su? With her baby face, she'd just end up being the butt of jokes. Okay. Xiao Chang took the materials from Su Qinghu and thanked her. "Got it, little Su Jia." As soon as she said little Su Jia, the awkwardness she'd felt about calling her Su Jia faded considerably, and she felt a subtle sense of relief. She hadn't expected that form of address. Su Qinghu nodded at her and started organizing the notes she'd just jotted down. Xiao Chang glanced at the materials, frowning slightly. There weren't any sections marked or highlighted. She looked at Su Qinghu, pressed her lips together, and, a bit stubbornly, took out her own notebook and started taking notes on what she thought was important. The morning passed just like that. Su Qinghu had planned to visit teacher Sun Yun in the afternoon to ask about what happened during the previous interview with the academician, as well as his temperament and taboos. But when she got home at noon and stepped into the courtyard, she heard Aunt Yu calling for Mrs. Meng to answer the phone. Hearing the commotion in the yard, Aunt Yu called out to Su Qinghu as well. "Xiao Su, come quick, it's a call from your boss." Su Qinghu quickened her pace. "Coming." At the sound of her voice, little Li Tuaner, who had just finished crying, fluttered his damp eyelashes and kicka his little arms and legs. Mrs. Meng looked down and met her grandson's serious little face as he listened for sounds in the yard. She felt both sad and amused, and quickly carried him out of the bedroom and into the living room. Based on how Li Tuaner usually behaved, Mrs. Meng had thought her grandson wouldn't fuss when his mom went to work. But he'd held it in all morning, and when noon came and he still hadn't seen Su Qinghu, he started to cry. Fortunately, once she carried him into Su Qinghu's room, he stopped crying as much, though he still looked aggrieved. Mrs. Meng could almost sense his confusion, wondering why his mom wasn't holding him. Sigh. Mrs. Meng didn't dare recall the scene from just now. It was heartbreaking. While answering the phone, Su Qinghu watched Mrs. Meng approach. She looked down and saw the traces of tears on her son's lashes, and her heart clenched. She bent down, about to kiss her son, but straightened up and gestured to Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu understood immediately, quickly left, and soon returned with a damp towel, stretching out her hand to pass it over before she even got close. Su Qinghu took the towel, holding the phone between her shoulder and ear, wiped her son's face and hands, handed the towel back to Aunt Yu, and finally bent down to kiss little Li Tuaner. Li Tuaner whimpered, moved his little hands, and stared at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu, still on the phone, exaggerated her facial expressions to amuse her son. Okay, yes, I understand. After hanging up, Su Qinghu picked up Li Tuaner, kissed him again, and carried him back to the bedroom. Aunt Yu had already prepared a warm towel and brought it over as Su Qinghu approached. Mrs. Meng wanted to follow them, but thought better of it and went to the kitchen instead. The rice was cooked, and the vegetables were all chopped. Since it was cold, she hadn't stir-fried them in advance. Now that Su Qinghu was home, she could start cooking. But just as she reached the kitchen door, she heard more commotion at the courtyard gate. She turned, surprised. Why are you two back? Erdan rushed in, answering as he went, Mom's at work today, so we came to see little Li Tuaner. Did he cry? Did Dan greeted Mrs. Meng first, then asked. Mrs. Meng replied he did. She hadn't finished her sentence before Dan had already disappeared. Mrs. Meng swallowed the rest of her words and looked toward the living room, seriously reflecting on whether she was being fair to all the children. It was something she reminded herself to do every day. These three brothers were so close, she couldn't be the one to play favorites and hold them back. Wait a bit before going in. Aunt Yu pointed inside. Xiaosu is back. Did Dan and Dan immediately stopped in their tracks. Dan turned and left, while Dan stood at the doorway, chatting casually with Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu glanced at little Li Tuaner, who had paused his feeding at the sound of Dan's voice. She tapped his tiny nose, and only then did the little one start swallowing again. Isn't it a rush for you two to keep going back and forth like this? Su Qinghu asked. Dan replied, we finish our classwork easily. Unless the teachers give us extra drills at noon, there's really nothing much. They'd just participated in a competition exam, so the extra training from teachers lately was just routine practice. From what Dan said, Su Qinghu realized she probably couldn't stop them from coming home for lunch every now and then. Do you have any bicycles you like? Any particular style or color? Mom, you're going to buy us bicycles? Dan perked up instantly. Do you have a ration ticket? Su Qinghu was stumped by the question, a bit puzzled. Are you behind on the news? Even though this kid didn't hang around the park or alleys anymore, didn't he still go grocery shopping with Mrs. Meng on weekends? Hadn't he heard anyone talk about bicycles? What? Dan was stunned too, looking a bit dumbfounded. Su Qinghu said, bicycle ration tickets have been cancelled. Exclamation point. Dan, who'd been leaning against the doorframe, suddenly stood up straight. Really? Yes, they were cancelled last year. It's just that bicycle production hasn't ramped up, so it's still hard to buy one. That's why not many people talk about it, Su Qinghu explained, gently stretching her arm. Meeting little Li Tuaner's bright, dark eyes, she sighed, hurry up and grow, little one. Once he's older, he can start eating solid food. What about now? Dan was excited. Is it hard to buy a bicycle now? If it wasn't, he'd go to the bank, withdraw some money, and buy one for himself. I haven't kept up with the latest on this, Su Qinghu said. You two can look into it first. If it's possible, this weekend or next, Uncle Kai can take you to buy one. Uncle Kai Huayang had always kept in touch with the boys. They'd often bring him little things and, well, do some field study? Maybe that wasn't the most accurate way to put it, but close enough. They'd catch up on recent crime cases, write little stories to submit to magazines, and act as little legal ambassadors for their class or grade. Ask Uncle Kai? But he's busy this weekend. Dan tilted his head. How about we ask Grandpa to go with us? Su Qinghu said, whoever goes with you and when you go, that's up to you. Once you've decided, let me know and I'll give you the money for the bikes. You're buying them for us? Dan hesitated, a little embarrassed. Su Qinghu. Otherwise. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. Dan dashed off. I'm going to wash up so I can hold little Li Tuaner later. He still couldn't quite figure out what his mom really meant, so he didn't dare push his luck. Dan and Dan nearly bumped into each other as Dan rushed out of the living room, but both quickly dodged to avoid a collision. Bro, Mom said she'll buy us bikes. Once we pick one out, we can go get it. With that, Dan ran off, grinning from ear to ear. Ever since little Twanner was born, Dan had wanted a bike more and more, but since Su Qinghu had been in confinement, he hadn't brought it up. He'd planned to wait a couple of weeks, let her settle back into work, then ask her to go with them to withdraw the money. I've already picked out a bike, Dan said, stopping half a meter from Su Qinghu's bedroom door. But I'll need you to come with me to withdraw the money. Su Qinghu. We're just buying 2 bikes, no need to dip into your little savings. 2? Dan, 1 is enough. I can give Dan a ride. Buying 2 bikes seemed a bit extravagant. He'd checked. After buying a bike, you had to register it, pay a 2 yuan annual usage tax, and another 50 cents for the tax certificate. Su Qinghu, no, let's each get 3 bikes for the 3 of us. When the weather's nice, we can all go out for a ride together. Dan knew that once she made up her mind, especially about spending money, she rarely changed it, so he kept quiet. You two should be able to handle buying the bikes, registering them, and paying the taxes, right? As Su Qinghu asked, she glanced at her watch. Seeing that 20 minutes had passed, she immediately stopped feeding little Twanner. The little one was startled by the sudden move, smacked his lips a couple of times, and let out a dissatisfied whimper. Time's up, little one. Now it's my turn to eat. Su Qinghu poked his cheek and whispered, then tidied herself up, picked him up upright, and patted his back as she walked out. Dan was saying, we can handle it. We're having friends over on Sunday afternoon, so we can buy the bikes in the morning. Will the timing work out? Yes, we'll just get up earlier. We should be home by 11. Su Qinghu wasn't asking to stop them, just to hear how they'd arrange their time. Seeing that Dan had already thought it through, she nodded. Let's go eat. Dan was already helping Mrs. Meng set the table. When he saw Su Qinghu carrying little Twanner in, he grinned and ran over. Mom, lower him a bit so I can give him a kiss. Su Qinghu lowered the baby, and immediately a little head leaned in, followed by a loud smacking kiss. Before Su Qinghu could react to the sound, Dan reached out and gave Dan a practiced, natural smack on the head. So smooth and familiar it was almost hard to watch. She hesitated, about to say something, when Dan turned with a fierce look and blurted out, if you don't believe me, I'll spill the beans about the girl who passed you notes. Su Qinghu. Well, that cat's out of the bag now. After a moment's pause, Dan grinned widely. Sorry, bro, your slap just scrambled my brain. He'd been dying to spill that secret, and now that he had, he felt amazing. Dan's face flushed red, the sharpness of a mixed-race youth showing through, and he pursed his lips, looking at Dan like he was ready to hit him again. Bro, little bro's watching. If you hit me, he'll be scared you'll hit him too when he grows up. Think about it, will he still want to be close to you then? Dan took a step back, standing right next to Su Qinghu. Dan, I can keep hitting you until Twanner is old enough to remember, then stop. That works too. Mom, Dan immediately tugged at Su Qinghu, looking up at her for support. My brother's passing notes with a girl. Su Qinghu wasn't great at handling this kind of thing, and as she was thinking about it, she didn't notice both boys were watching her. Dan waited for her verdict, lips pressed together, while Dan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then he excitedly asked, Mom, do you think I've grown taller? A harmless little note-passing incident between boys and girls instantly veered off topic to height. After measuring, it turned out Dan had grown 2 centimeters. Overjoyed, he gave his big brother Dan a bear hug. Haha, bro, I'll wash your socks for a month. Dan's excitement and Dan's expressionless face formed a stark contrast. Just looking at them, Su Qinghu could already guess Dan's inner monologue. It was basically the real-life version of the meme. Don't bother me, let me be beautiful on my own. And the reason it's a real-life version is because this is a handsome, mixed-race young boy acting it out in person. After Dan finished being excited, he turned to Su Qinghu. Mom, even though some girls pass notes to my brother, the notes were all proper, They just said they wanted to learn from him and take him as a role model. He even knows how to do damage control? Dan's look of disdain faded a bit. He wanted to push Dan's hand away, but for now he didn't act on it. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes. Since things had developed to this point, should she give the kids a little early education about puppy love? Mom, don't get the wrong idea. That girl, Dan started to explain, but Dan couldn't take it anymore. He broke free from Dan, looked at Su Qinghu, and said, "She wrote me a note, and it was a math problem." It was a really simple question. Su Qinghu seemed a bit skeptical about that really simple part, so Dan pursed his lips and added, "You could solve it using the formulas we learned in class." So I wrote down a few formulas for her and told her to figure it out herself. Meeting Dan's eyes, which were seeking approval, Su Qinghu nodded. Good. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. With your guidance, she'll probably pay more attention in class from now on. Very good, this is so like Dan. Dan hadn't expected this outcome. He stared, dumbfounded, then complained, "Bro, when I ask you questions, you never just give me the formulas, right? You don't even give me the axioms. The thing you say to me most often is, go read your math book. Go read whatever book." Dan still wasn't immune to Dan's nonsense. He frowned at him, holding back his temper. For questions that just use basic formulas and axioms, do you really need to ask me? Dan. No, but that doesn't mean he can't nitpick. What about the extension problems? Dan pressed on. Su Qinghu moved a little away from Dan, politely spectating. Dan was thrown off by Su Qinghu's action. He pursed his lips and his gaze at Dan started to carry a warning. Dan coughed. Fine, I can solve the extension problems myself. It all depends on whether he's willing to use his own clever brain. All right, let's eat, Mrs. Meng reminded them. The three of you, two have school, one has work. If you don't hurry up and eat, you'll be late. Su Qinghu, she hadn't even joined the fray just now, so why was she being called out? Aunt Yu took little Tuaner to the living room, and the four of them sat down to eat. At the table, Su Qinghu brought up the matter of buying a bicycle. Mrs. Meng had just said she'd give the kids some money for it, when Dan started showing off his wealth. After his little show, Dan winked at Su Qinghu. Once she nodded her approval, he finally settled down to eat. Even Dan was impressed with himself. He hadn't even mentioned the total in his piggy bank, just talked about the money he'd made taking photos for tourists over the summer, and that alone left Mrs. Meng stunned. That much? Mrs. Meng could hardly believe her ears. It's not that much, Dan said with a grin, stuffing a mouthful of rice. At first, we just took pictures as we could, with nothing special. Later, we rented suits from the tailor shop, bought headbands and silk scarves, and charged only 50 cents more than others. That's when business started coming our way. My mom's brain is really something, Dan sighed, staring at Su Qinghu's head in admiration. She's a natural at business. Sigh, I wish I had that. Su Qinghu shot him a sidelong glance. All right, enough. Stop eyeing my brain. If you read more, learned more, and thought more, you'd have a little head for spotting business opportunities too. That look in his eyes really made her want to smack him. But what? Just think about it, if you can do what others can, and do what others can't, you'll always have the upper hand. As long as you don't self-destruct, you'll always be ahead of the pack. After Su Qinghu finished, Dan thought about it and nodded seriously. Mom, I got it. Good. Just remember, and stop eyeing my brain, Su Qinghu said, tapping him before continuing her meal. People are pretty simple and honest these days. If this were in the future, this kind of obsessive admiration would be the prelude to some crazy crime. Admire all you want, worship all you want, but you'd better keep that look in check. After eating, Su Qinghu headed straight to work, not even using her extra maternity leave hours. The director had asked her and Yuan Hang to attend an interview about large machine tools, with a possible chance to speak with foreign experts. Both she and Yuan Hang were familiar with large machine tools and had done interviews before, so it would be easy for them to coordinate. Of course, their good public image was also a factor. When Su Qinghu arrived at work, Yuan Hang was already waiting for her. Standing next to him was Xiao Chong, chatting away. Su Qinghu quickly caught on. "Give me 5 minutes." She quickly gathered what she needed, double-checked everything, and then led the group out. "Sister Su, did you write the interview outline?" Xiao Qing asked as she hurried to keep up. Su Qinghu replied, "I'll think about it once we're in the car." "Will that be enough time?" Xiao Chong pressed. Su Qinghu strode ahead, calm and steady. "Do you have any ideas?" Xiao Chong looked at Su Qinghu and had to admit, even when she walked fast, she looked good doing it. She was momentarily distracted before realizing Su Qinghu was asking for her input. She quickly said, "I wrote an interview outline." The three of them reached the bus stop. Since it was work hours, there weren't many people. Su Qinghu held out her hand. But Xiao Chang didn't hand over the outline. "Sister Su, during the interview, could I ask one question?" While Su Qinghu was on maternity leave, Xiao Chang had only been assigned trivial interviews. Like someone returning a lost coin, and it turned out to be just 2 cents. Su Qinghu turned to meet her gaze. "If there's a good question in your outline, and if it's near the end of the interview, I'll give you a chance to ask." If it was at the beginning or in the middle, there was no way she'd let her practice. Xiao Chang's brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly hid her feelings and handed over the outline, lips pressed in a thin line. Yuan Hang watched from the side, not getting involved in the women's discussion. He didn't think much of Xiao Chang's request, but it was understandable. Everyone wants a chance to shine. But had Xiao Chang not thought about the byline issue for the interview article? Whether she'd get credited or whether her question would be used, all of that was entirely up to Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu took the interview outline Xiao Chang had written, skimmed through it quickly, then fell silent for a moment before looking up at her. "There's a problem with how you're positioning your own role." "What?" Xiao Chang looked confused for a second, then blurted out, "What's wrong with how I see my role? Aren't I a reporter? Or does she see me as some unimportant gopher? Not even an assistant? Don't worry about my role for now. Can you just look at the interview outline I wrote?" After Su Qinghu's comment, Xiao Chang even dropped the honorifics. "Let's just focus on the work, okay? Can we be professional? I wrote the interview outline. And they didn't prepare anything. In this situation, pushing me out and suppressing me, is that really what a dedicated professional should do?" Su Qinghu didn't get angry. She waited for Xiao Chang to finish, then gave a small laugh. "During the interview, we both need to be clear about our roles and then make detailed adjustments on site. Let's not talk about the on-site adjustments for now, just the initial positioning. You're putting yourself too low." "So what, should I see myself as the one doing them a favor?" Xiao Chang snapped, her temper flaring. "They're the ones we want to interview. We're the ones asking them for something. When you're asking someone for a favor, you still act like you're the boss." Yuan Hang couldn't help but interject, "We're equals here. To put it bluntly, when we interview foreign experts, we're representing the image of our country to some extent. What's wrong with being humble?" Xiao Chang retorted. Su Qinghu wasn't interested in debating and pulled her back on track. "Forget about positioning for a second. Let's talk about the supply and demand dynamic. Based on the information you have, why are these foreign experts agreeing to be interviewed?" The question hit Xiao Chang like a bucket of cold water. Her anger fizzled out, but her face flushed with embarrassment. "The car's here," Yuan Hang reminded them, and the three got in. The whole way there, Xiao Chang stayed silent, clutching the interview outline in her bag, feeling a mix of grievance and shame that brought tears to her eyes. Su Qinghu had no time to worry about her feelings. She stared off into space, thinking about the upcoming interview. Yuan Hang, carrying the camera equipment, acted as a shield for the two of them, keeping the crowd at bay. When they got off and reached the security gate, someone was already waiting for them. The person in charge of receiving them was momentarily stunned when he saw them. It wasn't that he'd never met reporters before, but this many good-looking reporters at once, that was a first. He was both impressed and a little wary, but smiled and led them to the meeting room. Knowing the experts were still busy, he asked the person in charge and got the go-ahead to check out the work site, so they headed straight there. At the site, after greeting the factory leaders, Su Qinghu started communicating directly with the experts in a foreign language. Her pronunciation was pleasant and precise, and with her eye contact and a subtle air of harmlessness beneath her professionalism, she quickly got the experts engaged in conversation. The factory leaders didn't really understand what they were talking about, but seeing the occasional frustrated expressions and the little gestures as they reminded each other of things, he suspected these experts might be letting slip some information he couldn't get out of them himself. He glanced at the staff member responsible for receiving Su Qinghu and her team, then quietly looked away, content to be a background presence. But he didn't get to be a background prop for long. Su Qinghu soon brought him into the conversation. Listening to her translation, the factory leader almost didn't recognize these foreign experts. Weren't they pretty talkative now? Before, they'd nitpicked the translator's pronunciation and pretended not to understand. The factory leader was almost ready to curse. They'd been treated to the best food and drink, practically worshipped, and still hadn't revealed anything extra. He was cursing inwardly, but still smiled as he led everyone to the meeting room. Inside, there was tea and coffee. Clearly, the factory had made an effort to accommodate the foreign experts. As soon as they entered, the person who'd greeted them at the door asked if they wanted coffee or tea. As soon as he spoke, the lead expert stood up and said he'd do it himself. Seeing he was a bit embarrassed in front of the leaders, Su Qinghu thought for a moment. "I'll join you." The expert raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but when he met her gaze, it felt perfectly natural. There were 2 pour-over kettles on the tea table, 2 brand-new thermos flasks, and a delicate, long-spouted copper pot. A hint of amusement flashed in Su Qinghu's eyes. Looks like both sides compromised. No one insisted on the little silver pot. She glanced sideways at the lead expert, who gestured for her to go ahead. The 2 of them started making pour-over coffee at the same time, chatting about it as they went. With a beautiful woman and a pleasant conversation, it felt just like afternoon tea. The expert sighed. "It's a pity there aren't any snacks." "There are." Before the factory leader could say anything, the staff member in charge of the interview had already pulled out a paper box from the drawer. Damn, he'd heard that word enough times. He knew exactly what it meant. The snacks were even bought from a Western bakery. Yuan Hang was struggling not to laugh. Thank goodness, he had a camera to hide behind. Watching all this, Xiaochang suddenly thought of Su Qinghu's comment about her role, and her face grew hot. This kind of attitude doesn't look good. Embarrassment kept her silent throughout the interview, but as Su Qinghu talked with the others, Xiaochang listened carefully and started to pick up on something. The questions Su Qinghu asked seemed ordinary on the surface, but in reality, she'd just wrapped the sharp points in a softer shell. The core was still there. Every time she wrapped up a tough question, it was always about something the experts were interested in, so they never felt annoyed or became defensive. Maybe because she'd always looked at Su Qinghu with a critical eye, she was able to notice the rhythm of her interviews. Throughout the whole interview, it seemed like the experts were in control, but in reality, Su Qinghu was everywhere, the hidden hand guiding the entire process and the direction of the conversation. Xiaochang was both shocked and a little amused. Even after the interview had ended for quite a while, they were still chatting and still talking about food. So no matter where you are, food is the first necessity of the people, huh? Kung Pao chicken and mapo tofu. Such common dishes, yet Su Qinghu could talk them up so much that the foreigner's Adam's apples bobbed unconsciously. After setting up a future meeting, both sides chatted a bit more at the door before saying goodbye. "It's already 5 o'clock. Let's just go eat." Yuan Hang hefted his bag with a long sigh. "Let's get mapo tofu and kung pao chicken." Su Qinghu refused coolly. "No, I have to go back and write my article." "Eat first, then go back," Yuan Hang pleaded pitifully. "My treat, okay?" "Xiaochang, can you not hold back Sister Su's progress? All you have to do is develop some photos." With all the information Sister Su got from this interview, who knows how late she'll have to stay up to finish her article. Her eyes were full of reproach and criticism, leaving Yuan Hang at a loss. What's going on? Wasn't she just complaining that Su Qinghu was picking on her? The three of them looked over. The car window rolled down. It was the factory director. I'll give you a ride back, the director said, his gaze settling on Su Qinghu. Reporter Su, please don't refuse. Su Qinghu met his eyes and understood immediately, then got into the car. As soon as she moved, Yuan Hang and Xiaochang also got in. People who make it to leadership positions are never ordinary. When they want to, they can make you feel truly welcomed and at ease. The director chatted with Su Qinghu as he drove, occasionally including Yuan Hang and Xiao Chang in the conversation. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. No one felt left out. When they arrived at the office gate, the director even got out to open the car doors for Su Qinghu and Xiao Chang, his warm smile barely fading. After getting out, Yuan Hang exchanged a few words with the director, then called Xiao Chang to leave. Worried she might not cooperate, he took her by the arm and gently but firmly led her away. Xiao Chang frowned, about to say something, but when she saw Yuan Hang give her a look, she couldn't help glancing at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu didn't move or look at Xiao Chang, just kept up a casual conversation with the director. Xiao Chang pressed her lips together, let Yuan Hang lead her, and walked into the building. Once Xiao Chang and Yuan Hang were gone, leaving only him and Su Qinghu, the director's smile grew even warmer. Reporter Su, my foreign language skills aren't great, but I can tell yours are excellent. Su Qinghu smiled. I was chatting with them a bit quickly. I'm afraid I made things tough for your translators. No, we're the ones who need to improve, the director said, his smile broadening. Reporter Su, I have a small favor to ask, and I hope you'll agree. Please, go ahead, Su Qinghu replied. Well, could you give us a full copy of today's interview? The director asked directly. Not just the version for publication, the complete transcript, including the extended discussions you had with them. During her conversations, some of the vocabulary she used touched on core technical areas. Because he was paying close attention, he'd picked up on it. In fact, he felt that Su Qinghu was subtly steering the conversation toward those core topics. I understand what you mean, Su Qinghu said. But I have an exam this week, so I might not be able to get it to you right away. If you're in a hurry, I can write down an address and someone can pick it up from my exam location at 4:30 p.m. on Sunday. Would that work? That's perfect. I'll come pick it up myself, the director said, a bit excited. Thank you so much, Reporter Su. He reached out his hand, and Su Qinghu shook it. Since things had reached this point, the director couldn't help but voice his suspicion. Reporter Su, did you manage to get something really important out of them for us? He'd noticed the subtle signals the experts had given each other. Su Qinghu smiled. It was just a normal interview. They were a bit too enthusiastic and shared a little too much. I'm not sure what might be useful to you. That was a very interesting way to put it. The director didn't need to think hard to understand her meaning. Thank you, he said sincerely, accepting the slip of paper with the address. Looking at it, he hesitated before asking, Are you trying to get an interview opportunity there? Su Qinghu nodded. Yes. Do you know about this exam? The director smiled. Someone in my family works there. They both spoke naturally, but neither dug any deeper. After a bit more small talk, they said their goodbyes. Watching Su Qinghu leave, the director smiled and drove back to the factory. Sister Su, have some tea. As Su Qinghu walked toward her desk, Xiao Chang came over carrying her cup. She paused, looking at the cup in Xiao Chang's hands, suddenly at a loss for words. I washed and scalded the cup before making you some goji berry, hawthorn, and red date tea, Xiao Chang said, her expression as usual, placing the cup on the front left corner of Su Qinghu's desk. The red dates and goji berries are from the northwest. Thank you. That's very thoughtful, Su Qinghu said. No trouble at all, Xiao Chang smiled. You get back to work, Sister Su. The tea's a bit hot, drink it later. Okay. Su Qinghu smiled, sat down, and got to work. During this time, the supervisor came by. Seeing her so focused on writing, he didn't dare disturb her, just asked Xiao Chang a few questions before returning to his office. By 6:30, Su Qinghu had finished her first draft. After a quick review and some edits, she typed it up at lightning speed and handed it to the supervisor at 7 o'clock. He approved it on first read, and Su Qinghu grabbed her bag and left. Just outside the office, she nearly ran into Xiaochang, who was carrying a bag of steaming hot buns. Sorry, Su Qinghu apologized. She'd been in a hurry. Sister Su, I bought you some buns. Have a bite to keep you going, Xiaochang said. Su Qinghu was surprised, then amused. Didn't you get off work earlier? Xiaochang looked a bit embarrassed. I didn't know how long you'd be working, so I went to my usual bun shop and bought you some. It was odd, she'd worked with Su Qinghu before, but today, for some reason, Su Qinghu just seemed especially beautiful. Thank you, Su Qinghu said sincerely, meeting her eyes. She knew that bun shop. Before her maternity leave, she'd often line up there to buy buns. Not far from there was also a shop that made great spicy tofu skin stew. Feeling her mouth water, Su Qinghu quickly pulled her thoughts back. Before she could say anything, Xiaochang had already stuffed the buns into her hands, said "see you tomorrow" and ran off. Su Qinghu finally swallowed, shook her head at Xiaochang's girlishness, then turned back to her desk. She wet a spare handkerchief, wiped her hands, and brought the buns to the supervisor's office. She knocked, went in, and left 3 buns for him, explaining that Xiaochang had bought them, and then left. She was in a hurry. It was one of the rare times she'd worked overtime. At the main gate, she was startled by 2 figures who suddenly appeared. Mom, my brother and I came to pick you up from work, Erden said, tilting his face up. It's hard to find flowers in this weather, so we didn't bring any. How did you get here? Su Qinghu asked. We rode bikes, Erden said proudly. I even borrowed one from a neighbor. He and his brother had each ridden a bike over. His brother was riding the lady's bike their dad had bought for their mom, while he was on the borrowed heavy-duty one. It was a bit tiring, but soon his mom could give him a ride. Erden was quite pleased with his plan. But as soon as he finished, he realized something was off. Why wasn't his brother saying anything? He turned to look and immediately bared his teeth in outrage. Dayton was pushing the heavy bike over. Mom, you should ride this one. It's a bit tall and hard to handle. I'll take our bike and give Erden a lift. Erden, who wants you to give me a ride? Erdan. Su Qinghu glanced sideways at Erdan, pondered for a moment, and said, You're not light. Erdan, I'm not light, but I'm not a little chubby either. Erdan protested, aggrieved. I'm just growing taller right now. Su Qinghu, that's why I'm giving you a ride. This little rascal, his earlier complaint was fake, but his bragging about growing taller was real. The stubbornness of little boys. That's true. Erdan quickly took 2 steps towards Su Qinghu. I've grown 2 centimeters taller, so I must have gained some weight too. Su Qinghu took the bicycle from Dedan and called out to Erdan, Go bring our other bike over. Erdan responded briskly, Okay. As Erdan walked away, Su Qinghu lifted the bag of steamed buns and gave it a shake. The buns are still warm. Do you want to eat them now or wait until we get home? Dedan's brief moment of disappointment vanished completely. I haven't washed my hands, he said. Su Qinghu looked at him. There was just no way to change the habits of such a clean kid, and certainly not for the worse. How about I feed you? Su Qinghu picked up a bun and brought it to Dedan's mouth. I washed my hands. After all, buns are best eaten while they're hot. Su Qinghu couldn't be bothered to prop up the double-bar bike, so she just let it lean against her, freeing both hands, one to feed Dedan and the other to feed herself. Dedan was a little embarrassed, but he wasn't about to refuse this rare moment. He just took big bites each time. When Erdan came back pushing their lady's bicycle, he was stunned. What happened? He'd only been gone for a moment, and they were already eating without him? Fine, eat without him. But did they at least save him one? Mom. Pushing the bike up to them, Erdan puffed out his cheeks in protest. I'm hungry too. Here you go. Su Qinghu took the bag off the bike handle and handed it to him. There's just one left. It was cold out, so as Su Qinghu ate, she urged them to hurry up. Once they'd finished eating, Su Qinghu gave Erdan a ride, had Dedan ride ahead, and they started heading home. As they neared an intersection, Su Qinghu called out, "Turn left, did Dan." Before did Dan could ask why, his body had already obeyed and turned left. "This isn't the way home," did Dan reminded her. Su Qinghu smiled. "I know it's not the way home." She wanted to stop by the shop that sold braised pork to see if they had any spicy tofu sheets left. Seriously, after eating bland postpartum meals for so long, the last time she had anything flavorful was when Auntie treated her to hot pot. Today, with Xiao Chang buying buns and the mention of Kung Pao chicken and mapo tofu during the afternoon interview, she'd been craving all day. Did Dan and Erdan almost simultaneously thought of the tasty food nearby? Erdan perked up. "Mom, are you going to buy us snacks?" Su Qinghu. "What do you mean, buy you snacks? Aren't we all eating together?" Did Dan said, "Great-grandma made you a meal plan. You shouldn't eat random things." Su Qinghu fell silent again. The joy of sneaking snacks was, thanks to these two, becoming more and more inevitable. When they arrived, the shop owner was still open. Su Qinghu bought some braised goodies for Ms. Meng, asked the boys what they wanted, and added 2 more items, then ordered 10 spicy tofu sheets. "For to go, 6 to eat here, please." The shop owner remembered Su Qinghu and the boys well. They were good-looking and good customers. "Haven't seen you all in a while," he said. Su Qinghu replied politely, "We've been a bit busy lately." The owner quickly wrapped 2 tofu sheets for each of them and handed them over. Su Qinghu didn't give Dan or Erdan a chance to talk. As soon as she got her tofu sheet, she took a big bite. Perfect. She just loved spicy food like this. One bite and she felt completely refreshed. Erdan said, "Mom, don't force yourself if you can't finish. My brother and I can help." So delicious, it tasted just like before. Erdan squinted his eyes in bliss as he took a bite. Dan, seeing he couldn't stop her, was silent for a moment, then gave in. "Just don't eat too much." "Okay," Su Qinghu replied. Dan hesitated, then added, "You've been eating bland food for almost 3 months. If you suddenly eat too much spicy food, you might not feel well." "All right," Su Qinghu agreed. She felt fine. The spice level was already milder than before. Li Tuaner. Dan watched her eat, holding his own spicy tofu sheet. Su Qinghu paused, looked at him, then at the half-eaten tofu sheet in her hand, and sighed. "Fine, I'll eat half and save the rest for tomorrow." She put the food away and could only watch Dan and Erdan eat the rest. When they finished, Su Qinghu pointed at Erdan, "You can ride the rest of the way yourself." "Erdan? Ride by myself?" Erdan couldn't believe it. "Mom, it's so dark." Su Qinghu was speechless. "Don't tell me you're afraid of the dark." Just this past April or May, he'd been the one urging everyone to go catch cicada nymphs. She remembered it clearly. Erdan wanted to argue, but under his brother's stare, he suddenly remembered why they'd come to pick up Su Qinghu in the first place. They'd promised to bring Mom home for little Li Tuaner. He gave up arguing, obediently pushed his bike, and asked, "Should I ride ahead too?" Hum. Su Qinghu nodded, then turned to Dan, "Hop on." The 3 of them wobbled home on their bikes. As soon as they got home, Auntie called out, "Go wash your hands with hot water." It was cold, and their hands were frozen from the ride. They had a coal stove at home, with a big copper kettle, so there was always hot water available. The 3 of them went to wash up, and as they reached the living room, they saw Ms. Meng tiptoeing out of Su Qinghu's bedroom. Su Qinghu was puzzled. "Mom, what are you doing?" Little Li Tuaner slept so well that unless there was a sharp noise, there was no need to be so careful. Sometimes, even if she pinched his nose or poked his eyelashes, he wouldn't wake up. "Ahem, anyway," Ms. Meng whispered, "just got him to sleep. Don't wake him." She kept her voice low, but dragged out her words so Su Qinghu could understand, which made it a bit funny. Su Qinghu mimicked her tone, "Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together." MS. Meng glared at her, telling her to stop fooling around, then gestured for everyone to talk outside. Once outside, Ms. Meng sighed. The baby cried. She felt so bad, if she could, she'd cry in his place. Su Qinghu's heart clenched. Did he cry for long? It wasn't too bad. He's calmer in your room, Ms. Meng said. What time do you work tomorrow? They chatted as they walked to the dining table. Seeing the bowls and chopsticks set out, Su Qinghu knew they'd been waiting for her. Knowing it was pointless to argue, Su Qinghu urged them to start eating, then answered Ms. Meng, I don't have to go in tomorrow morning. Mrs. Meng knew she didn't have to get up early, so she didn't wake her. The weather was cold, and with Su Qinghu by her side, little Li Tuaner slept soundly. Except for a few whimpers when he needed a diaper change, he barely opened his eyes all night. By the time mother and son woke up, daylight was streaming in. Su Qinghu felt instantly refreshed as she looked at the sunlight filtering through the gap in the curtains. She carefully slipped away from little Li Tuaner, quickly got out of bed and dressed. In no time, she was neatly dressed and out of the bedroom. What a beautiful day! Brilliant sunlight poured onto the living room floor. Su Qinghu reached out her hand, the sunlight illuminating her well-shaped, fair hand, making it look even more delicate and beautiful. Su Qinghu couldn't help but smile at the sight. Mrs. Meng walked over, smiling. The sun's so nice today. Let's air out your bedding later. Tonight it'll feel extra soft and comfy to sleep in. Okay. Su Qinghu stretched lazily. Mom, did you finish kneading the dough for the bread? Mrs. Meng glanced at the wall clock before answering, yes, it just needs another 15 minutes to finish proofing. Su Qinghu was about to thank her when she heard the little one making noises in the bedroom. The two women exchanged a glance, and in the next second, almost in sync, they both dashed to the bedroom. Mrs. Meng got to little Li Tuaner first, scooping him up. Su Qinghu didn't have time to grab the little basin, so she quickly tore off a few sheets of paper and laid them on the floor. They worked together seamlessly, and once everything was settled, both let out a sigh of relief and shared a smile. Get a little blanket to cover Li Tuaner. Okay, Su Qinghu replied, finding a soft, thin blanket and wrapping it around his neck like a bib. Little Li Tuaner's beautiful eyes looked first at Mrs. Meng, then at Su Qinghu. His eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes seemed to twinkle with a hint of a smile. Su Qinghu didn't tease him, just gently stroked his little cheek in response. Once they were done and the little one was cleaned up, Mrs. Meng dressed and wrapped him up, then took him to a sheltered spot to sunbathe. After washing up, Su Qinghu glanced over, smiled, then went inside to pour herself a glass of water. When she felt it wasn't too hot, she sipped it slowly. And you saw how relaxed the two of them were and, smiling, swallowed back her call to come eat for the time being. Su Qinghu's leisurely pace stood in stark contrast to everyone else's busyness. She spent her whole morning baking bread and playing with her child. After lunch at 12:30, she packed up half of the freshly baked bread and headed to work. When she arrived at the office, Yuan Hang and the others were already there. She handed one portion of bread to Yuan Hang. Share this with everyone. Sure. And I need to borrow your car. Su Qinghu pointed at the other portion of bread in her hand. I promised to give this to them yesterday. Can't go back on my word. I knew you'd need it. Yuan Hang handed her the car keys. It's parked in the usual spot. Go ahead. And hey, let's get the car transfer sorted soon. Su Qinghu, this Friday, let's both take half a day off and get it done. Friday afternoon then? Yuan Hang confirmed. No problem, Su Qinghu replied. With that settled, Su Qinghu took the keys and the bread and left the office. As soon as she left, Xiao Chang came out of the director's office and ran into Sister Li, who handed her a small bread roll. At first, she was puzzled, but seeing everyone else had one too, she understood. It was Su Qinghu's baking. This was her first time tasting Su Qinghu's bread. Su Qinghu would sometimes share her treats with the office, and when she was in the mood, everyone had a feast that month. But often, months would go by without a single treat, so everyone always looked forward to her baked goods and snacks. All of this, Xiao Chang had only heard from others. Was it really that delicious? She took a bite almost unconsciously, and her taste buds immediately told her she liked it. The office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Qinghu drove off, speeding all the way to the hotel where the foreign experts were staying. She arrived 5 minutes earlier than scheduled, but the experts were already there. When they saw it was her in the driver's seat, they were visibly surprised. Watching her park with such skill, they were even more impressed. Su was truly a treasure full of surprises. After getting out of the car, Su Qinghu and the lead foreign expert greeted each other warmly, like old friends reuniting after a long time. The expert showered her with enthusiastic praise, making Su Qinghu a little embarrassed. Smiling, she handed over the pastries and a delicate little box. What was in the box? The expert's eyes asked the question. Black tea, Su Qinghu replied. She briefly introduced the tea's origins, chatted with them for a while, then took her leave. She had sped over, but on the way back, she drove leisurely, and by the time she got back to the office, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The director hardly placed any demands on Su Qinghu. As long as she got her work done and did it well, her hours were flexible. What's more, she had returned to work much earlier than others who were on maternity leave. So, there were even fewer requirements for her. Back at her desk, Su Qinghu didn't have to bother with trivial tasks. She only needed to focus on preparing for the competitive exam on Sunday. Most of the others in the office were out on assignments, with only a couple left, frowning over their own work. Su Qinghu got her main tasks done first, then began organizing the key points from her recent interview that the factory leaders were especially concerned about. By the end of the workday, everything was in perfect order. Just like that, Sunday arrived in an orderly fashion. Early that morning, after breakfast, Dan and Dan were picked up by Chenbo to go see bicycles. Su Qinghu tidied herself up and headed out as well. Written exam in the morning, interview in the afternoon. It was rare to have something so interesting and challenging, and Su Qinghu was in high spirits. Ever since late pregnancy, she hadn't had much entertainment, and even her eating and drinking had been restricted. Very little could stir her emotions. Today's exam felt like a fuse, instantly bringing her back to the lighthearted joy she'd felt before becoming a mother. The morning exam went smoothly. After lunch, she strolled around the area before returning. She ran into a familiar face. Reporter Su, we meet again. The factory leader greeted her first. Su Qinghu laughed. You must have known I finished writing what you wanted and came early to pick it up? After her joke, she bowed politely to the elderly man beside the leader. This elderly man was the mastermind behind the elimination-style competition, her future interview subject. He studied her for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He had seen this young woman before. In a cherished photo of Engineer Yang's, she and 2 children each held a roasted sweet potato, standing not far from a street vendor, their faces lit up with brilliant smiles. Can I take a look? He asked. Su Qinghu didn't agree right away, but instead looked toward the factory director. The director nodded, smiling cheerfully. Of course. This is my teacher. To call him teacher wasn't entirely accurate. They were actually relatives, cousins. It was just that during his school years, he'd received guidance from this man, and while teaching, the elder didn't allow them to use family terms, so over time, teacher just became a habit. Su Qinghu smiled and said, all right. As she spoke, she handed him a manila envelope. Inside were the materials she had organized, typed up on a typewriter, clipped together with a small binder, and then stuffed into the envelope. In fact, she had slipped in some of her own extras. In later generations, with the explosion of information, sometimes things would just appear in front of you even if you weren't actively searching. As long as she could accurately recall relevant information, she'd mix it in. The old man read for a while, then nodded at her. Go prepare for your interview. Su Qinghu knew this meant the small talk was over, so she didn't linger. She said goodbye to the factory director and left. As soon as she left, the old man said, make a copy of this for yourself and give me the original. Factory director. Uncle. The director even dropped the teacher title. Isn't that a bit much? A copy is never as good as the original. Besides, would they really be interested in this? What's wrong with it? The old man glanced at him. When your factory's machines broke down, wasn't it me who found someone to fix them for you? This was his first time asking the younger generation for something. You can go back and type up a copy yourself. It's not that hard. With that, the old man was about to leave. The director called after him, "Uncle, you." "All right, I get it. All else being equal, I'll prioritize her." "Thank you, Uncle." The director grinned. Great, now he didn't owe anyone any favors. The old man walked a bit, pulled out the interview notes, and started reading right there, not even feeling the cold. It was still far from any core technical content, but one of the development directions and principles inside was quite interesting. After Su Qinghu finished her interview, they immediately announced she'd made it to the next round. She knew they always announced results on the spot, so she wasn't surprised. Just hadn't expected there'd be a final round. She didn't ask much or say much. Knowing she was in the finals, she headed home. Carrying her bag, she strolled leisurely through the alley when she caught a whiff of smoke and grilled meat. "Who's barbecuing?" Su Qinghu looked around but didn't see anything. The closer she got to her house, the stronger the smell became. Her own home? Weren't barbecue parties not on the list for entertaining these two kids? She pushed open the courtyard gate. The kids' laughter and excited voices rang out. "Mine's too salty. My mushrooms are burnt." "Geez, fatty, why'd you put so much chili powder?" Su Qinghu's gaze swept over the kids, then landed on Mrs. Meng and Aunt Yu, who were standing in the living room, looking out at the courtyard. Their hands were empty, they looked like they wanted to help but held back. As the three of them exchanged glances, Erden noticed Su Qinghu. "Mom." Erden ran over, clutching a few skewers. "Mom, try these. My brother and I grilled them, they're delicious. Meat skewers." Su Qinghu took one, took a bite, and nodded. "Not bad. My brother and I mixed our own marinade." The others had Grandma mix theirs, but at the end, they added their own soy sauce and chili and stuff. "You shouldn't eat theirs." Erden chattered on, immediately passing judgment on the other kids' food. Su Qinghu, "All right. Do you need my help?" "Nope." Erden grinned, showing his teeth. "You just wait. I'll get them to grill some for you. With my special marinade," he emphasized. Su Qinghu smiled and agreed. She greeted the kids' classmates, who responded enthusiastically, all calling her Big Sister. "Are you guys dumb?" Erden frowned. "Only unmarried young women are called Big Sister. If she's married, you should call her Auntie." Su Qinghu. "Auntie." Though reluctant, the classmates changed how they addressed her. Afterward, they couldn't help muttering to each other, "She's so young and pretty, I really don't want to call her Auntie." Su Qinghu went into the living room. Mrs. Meng said, "These kids were having so much fun, they didn't want to leave early. It's cold, so we figured we'd set up a small stove for them to grill food. There was meat, potato slices, steamed bun slices, mushrooms, and even some dried veggies rehydrated from the summer. It all looked pretty plentiful." Su Qinghu checked her watch. "Mom, why don't you cook some wontons for them? Let them have something warm before heading home. It's about time anyway." "All right. There's enough in the fridge. It's not a meal, so 3 or 4 per person should be fine. I'll add some dried shrimp and seaweed to the soup." "Mom, skip the dried shrimp, just add some shredded egg. Someone might be allergic." "Okay." After their chat, Su Qinghu washed her hands and face, then went to check on little Lituan, who was fast asleep. The little one's cheeks were rosy, with tiny fists tucked by his face, so soft and adorable. Su Qinghu bent down and kissed his cheek. Just as she straightened up, the little fist twitched, and she met a pair of bright, watery black eyes. "Oh, little guy, you're awake." She reached out and grabbed his little hand, only to have her own finger gripped tightly. Auntie came in just then, catching Su Qinghu in the act of waking the baby with a kiss, and shook her head with a sigh. Other people treat their babies like precious treasures. Here, the kid's no different from a toy. Mrs. Meng finished cooking the wontons, and the kids' barbecue was winding down. After eating the wontons, Dayton and Erden reluctantly saw their friends out. Mrs. Meng was just cleaning up the dishes in the courtyard when Erden dashed inside, heading straight for the bedroom. "Mom, can I come in?" he asked. Su Qinghu had already fed little Lituan and was playing with him. "Come in." "Mom, we bought the bikes." Erden's eyes sparkled. "We didn't let Grandpa pay for us." Mission accomplished. Su Qinghu, did you put them in the storage room? She hadn't seen them in the yard. No, they're in our bedroom. Erden waved her over. Mom, do you want to see? Su Qinghu, you put them in your bedroom? Both bikes in the bedroom, really something else. Yep. All right, let's take a look. Su Qinghu picked up little Li Tuan and followed Erden into their room. Erden showed her, here's the metal plate, and there's the serial number. Oh, and we have the tax booklets too. Erden pulled out a small booklet from the drawer and waved it. One for me and one for my brother. Grandpa paid for the registration and taxes, Dayton added from the doorway. He wouldn't let us refuse again. And these locks. Su Qinghu nodded at the two bike locks nearby. Erden, also from Grandpa. These past few years, Grandpa's salary had all gone to support the children of martyrs' families. Today's expenses probably used up what little he had left. Currently, there are only a handful of well-known bicycle brands on the market, and most of the colors are basic models. In the end, you can't escape the most popular choices. After buying the bicycles, the two kids stopped eating lunch at school or the small restaurant. Unless it rained, they would come home for lunch every day. Probably because they were getting more exercise and eating better at home, both kids grew another 2 centimeters in just a month. Before New Year's Day, Su Qinghu was designated as the official interviewer for the academician. After her assistant reviewed her interview outline, she got a reply the next day confirming the interview date and duration. The interview went smoothly, and both sides were very satisfied with the final draft. The in-depth yet accessible questions helped everyone gain a deeper understanding of environmental protection. By the time Cheng Qian came to report on the financial situation, Su Qinghu had already transferred ownership of Yuan Hang's car and was driving it to the station to pick him up. Tagging along were Dan and Dan. Dan wanted to learn how to make money work for itself and was hoping to pick up some networking skills. Dan, on the other hand, was interested in hearing about international affairs and technological developments. Their goals were different, but in the end, they were heading in the same direction. Su Qinghu had told Cheng Qian in advance that she would pick him up, so after getting off the train, he headed straight for the landmark building she'd mentioned. When Cheng Qian saw Su Qinghu, he couldn't help but marvel again. Her wavy hair was tucked behind her ear, revealing a pair of geometric berry red earrings in a retro Hong Kong style dangling from her fair earlobes. Her slender neck was wrapped in a light gray cotton linen scarf, and every now and then, a bit of her smooth, fair skin would show, making it hard to look away. And then, meeting her beautiful eyes, he once again sighed at how different people could be. He shifted his gaze slightly and looked at Dan and Dan. He said, "These two kids have really shot up this year." The older one was especially obvious. Even Dan had grown taller. But the younger one had changed quite a bit. Cheng Qian was a bit surprised. After not seeing them for a year, the kids were still lively and clever, but that noisy, over-the-top energy was almost gone, making them even more likable. You couldn't exactly say the kids had presence, but they were definitely different from most children. It's their diet, plus regular exercise, and they're at the age for a growth spurt. They really have grown a lot, Su Qinghu said as she drove. Dan piped up, "Uncle Cheng, do you want the secret to growing taller? I can write it down for you." Dan glanced at him, but didn't stop him. Cheng Qian was actually interested. He couldn't do anything about his own height now, but it would be perfect for his kids. Who doesn't want their children to be tall? Especially boys. "Well, thank you in advance," Cheng Qian said, treating Dan and Dan with respect, not like little kids. The three of them chatted nonstop, with Su Qinghu occasionally correcting or adding to what the kids said, but otherwise focusing on driving. She took Cheng Qian to his hotel to check in, then out for a welcome dinner, and finally dropped him back at the hotel. Outside the hotel, Dan called out, "Uncle Cheng, my brother and I will show you around these next 2 days. Don't worry, we'll make sure you have a great time." Cheng Qian laughed. "All right, I'll leave the next 2 days in your capable hands." Dan said, "Before you arrived, my brother and I already made a plan, and we have backup options too. We can adjust any time while we're out." Great, Cheng Qian nodded with a smile. Seeing that they'd said enough, Su Qinghu finally spoke up. I have a heavy interview scheduled these 2 days and can't get away. Besides the kids showing you around, if you'd like, they can call Zhao Liangen and Kai Huayang to join you anytime. Cheng Qian replied, that's a bit too formal. How about we all meet up for a meal tomorrow? Cheng Qian had always been enthusiastic about making friends and never found it tiring, especially since these two were Su Qinghu's friends. Sure, you pick a time and I'll call them. How about 10 in the morning? Everyone should be up by 8, so giving them 2 hours to get here should be enough. Sounds good, Su Qinghu agreed. The 4 of them said their goodbyes, and Su Qinghu took the kids home. On the way, Su Qinghu asked casually while driving, so you two made a plan for entertaining guests? Yep, Dan said proudly, patting his chest. I made it, and my brother checked and adjusted it for me. Anyway, they'd make sure Uncle Cheng had a great time eating, drinking, and playing, and maybe he'd be in the mood to teach them a bit about finance and international affairs. Su Qinghu said, not bad. That's a good habit, keep it up. Dan replied, then hesitated for a moment before scooting closer to Su Qinghu and asking softly, Mom, will we get a big dividend this year? Dan also paused, then snuck a glance at Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu glanced at the two of them and smiled. Why? Do you have something in mind you want to use the money for? Dan said, I want to help Uncle. About a month ago, their research institute applied to buy some materials from abroad, but the supplier said the prices had gone up. Now the cost is more than double what it was when they applied. They're really worried about where to get the money now. How did you know about this? Su Qinghu was surprised. Have you been to your uncle's research institute recently? No, Dan shook his head slightly. Duo overheard his dad asking his mom for money to help the institute, but she didn't give him any. He was upset and came to me at lunch to borrow 50 yuan. Dan paused, looking at Su Qinghu's profile, and pursed his lips. Duo even wrote me an IOU. He wrote the IOU for you? Dan scooted over. No wonder he suddenly asked me how to write an IOU. He only knew how to write IOUs because his buddies often borrowed a few cents here and there, and he was worried they'd forget, so he'd asked the PE teacher about the proper format. Dan glanced at Dan, but didn't say anything, instead looking at Su Qinghu. 50 yuan definitely isn't enough. Most of the people at his uncle's institute had families to support, so even if they pooled their money, it wouldn't be much. And he could easily lend all the money he had. Of course it's not enough. Dan rolled his eyes. My buddy said that new foreign fried chicken place charges 7 or 8 yuan for just one meal. And that's barely enough for a bite. The key thing is, why didn't he ask me for money? Dan grumbled, clearly annoyed. He's always hanging around me, but when it comes to serious stuff, he forgets about me. Dan. Su Qinghu sighed. If he'd asked you for money, would you have lent it? And if you did, when would you want him to pay you back? Dan was stumped. That was a tough question. He fell silent, and Dan continued, Mom, if possible, can I lend my money to the research institute? Whether you want to lend it or donate it, and how you want to do it, you need to figure that out for yourself and let me know. Su Qinghu didn't shoot down his idea. When you're ready, I'll take you to withdraw the money. Of course, once you lend out or donate your money, you won't have your little savings stash for a while, Su Qinghu reminded him. You'll only have the most basic pocket money. Dan looked at his older brother in shock, as if he were looking at a fool. Bro, you're really going to give away all your savings and this round's bonus? Seriously? That's insane. Dan nodded. Yeah. His cousin, Zhang Jinjing, had told him about their family, and many memories that had been blurry were gradually becoming clearer through her stories. Although he still couldn't remember the faces of his parents or grandparents, he now understood what they had believed in all their lives. If he helped the institute get enough of these urgently needed rare materials, maybe, just maybe, his family would be happy for him somewhere out there, even if he didn't know it. When's the latest they need this money? Su Qinghu stopped the car at the door and called the two kids to get out. Do you know? I haven't asked yet. Dan lowered his eyes. Before, he hadn't been sure if what he wanted to do was even possible, so he hadn't asked. Su Qinghu said, let's go, call your uncle and ask. As soon as they called, Qian came right over, with his little shadow Qian Duoshu in tow. Auntie! Qian Duoshu spotted Su Qinghu and ran over excitedly. Seeing how fast he was coming, Su Qinghu quickly opened her arms and caught him in a big hug. She asked, have you eaten? About to, Qian Duoshu smiled shyly. I heard Dad answer the phone, so I came with him. Perfect, let's eat together. Su Qinghu patted his head and called out, Dan, take duo to wash his hands. Dan grumbled but still took him to wash up. Mrs. Meng was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, she poked her head out, saw it was just her son-in-law, and wasn't surprised. Xiao Qian, go wash your hands first. Whatever you need to talk about, do it after dinner. Qian agreed, greeted Su Qinghu, smiled at Dan, and called him to wash up together. Aunt Yu, holding little Tuaner, stood in the living room looking out at the yard when she heard the noise. It was getting colder and colder. Except for a short stroll in the yard at noon, they didn't take Tuaner outside anymore. Su Qinghu glanced over but didn't go to the living room. Instead, she went to the kitchen, took out some chicken wings, cleaned them, scored them, heated oil and sugar to caramelize, tossed in the wings to stir-fry, added seasonings, covered the pot, and waited for the sauce to reduce. Don't we have enough dishes? Mrs. Meng asked. Su Qinghu replied, it's no trouble. I'll just make some braised chicken wings for the kids. She'd originally planned to marinate those wings and roast them as a late-night snack. That's fine. I'll buy more tomorrow, so you won't miss out on your roasted wings, Mrs. Meng teased with a smile. Been craving them for days, haven't you? Su Qinghu laughed, just a little. Her mother-in-law probably didn't know that the wings she craved were the spicy, cumin-flavored kind. A while back, she'd given in and eaten some spicy food, which ended up causing little Tuaner, who was still breastfeeding, to get heaty. Both she and her mother-in-law got scolded for it. Although it was over now, people are strange. The more you're told not to eat something, the more you want it. Do you put chili powder on your roasted wings? Mrs. Meng suddenly asked, as if remembering something. Su Qinghu replied, nope. No chili powder. But she'd marinate them in a sauce with chili water for a bit. Of course, she'd tweak the flavor so it wouldn't be spicy enough to make herself gasp. That's good, Mrs. Meng sighed in relief. I'll go set the table. I'll help you. Su Qinghu lifted the lid, flipped the chicken wings, and then went to help Mrs. Meng set the table. Qian and the others came out from washing their hands and joined in. And you had already taken little Tuaner to Su Qinghu's room. Qian Duoshu, not seeing Tuaner, asked Su Qinghu, Auntie, where's my little brother? Is he still sleeping? Grandma said little kids need more sleep and told him not to disturb his brother's rest. So, it had already been 2 weeks since he last saw adorable little Tuaner. Su Qinghu said, eat first, then you can go see him. Okay. Qian Duoshu sat in his seat, where a tempting braised chicken wing was already waiting in his bowl. At the table, except for Dan's cold shoulder toward Qian Duoshu, everyone was in high spirits. After dinner, Mrs. Meng took Qian Duoshu to see little Tuaner, with Dan tagging along, nose in the air. Su Qinghu, Dan, and Qian went to the study. Qian felt awkward, but he still explained their current difficulties, though he only mentioned borrowing money, not a word about donations. They were all family, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Su Qinghu got straight to the point. Who was borrowing, for how long, and who was responsible for repayment? Qian said, I'll ask for all the details tomorrow and get back to you in writing. He'd rushed over as soon as he heard the news, but thinking about it now, it was all a bit hasty. Dan listened quietly. He knew the loan would be approved in the end, so he didn't bring up the idea of donating. Now, he felt his mom was thinking even further ahead. It was good to help in an emergency, but later, the money could be put to even better use, donated as bonuses to encourage scientific research. Mom, can I donate half and lend half? Dan looked at Su Qinghu for her opinion. You mean, they only need to pay back half the money? Su Qinghu asked. Dan nodded. Yeah, Su Qinghu said, sure, as long as you've thought it through. The bonus money was meant to give the kids a sense of security. If Dan wanted to handle it this way, she'd let him. Qianyin didn't know what to say, except to thank them. And that settled it. In Su Qinghu's bedroom, little Qian Duoshu stared in awe at the peacefully sleeping Li Tuaner. He's so cute. Dan glanced at him. Not all little brothers are cute. For example, this little brother who keeps praising someone else's little brother. Qian Duoshu blinked. Second brother, are you unhappy? Why would I be unhappy? Dan stared at him, shaking his leg, smirking to one side. I'm happy no one's asking me for money. Qian Duoshu opened his mouth, then again, his eyes sincere. Brother, your mouth is crooked. Dan, are you stupid? Dan was incredulous. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Qian Duoshu shrank back from his scolding, but still explained earnestly, I'm not stupid. We got the same grades on the test. Second brother always said he was smart. Since he got the same score as second brother, he must be smart too. Dan was speechless. He asked directly, why don't you ask me to lend you money? Qian Duoshu looked at him, thought for a moment, and said seriously, if I ask second brother for money, will that make you happy? Dan. After meeting with Qianyin, Su Qinghu returned to work with astonishing efficiency. Even the department head was a bit incredulous. Was her previous work pace her normal state, or was this newfound productivity her true self? Su Qinghu noticed the department head hovering nearby and, without even looking up, shattered his musings. My kid has something going on these next couple of days. I'm really being forced into a corner here. Tired as I am, I promised them I'd be there, so I'll grit my teeth and make sure I show up on time. The department head gave a dry laugh. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. He wasn't the type to squeeze his employees anyway. Su Qinghu managed to compress a 3-day task into just 2 days through sheer hard work and coordination. When she saw Cheng Qian again, he had already been entertained by the 2 kids and Zhao Liangen to the point he looked like the Buddha of contentment, happiness written all over his face. They met at the same tea house as before. This wasn't their first time going over the financials, so the process was familiar. Su Qinghu first looked through the documents in the folder, then listened to his report and plans for the next year. She could read all the reports, and this year's profits were even better than she'd expected. Thank you for your hard work, Su Qinghu said. Cheng Qian replied, this is what I love to do, so it's not really hard work for me. Besides, his rapid rise and success owed a lot to the Qin family's name and influence. Of course, Su Qinghu had clearly drawn boundaries around those intangible things. Anything outside those lines, he wouldn't even touch. After so many years, she knew fame and fortune were double-edged swords. Only by treating them with caution could you avoid missteps. They chatted for a while longer, then, at Cheng Qian's suggestion, went out for hot pot. But as soon as they stepped outside, they saw a man staring at Su Qinghu with a mix of desperation and resentment. Cheng Qian was taken aback, glancing suspiciously at Su Qinghu. No way, right? This guy didn't look like he was even qualified to be one of Su Qinghu's romantic entanglements. Was he just some crazy person? With that thought, Cheng Qian stepped protectively in front of Su Qinghu, his gaze sharp. Su Qinghu. As Su Qinghu and Cheng Qian were about to leave, Li Chuwei called out, who is he? His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of passers-by. Su Qinghu. Was Li Chuwei out of his mind? Ever since their last confrontation, this guy had been showing up around her every few days, never approaching, just staring at her with that "you betrayed me" look. Su Qinghu just treated him like a lunatic. If he got any crazier, she'd have a legitimate reason to claim self-defense and beat him so badly even his parents wouldn't recognize him. You don't even remember who he is? Su Qinghu looked at him in disbelief. Is your illness really that serious now? My God, your parents and wife actually let you wander around in this condition. As she spoke, Su Qinghu took a step back. With her retreat, the people nearby, not knowing what was going on, also moved back warily. Li Chuwei couldn't keep up with Su Qinghu's train of thought. If she'd just called him crazy, he could have played the victim. Or if she'd snapped, "What's it to you? He could have pitifully revealed that they were old classmates from the same hometown, giving people, and that Wu Shixin, who was always following him, something to gossip about. But now, what was he supposed to say? I'm not sick. Li Qiwei took a deep breath. Stop changing the subject. Who's this guy with you? He sounded like he was catching her in the act. Su Qinghu shook her head helplessly and sighed with sympathy. Okay, you're not sick. So, tell me, where are you headed? I'll have him take you home. Qing Qian played along, speaking in a tone you'd use with a child. Did your family not save you any food, so you ran out? Li Qiwei nearly exploded. Hey, is he mentally ill? Someone in the crowd whispered to Su Qinghu, looking at Li Qingwei's face. Is there something wrong with his head? Su Qinghu sighed and didn't answer. You should tell his parents and wife to keep an eye on him. What if he hurt someone? That'd be bad, another onlooker said, recalling a time when a crazy person had chased her, calling her mom, and she'd almost fainted. Even if he doesn't hurt anyone, breaking things isn't good either. She remembered that time when a madman had ruined one of her dresses. Su Qinghu said, I've told them, but they yelled at me, saying their son is perfectly fine. Everyone fell silent. Poor parents everywhere. Li Qiwei was a bit away and didn't catch what Su Qinghu and the bystanders were saying, but seeing the way people were looking at him made his blood boil. He shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qinghu said, All right, I won't say anything. Don't get agitated, really, please don't get agitated. If he has an episode, it'll be a problem, Cheng Qian sighed. I'm not even sure if I have enough money on me to cover his medical bills. I'm not sick. Li Qiwei was about to explode from being labeled as mentally ill by the two of them. Su Qinghu and Cheng Qian exchanged a look and said nothing, just watching him warily, as if he might go off at any moment. If he really is mentally ill and his family can't handle him, he should be sent to a psychiatric hospital, someone nearby muttered. He's honestly kind of scary. I said I'm not sick. Li Qiwei was furious, glaring at Su Qinghu. Don't think you can cover up the fact that you're cozying up to some rich guy by saying this. Thinking of Wu Shixin nearby, he quickly added, I'm the one who's always treated you best, and yet you'd go for someone so much older. He trailed off, genuinely hurt, unable to continue. Qing Qian said, You really do have something wrong with your head. I told you before, I'm just a regular guy with parents to support and kids to raise. These clothes, Cheng Qian lifted his suit sleeve. They look expensive, but I actually had my mom make them for me. The crowd went from suspicious to understanding. That's not unusual. If you can't afford something, why not have your parents make it? These days, who doesn't have someone at home who can use a sewing machine? A few years back, before TVs and fridges were common, sewing machines were a must-have for newlyweds. Li Qiwei was gobsmacked. First time he'd seen someone claim a few hundred-yuan suit from Montague was worthless. And the people around here were so clueless they couldn't even tell. Your mom's really skilled, an older lady nearby praised. Cheng Qian replied, She got good at it making clothes for us when we were kids. Just regular folks, always standing with the masses. Su Qinghu could barely hold back her laughter, but managed to keep a friendly expression. Do you remember your name? Li Qingwei's face twisted, refusing to answer such a dumb question. See? You don't even remember your own name. You must be really sick, Su Qinghu sighed. Just then, a few burly men rushed over and grabbed him. Should we take him home or to the psych hospital? Su Qinghu was stunned. Aren't these bystanders a little too enthusiastic? Take him to the psych hospital. Wu Shixin stepped forward, eyes bright. Please, everyone, help me get him to the psych hospital. Li Qingwei's eyes were wide with rage and fear, but he couldn't move at all. He was on the verge of a complete breakdown. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. He struggled and twisted, trying to break free from the grip of several well-meaning bystanders, but it was useless. He'd grown up in a small town. Though his family owned farmland, he'd never actually done farm work. He'd played basketball in college, but after graduating and starting work, aside from exercising just enough to keep from getting fat, he'd barely worked out at all. Who are you? The people holding Li Chuei looked at Wu Shixin, then at Su Qinghu, and finally addressed Wu Shixin impatiently. Wu Shixin said, "I'm his wife." The moment she said this, everyone's gossip antennae went up. They started asking what was wrong with Li Chuei, how long he'd been like this, whether it could be treated. Wu Shixin didn't even glance at Su Qinghu, she just stared at Li Chuei. Her eyes were full of madness, but her face remained so calm it was almost eerie. She answered all their questions one by one, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Wasn't he trying to run away? Didn't he want to find another woman? Didn't he want to shake off the Wu family? He could dream if he thought he'd ever get away from her. A chill ran down Li Chengwei's spine. He had a terrible feeling that Wu Shixin really wanted to have him committed to a psychiatric hospital, to keep him locked up there for life. "Su Qinghu, I was wrong," Li Chuei shouted desperately. "I shouldn't have messed with you. For the sake of us being from the same hometown, help me. Tell them to let me go." Su Qinghu ignored Li Chuei and kept her eyes on Wu Shixin. From the moment Wu Shixin had appeared, Su Qinghu had sensed something was off about her, and now that feeling was even stronger. Wu Shixin continued to look at Li Chuei, quietly watching him. After a while, she smiled. "Don't make a fuss. Let's go see the doctor and then we'll go home, okay?" A cold shiver ran up Li Chengwei's back. "Wu Shixin, we're divorced. You're not my wife anymore. You have no right to make decisions for me." Maybe he was truly terrified because Li Chengwei suddenly calmed down. He stopped struggling and started talking to the people restraining him. "Just take me to the police station. He'd be safest at the police station." Wu Shixin had finally found a way to control Li Chuei, and with everything working in her favor, she wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. But by now, the gathering crowd had drawn attention. Soon, someone came over to find out what was happening and brought everyone to the nearby police station. It was true that Li Chuei had been following Su Qinghu, so he got a stern talking to. After Su Qinghu and Cheng Qian were allowed to leave, the police said they'd take Li Chuei to the hospital for a checkup. Li Chuei didn't know much about mental illness, but from the bits and pieces he'd overheard, it all sounded pretty mysterious and scary, so he didn't want to go. In the end, he claimed his workplace needed him to handle something and said he'd go to the hospital himself when he had time. Since he hadn't hurt anyone and was responding normally, they couldn't force him, so the matter was dropped. But what Li Chuei didn't realize was that his so-called clever escape had actually planted the seeds for his future misery. Wu Shixin, as if a new world had opened up to her, didn't go home or continue following Li Chuei. Instead, she went to a bookstore, hungrily searching for and devouring books on the subject. Su Qinghu knew nothing of this. With the new year approaching, Cheng Qian didn't stay long, just 5 days, before taking the train back. During that time, besides hosting Cheng Qian, Su Qinghu also took care of the matter she discussed with Qian Yin earlier. Of course, Dan's little stash of money was now completely gone. But that didn't mean Dan was broke. Dan applied to Su Qinghu to lend half his own money to his brother as an investment, with the agreement that Dan would pay him back in a year. Dan was completely ignored by Su Qinghu and Dan. No matter how much he tried to explain that he didn't want to take advantage of his younger brother, the two of them just made the decision without him. Cheng Qian was surprised when Dan brought this up. The two weren't even real brothers, and yet, maybe they were just too young to really understand the concept of money. The day before New Year's, Dan and Dan still came to pick Su Qinghu up from work. The three of them, each on their own bicycle, all wearing leather gloves, pedaled home through the freezing air, their breath coming out in white puffs. Su Qinghu said, "It's so cold. Can you guys take a day off from picking me up?" As she spoke, her breath formed a white cloud, highlighting her red nose. She looked both exasperated and a little helpless at this sweet burden. Dan replied, "It's really hard to get a cab these days. It's not safe for you to bike home alone. Wasn't there that guy named Li who'd been following her before? What's unsafe about it?" Su Qinghu was speechless. "I've had training, remember? It's too dark." "We're here to give you some courage," Dan said cheerfully, pedaling even harder. Honestly, you guys bike way too slow. If I were alone, I'd be at least a gear faster. Su Qinghu complained. At this pace, all they were doing was freezing and wasting time. Fine, Erdan said. Let's speed up then. They hadn't dared to go too fast before, afraid she'd scold them or get too tired. But since she was complaining, they might as well go faster. With that, all three of them sped up, pedaling furiously toward home. The sooner they got home, the sooner they'd be warm. Why are you all so out of breath? Mrs. Meng was holding little Li Tuan in the living room, looking out toward the yard. We biked too fast, Su Qinghu replied. She parked her bike, took off her pale yellow cotton scarf, now a bit damp from her breath, and removed the red beret Mrs. Meng had knitted for her. Tomorrow, she exhaled, I don't have to go to work. That's the joy of working. Little Li Tuan heard her voice and let out an ah. Mrs. Meng looked down at his bright, pretty eyes and smiled. Oh, our little Li Tuan knows mommy's home. Because Su Qinghu had asked, Mrs. Meng often chatted with little Li Tuan. It had become a reflex. Whenever Mrs. Meng spoke, the little guy would always respond. Li Tuan, call your brother. Erdan darted over and planted a big kiss on the baby's cheek. The kiss left the little one stunned. Dan frowned. You just got back from outside, don't you know your mouth is cold? I know, Erdan replied with a grin. I'm just giving Li Tuan a taste of the fresh cold air from outside. What nonsense. Dan grabbed him by the collar. Go wash your hands and face. Warm water would get rid of the chill and any germs. Mrs. Meng watched with a smile, then turned to Su Qinghu. By the way, someone dropped off some things for us today. One was from the factory manager, and the other was from someone at a research institute. You interviewed him before, I think. Su Qinghu instantly knew who she meant. The two were even uncle and nephew, though only distantly related. But coming by just to drop things off. Why did it feel so strange? If there's something you can't figure out, then just stop thinking about it. But, Mom, what did they send us? Su Qinghu asked Mrs. Meng as she hung her coat and hat on the rack. If it was too expensive, they'd return it, or buy something of equal value as a return gift. Mrs. Meng replied, they sent meat. Just as Su Qinghu was breathing a sigh of relief, Mrs. Meng added, a lot of meat. Huh? Su Qinghu turned around, meeting Mrs. Meng's certain gaze, and blurted out instinctively, how much is a lot? A whole sheep, Mrs. Meng said, still a bit incredulous. And yak meat, and beef, too. Of course, she didn't really know what yak meat was. Someone from the research institute had told her, and even explained how to cook it to make it taste good. If it were just mutton and beef, Su Qinghu wouldn't have thought much of it. But now, glancing at Mrs. Meng, then pointing in the direction the two kids had left, she guessed out loud, could it be Grandpa Dayton? Although the old man hadn't been heard from since returning to China, logically, if anything had happened to him, they'd have been notified, or at least his ashes would have been sent home. This time, the meat was sent through someone else, and when she and Qinlai got married, there had been that generous, anonymous gift. It had to be Grandpa Dayton. Well, Mrs. Meng thought it made sense, but still asked, the factory director and the research institute guy are uncle and nephew. You helped the factory director, and your interview made them happy. Isn't it reasonable for them to send you something? Su Qinghu reached out, and Mrs. Meng handed her little Li Tuaner. Then Su Qinghu said, that academician is very frugal. Aside from basic living expenses, he spends almost all his salary and stipends helping underprivileged students. He probably doesn't have the money to buy all this. When she went to interview him, Su Qinghu had noticed the academician's clothes. The cuffs of his work jacket were worn thin. Later, she learned more about his life from the director and realized how modestly the old man lived. Oh, then, isn't this a bit much? Those two kids are like our own family, Mrs. Meng said, not knowing what else to say. For people living on a salary, this much meat was a real luxury. She hadn't had the chance to get to know Grandpa Dayton, but friends had occasionally hinted at the hardships researchers endured, dedicating themselves entirely to their work. She could imagine what kind of person he was. Sigh, he must be so thrifty, Mrs. Meng sighed. All these years, it was Chenlai who had been supporting the two kids. They'd never heard a word from Grandpa Dayton, so he must have had a hard life himself. Su Qinghu tried to comfort her. Look on the bright side. Maybe he just finished a big project and this is a reward from above. And besides, can we really return it? Su Qinghu poked little Li Tuaner, who made a sound, and she added with satisfaction, it wouldn't look good to send back a gift that's already been delivered. So what should we send in return? Mrs. Meng asked. Whether it's from Grandpa Dayton or the academician, we should send something back, right? Besides, the new year was just around the corner. Sending a return gift now would be perfect, and not awkward at all. Su Qinghu was about to answer when she suddenly felt a lock of her hair being yanked. She looked over, and Mrs. Meng noticed too, quickly trying to coax little Li Tuaner. Be good, let go. Mrs. Meng gently held his little hand, not daring to use any force. Li Tuaner, that's Mommy's hair. It hurts Mommy, okay? Let go now. Su Qinghu watched silently as her mother-in-law tried to pry open the baby's tiny fingers, sighing and looking up at the ceiling in exasperation. How could this method work? She reached out and touched Li Tuaner's baby hair, grabbing a tuft. But before she could pull, she felt two pairs of reproachful eyes on her. Letting go, Su Qinghu looked toward the door at Dayton and Erden and changed the subject as if nothing had happened. I want to go buy some New Year's goods tomorrow. Do you two want to come? Erden came over and tickled Li Tuaner's foot, hoping he'd let go, but the baby just gripped her hair even tighter. Su Qinghu was speechless. Erden panicked. Mom, I'm sorry. Su Qinghu shot him a look, then tugged Li Tuaner's ear. In his moment of surprise, she pried open his little hand and rescued her hair. Now I see how it is. All your hearts are biased. She glanced at everyone, then patted Li Tuaner's bottom with a laugh. You all just dote on him. Li Tuaner thought she was playing with him and kicked his legs in delight. At dinner, Aunt Yu mentioned she wanted to go home for the new year. Su Qinghu agreed and, after the meal, gave her a red envelope as a bonus on top of her regular pay. Aunt Yu was very happy to get the extra money and only accepted it after some polite refusal. I'll leave tomorrow morning. I've told Erden where all of Li Tuaner's things are and had him write it down. If you can't find anything, just check the notebook. After being with his family for a while, Aunt Yu had come to like this way of keeping records. Okay, Su Qinghu nodded. We'll go shopping for New Year's goods tomorrow, and we'll give you a ride. Yuan Hang's car had already been transferred to her. Technically, she could drive to work every day, but the two kids insisted on picking her up by bike, and since cars were hard to borrow at the end of the year, she'd lent the car to her father-in-law, Chen Bai. He was spending the new year here this year, and would come over with the car tomorrow. Aunt Yu said, no need. The bus stop isn't far from here. I just need to transfer a couple of times and I'll be home. Probably afraid Su Qinghu would insist on driving her, Aunt Yu left early the next morning, before dawn, after saying goodbye to Mrs. Meng and taking her luggage. When Su Qinghu's internal clock woke her up, sunlight was already streaming in through the gap in the curtains. She opened her eyes and met Li Tuaner's big, shiny black eyes. The little guy was grinning at her, looking absolutely delighted. Su Qinghu leaned over and kissed him. Li Tuaner giggled, showing his tender gums, and wriggled toward her with all his might. Wriggled? Su Qinghu lifted the blanket and was shocked. Son, you can roll over now? Su Qinghu was amazed and felt an indescribable joy. If she hadn't been there to stop him, the little guy probably would have rolled all the way over. Awu, Li Tuaner didn't understand what Su Qinghu was saying, but he was determined to get past whatever was blocking him. Su Qinghu moved aside and watched as he rolled over again, quick and smooth. Watching him, Su Qinghu suddenly realized something. They'd probably need to put up guardrails on the bed. As she got dressed, she watched her son in his little pajamas rolling over, her heart swelling with emotion. This is what life is all about. 5 minutes later, there were 3 more people in Su Qinghu's bedroom. Well, what do you think? Su Qinghu looked at Dan, Erdan, and Mrs. Meng, who were all staring intently and couldn't help but feel proud. Pretty amazing, right? Dan nodded vigorously, grinning foolishly. Just a moment ago, when Mom came knocking on the door to wake them up, he thought they were going shopping for New Year's goods or sending Aunt Yu home. But it turned out, his little brother could roll over now. He's really good at it. Dan looked at the little chestnut ball rolling back and forth on the bed, feeling proud as if it were his own achievement. He started imagining the future. When my brother learns to walk, I bet he'll be super steady too. When that time comes, he'll hold his brother's hand and show him off to his homeroom teacher and PE teacher. The little chestnut ball babbled happily, rolling over and over with his brothers cheering him on. Even Mrs. Ming joined in, encouraging the little one with cheers. Su Qinghu joined in the fun for a while, but suddenly realized something. Mom, will little chestnut get tired from all this rolling? Let me hold him for a bit. Mrs. Ming reached out, quickly dressed the little guy, and scooped him up in her arms. She had just brought him out to the yard to warm up when the front gate was knocked on. Dan dashed over to open the door. Grandpa? Dan's eyes lit up when he saw who it was. Grandpa, did you know? My little brother can roll over now. The pride and excitement in his voice made Mrs. Ming burst out laughing. Chenbo came in, carrying a big suitcase, surprised. He's rolling over already? Dan glanced behind him, saw no one else, closed the door, and sidled up to Chenbo. He's really good at it. He doesn't even stop for a break. Su Qinghu took little chestnut's diaper, greeted Chenbo with a smile, tossed the diaper into the special basin, and then came back. Dad, Mom, you two chat. I'm going out to buy some breakfast. With that, she wheeled out her bicycle. She knew everyone's tastes and preferences at home, so there was no need to ask. Without thinking, Dan followed after Su Qinghu. Mom, I'll go with you. He'd carry the food later, and she could give him a ride, saving weight on the front of the bike. It was a small thing, so Su Qinghu let him tag along. Dan was still caught up in the excitement of his brother's new skill and didn't go with them. Chenbo carried his suitcase into Mrs. Ming's room, then came out and reached for the baby. I did the math, this little guy is over 3 months old now. It's about time he learned to roll over. Isn't there a saying, roll at 3, sit at 6? Grandpa, it's not the same. Dan insisted. My brother doesn't just roll over. He does it nonstop, several times in a row, and he's really quick about it. Chenbo hadn't seen his little grandson roll over, but looking into Dan's eyes, he smiled and nodded. That's great, that's great. Our family's kids are strong and healthy. Only then did Dan relax, grinning. Grandma takes good care of him. My brother and I always praise her when we come home. Chenbo waited for him to continue, but when he didn't, he prompted, what about your mom? That question left both Dan and Mrs. Ming silent. Chenbo was puzzled. What's wrong? Mrs. Ming hesitated. Well, she glanced at Dan, who looked back innocently. No way was he going to say anything bad about his mom. Mrs. Ming sighed. Xiaosu is still a bit of a kid at heart. She just likes to play with the children. Was that an okay way to put it? She looked at Dan, who gave her a toothy grin and a reassuring nod. Chenbo didn't press further, just chuckled and hugged his little grandson. She does love playing with the kids, but she also keeps the house running like clockwork. I may not stay here often, but I know she's the backbone of this family. With her around, the house feels lively. Before little Chestnut was born, whenever she went on a business trip, the house would feel dull, like something was missing. Some things are invisible. You might overlook them when you're in the middle of it all. But if you step back, you see things differently. Mrs. Ming's heart skipped a beat, feeling a little guilty. That's a timely reminder. Sometimes, when Xiaosu made little Chestnut cry while playing, she really felt bad for the child, but in the end, she always had to give in. But deep down, she didn't really approve. Who knows what that little bit of disapproval might turn into in the future. Dan didn't really get what the two adults were hinting at, but he thought Grandpa made sense. Every day when Mom came home from work, besides spending a little time with his brother, she mostly sat with him and his brother in the study, reading and helping with homework. That was her way of spending time with him and his brother, right? Dan started feeling a little guilty too. It seemed like Mom spent more time with him and his brother than with little Chestnut. No one ever taught my mom how to play with little kids, Erdan sighed. It's not easy for her. His little brother was a bit pitiful too. Qinghu? His wife and grandson switching sides so fast was a bit beyond his comprehension. Oh right, Qinghu asked Mrs. Meng. I asked you to check with Xiaosu's grandaunt about spending Spring Festival with us. What's the word? It was already New Year's Eve and she still hadn't shown up. Was she not coming? Mrs. Meng replied. She said she's coming, but she still has patience to see. She probably won't make it until around 6 tonight. Then we'll drive over to pick her up when the time comes. Qinghu knew the car Qinlai got for Su Lilin was basically the hospital's communal car, so he said that. That car was practically a hospital vehicle now. Mrs. Ming nodded, then asked, Did you put up the Spring Festival couplets over there? They're up, Qinghu laughed. It took less than 10 minutes to get them all done. As he spoke, he handed little Chestnut to Mrs. Ming. I see the couplets here aren't up yet. You hold the baby and Erdan and I will put them up. Erdan responded immediately, turning and running to the study. I know where the couplets are, I'll go get them. Mrs. Ming didn't take little Chestnut, teasing him. Take this chance to hold the baby for a while. Erdan and I can handle the couplets. Since their son wasn't home, and she didn't want people making jokes, whenever Qinghu missed his grandson, he'd wait until Xiaosu was at work and ask her to bring the baby out for a visit. During the new year, with the whole family together, no one would dare make any snide remarks, so he'd put up the couplets early in the morning, packed his suitcase, and came over. Qinghu smiled, carrying little Chestnut and following Mrs. Ming. All those New Year's goods you gave me. I delivered them to everyone on the list. Mrs. Ming knew what he meant and nodded. We do what we can, within our means. Earlier, when Dan and Erdan were on break, after a few days of interest classes, they said they wanted to buy New Year's goods for retired elders in need. They even gave Xiaosu a proposal. After looking it over and making a few tweaks, she approved 1,000 yuan for them on the spot. She became their advisor, helping them plan what to buy, and together they delivered the goods to those old folks, treating them as labor to help distribute everything. When Su Qinghu and Dan returned, Erdan was helping Qinghu paste Spring Festival couplets on the front door. An old man and a young boy, one doing the pasting, the other directing to make sure everything was straight, were working together quite well. The door was closed, so Su Qinghu and Dan just stood there watching the two put up the couplets. When Erdan finally noticed them, his eyes immediately lit up like searchlights. He stared at the two, his gaze finally settling on Dan, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Did Dan let him look as much as he wanted? Brother, did you eat something? Erdan, holding a few Spring and Fortune characters, looked at Dan and voiced his observation. Dan, I did. What did you eat? Erdan asked, glancing over at Su Qinghu. Dan didn't answer, but Su Qinghu, amused by his look, raised the breakfast in her hand a little higher. I brought some for you too. Hee. Erdan's face instantly lit up with a big smile. Thanks, Mom. No way was he going to let anyone enjoy something without him. Dad, the couplet on this side needs to go a bit higher. Su Qinghu handed the breakfast to Erdan and took the Spring and Fortune characters from him. Just raise it about a centimeter. Qinghu chuckled and adjusted it a bit higher. How about now? That's good. After answering Qinghu, Su Qinghu turned to Erdan and asked, Where's the paste? In the living room. Erdan, holding his breakfast, ordered Dan, Brother, go get it. There's also an old toothbrush over there. Don't forget to bring it. With that, he happily went off to wash his hands and set the table. Mrs. Ming, holding little Tuan, heard Su Qinghu had come back and went to the door with Dan, who was carrying the paste. Su Qinghu greeted Mrs. Meng, saw Dan dipping the toothbrush in the paste, and stopped chatting. She spread the Fortune character out on her palm. Just brush some paste in the middle, not too much. Okay, Dan replied, lightly brushing a thin layer of paste on the back of the character. Su Qinghu had planned to put it up herself, but after a moment's thought, she handed it to her father-in-law, Qinghu. Better give the old man something to do. With just the gate left, they finished up quickly and went to wash their hands and have breakfast. After breakfast, just as Su Qinghu was about to head out to buy more New Year's goods, the phone at home rang. Qinbo answered. Hearing his son Qinlai's voice on the other end, he quickly called out to Su Qinghu, who was already at the gate. Su Qinghu ended Dan. Dan turned back to take Qinlai's call. With her in-laws and kids around, Su Qinghu couldn't joke around with Qinlai, and he, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, couldn't say anything mushy either. So she just asked if his comrade had delivered the New Year's goods. From the mention of his comrade, Su Qinghu knew which one he meant. It was that friend from the south. After leaving the army, he'd gone into business, partnering with Qinlai. Qinlai had put up most of the money, while his friend contributed the manpower and brains. They'd only started making a profit last year. He'd come over and met her, roughly explaining what they did. Not yet, Su Qinghu said, holding the phone. He called the day before yesterday, Mom answered, and said he'd deliver them in the next couple of days. Qinlai glanced at the crowd pressed around him, feeling helpless, but still said, besides the New Year's goods, he'll also bring you a few other things. A bag, a watch, and some lipstick, all foreign brands, supposedly very popular with women in Hong Kong. Su Qinghu's eyes curved in a smile. These were New Year's gifts he'd specially prepared for her. Okay. Su Qinghu nodded, smiling. We're very happy to receive Mr. Chen's thoughtful gifts, and we've also prepared a New Year's gift for Mr. Chen. Dan's eyes widened in surprise. What? His mom had prepared a New Year's gift for his dad? How come he didn't know? Dan turned to look at Dan, feeling wronged and a little indignant. You guys went out without telling me, he accused in a low voice, lips pouting. Dan. I don't know, Dan explained, then looked at Mrs. Meng. Mrs. Meng had just coaxed little Li Tuan to sleep. Hearing her daughter-in-law say this, she was racking her brain trying to remember when she'd bought a New Year's gift for her son. Under Dan's gaze, she could only shake her head to show she didn't know either. The three of them fell silent, all looking at Su Qinghu on the phone. On the other end, Qinlai was stunned by Su Qinghu's words. He hadn't had a chance to tell her his new mailing address. Did you send it to the old address? Qinlai asked. If so, he'd have to call over there and ask them to forward it. Su Qinghu glanced at the three people staring at her before answering Qinlai. It's at home. You can see it when you come back. She sounded perfectly confident. On the other end, Qinlai could pretty much guess from her tone that she hadn't actually prepared a gift for him and had probably forgotten all about him. After a moment's silence, he said, I'll remember that. Next time he had some time off, he'd make sure to collect on that gift. Su Qinghu wasn't worried. Buying a gift only takes a minute. She wasn't afraid of being found out. Besides, she was about to go shopping for New Year's goods anyway, so she could just pick something up then. Sister-in-law's coming to visit. Seeing the two of them talking so formally, the crowd around Qinlai couldn't help but shout. Come next summer. Qinlai heard them and replied calmly, Don't make a fuss. The kids at home are still too young. He didn't have any time off at the moment. He wanted her to come, but knew it wasn't convenient. The crowd immediately quieted down. Su Qinghu felt a little awkward. She looked at Dan and Dan, then at Mrs. Meng, hesitating about whether to change their plans. Dan and Dan also looked at Su Qinghu. Dan's expression was conflicted. He wanted to see where his dad worked, but didn't want to give up their summer vacation trip. They'd made those summer travel plans one night while out for hot pot. He and his brother had worked out the itinerary themselves. Apart from interest classes, they'd hung around the teacher's compound and parks, chatting with people and gathering info. The travel route was almost done, all carefully chosen by him and his brother. Qinbo, watching his two grandsons and wife's expressions, was curious. That conflicted look meant there was probably some clash between visiting their dad and their travel plans, a tough choice. Su Qinghu took a deep breath and tentatively asked which city he was in now. If it was near where they wanted to travel, maybe they could spare some time to visit him. Qinlai honestly told her the city, though not the exact location yet. Su Qinghu breathed a sigh of relief, gave Dan and Dan an okay gesture, and readily agreed to visit during the summer vacation. This unexpected bonus made Qinlai break into a wide grin. "I'll come pick you up then." "Okay," Su Qinghu replied with a smile. "I'll wait for your news." The kids' summer break was long enough. They could spend a week with Qinlai, then she, her in-laws, and the kids could go on their own summer trip. After hanging up, everyone was happy. "Don't worry, visiting your dad won't mess up our travel plans," Su Qinghu winked at the nervous Dan, greeted Mrs. Ming again and took Dan and Dan out to buy New Year's goods. Only then did Qinbo realize what his wife had been struggling with earlier. As soon as Su Qinghu left, he suddenly felt a bit abandoned. "You're all going traveling." No one even mentioned taking him along. Leaving the house in her in-laws' care, Su Qinghu felt completely at ease. She drove carefully down the road with Dan and Dan in the car. There were lots of pedestrians, especially children, who would suddenly dart across the street from the most unexpected places. Su Qinghu didn't get impatient. Instead, she took her time, explaining traffic rules to Dan and Dan, occasionally quizzing them on things she'd taught them before about traffic safety. Dan stayed calm, but Dan was already frowning. He leaned over the back of Su Qinghu's seat and muttered, "Didn't their teachers teach them any of this? It's one thing not to take danger seriously, but to run right in front of cars? There's a problem with how you said that." Su Qinghu glanced at him. "I'll give you a chance to rephrase." Dan was startled, then quickly caught on and corrected himself. Didn't they pay attention when their teachers were teaching? Elementary school teachers all covered this, and in middle school, teachers would remind them again and again, when crossing the street, it's better to take your time than to rush. Su Qinghu didn't answer his question directly, but continued, "Life is a teacher for everyone. It doesn't speak, but if you observe carefully, it can teach you a lot." "I know what it's trying to tell me," Dan said, still leaning on the back of her seat, very serious. "It's telling me a lot of people don't follow traffic rules. After the new year, I'm going to talk to my teacher and ask him to tell his teacher friends to teach students about traffic safety." Su Qinghu. That actually makes sense. His perspective was a bit unusual, but since he'd come up with a solution, those 2 sentences weren't wasted. "Hey, bro," Dan turned to Dan, "you should talk to your teacher too, okay?" Dan, With his brother's agreement, Dan sat back happily and looked out the window, completely unaware that his little epiphany would end up prompting several schools to start teaching traffic safety. Su Qinghu's first stop was the fruit wholesale market. She knew her way around these places thanks to her job, so it didn't take her any effort to find what she needed. Oranges, apples, and pears were the most common and easiest to store at this time of year. Su Qinghu parked the car, made a quick round, and soon struck a deal, paid a deposit, and then headed back to the car with Dan and Dan. Dan was still in awe of how she'd handled the fruit sellers. He asked blankly, "Mom, even if our family ate those fruits all year, we'd never finish them, right?" Or was she planning to resell the fruit to other provinces for a profit? That thought perked him up. "Mom, are you investing in the fruit business? Can you let me and my brother in on it too?" Once they were both buckled in, Su Qinghu steered the car, carefully avoiding pedestrians, and chatted with them. "Fruit business." "Yeah," Dan nodded. Su Qinghu never thought about it. Honestly, it had never crossed her mind to go into that line of work. "But what, you have an idea?" Dan thought for a second, then shook his head. "I did a minute ago, but not anymore." Su Qinghu didn't press further. Instead, she rolled down the window and waved to the 4 diesel farm tricycles following behind, signaling them to come along. The heavily loaded farm trikes followed her all the way to her next stop. The destination was a factory Su Qinghu had interviewed before. The factory director was already waiting for her and had arranged for people to help. Once the vehicles were parked, they started unloading the fruit and sorting it into boxes right there. Some of the cardboard boxes were leftover stock from earlier in the year, so Su Qinghu was helping the factory get rid of them. The fruit sellers, hearing there was extra pay and that their vehicles might be needed again, joined in to help. They were pros at this and knew how to best protect the fruit. With them directing, everything went smoothly. When Dan and Dan heard there was money to be made, they eagerly joined the workforce helping Su Qinghu. While Su Qinghu chatted with the factory director, she kept an eye on the kids, making sure they were carefully picking out the bad fruit and setting it aside. Satisfied, she relaxed. The factory director said, "My uncle will be here soon. He's bringing some people to help and will give you a receipt for the delivery." Everything had happened so suddenly that he'd had to call up employees late last night to see who could come in for a few hours today. Luckily, not only did he get enough people, but they also brought newspapers from home and from neighbors, which were perfect for separating the fruit in the boxes. Su Qinghu said, "Sorry for all the trouble." "No trouble at all. You're paying wages and giving out fruit. Everyone's happy to help," the director replied cheerfully. Even though life was better these days, fruit was still a luxury for many people. Even the bad fruit set aside, some only had a spot the size of a fingernail that needed to be cut out. The rest could still be used to make a sweet fruit soup for the new year. An hour later, a car drove into the factory. The academician got out and shook Su Qinghu's hand warmly. "Thank you, Xiaosu. You're too kind," Su Qinghu smiled, pointing to Dan and Dan, who were working hard with the adults. "The kids really admire you. There's a bit of their heart in this too. To be honest, this is my first time doing something like this. Once the fruit is boxed up, I'll leave the rest to you. Distribute it as you see fit," Su Qinghu said with a smile, not spelling things out. After all, whether or not Grandpa Dan and the others would get any, those who did were all people worthy of respect. With so many people, the work went quickly. Soon, all the heavy boxes were stacked up in the yard. A pretty impressive sight. Su Qinghu had already paid the factory's accountant, who now signaled to the director and went off with the workers to hand out wages over tea. Dan and Dan were about to follow when the academician called them back. "Kids, let's take a photo together as a record of the donation and the handover." Dan was fine with it. He knew the money would still be there later, so he turned back right away. Dan, with his back to them, grimaced for a moment before turning around with a polite smile. That fake smile nearly made Su Qinghu choke with laughter. The factory director acted as the photographer, snapping a group photo of the four of them at his uncle's request. Once everything was confirmed and enough money had been set aside for local transportation, Su Qinghu quickly took the kids and left. The whole thing had taken up their entire morning, and it was already past lunchtime. "Mom, are we going home now?" Dan asked from the back seat, noticing how she sped up on the quieter stretches of road. "Xiaoli Tuaner must be missing us." Su Qinghu shook her head. "No, we're going to the hair salon to get haircuts." "Do we have to?" Dan blurted out. "It's not like we have an uncle." Dan. Su Qinghu was momentarily speechless, then sighed helplessly. "The first month of the lunar year is an auspicious time. Even if it's just the three of us, let's get haircuts for good luck in business." The next part of the day was just for wandering around, buying whatever they liked, no particular goal, just a sense of freedom. But since it was New Year's Eve, they had to head home by the latest at 4:30. Su Qinghu parked the car and led Dan and Dan toward the department store. "Dan, I've noticed you've gotten really good at responding to people lately," she said as they walked, making casual conversation. "Quick and sharp, you never miss a beat." Sometimes, it was even jaw-dropping like that one time before. She really had to thank him for that. Probably it was because no one had taught them otherwise. When she was little, if she said anything out of line on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, her elders would give her a good talking to, and she'd have to apologize to invisible gods and ancestors before it was over. Dan didn't think this was a compliment. He glanced at his brother, who didn't even look at him, and fell silent. "Mika's a chick. You both know you're supposed to say auspicious things during the new year, right?" Su Qinghu figured it was time to teach the kids some of the old traditions. Dan, we know." Dan looked at Dan, then at Su Qinghu, and hesitantly asked, "You can't break anything on New Year's Day either, right?" Su Qinghu, "Yeah. Well, turns out your childhood and mine weren't so different after all." Inside the department store, Su Qinghu led the two boys toward a quieter area. Where do you guys want to go? Did Dan. Nowhere in particular. There weren't any educational supplies here. If they wanted those, they'd have to go to Xinhua bookstore, which had the best selection. Dan, I want to check out the ice skates. Isn't the new year all about letting kids have fun? Last year's skates were already too small. He could barely squeeze his feet in. Since winter started, his mom had been busy, and Grandma had to look after little Tuan. He and his brother didn't have any cash on hand, and if they wanted to withdraw money, they'd have to ask their mom or Grandma, neither of whom had the time. Then other things came up, and in the end, he and his brother never got around to buying new skates. Now, though, they had money. It was in advance, since the bank was so crowded they had no idea when they'd get to the front of the line. Su Qinghu, but I want to go to the jewelry section first. Then let's go to the jewelry section first, Dan replied cheerfully. Dan had no objections. Su Qinghu, but I want to be fair about it. Dan and Dan exchanged a glance, then simultaneously hid their hands behind their backs. Su Qinghu, in high spirits, called out, rock, paper, scissors. The three of them played 4 rounds, and Su Qinghu won. Let me see this one, and that one, Su Qinghu said at the counter, scanning the gold jewelry and picking out the pieces she wanted to look at. Her outfit was stylish and simple, with a designer handbag in hand. She already stood out. Add to that the pearl earrings at her ears, and she was truly stunning. The sales assistant barely hesitated before taking out the pieces. This style might be a bit mature for you. Who doesn't like looking at a beauty? Especially one who's pretty, wealthy, and has a pleasant voice. Su Qinghu met her friendly gaze and smiled. I'm buying for my elders. Oh, I see. Goodness, just one look up and the whole world seemed brighter. Su Qinghu looked them over and, finding nothing wrong, decided on all 4 pieces of gold jewelry. 2 each for her mother-in-law and great-aunt, just right. Once Su Qinghu was done choosing, Dan, who'd been watching quietly, finally spoke up. Mom, pick something for yourself. I'll buy it for you. Dan looked over at him, feeling a twinge of regret for the first time. When he'd given all his money to his uncle and the others, why hadn't he kept a little for himself? Su Qinghu was surprised. You'll buy it for me? Did this little rascal even know the price of gold? There's labor fees, too. Even a ring isn't cheap. Dan, yep. You pick. Today, he was the coolest kid in the entire department store. The youngest one here buying jewelry for his parents. He had to keep up the swagger. He needed to show off. Dan wished he could pull out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. Too bad he hadn't brought any, so he just lifted his chin a little higher for effect. Su Qinghu almost burst out laughing at his antics. She remembered the first time they met, when he'd been dressed in a loud floral shirt and pants, looking like a little street punk. She couldn't help but shake her head. Even if he was showing off, even if he was trying to act cool, he was nothing like before. It wasn't about looking like a big brother now, there was a real sense of upward momentum. Even when they were cocky, it wasn't annoying, it was the clear, sunny energy of young boys. I'll get. Su Qinghu thought for a moment, then followed her heart. Just a pendant. We can figure out how to weave it into a bracelet when we get home. Dan, then I want a pendant too. Surely his mom could make him a bracelet while she was at it, right? Dan, suddenly, he didn't feel like shopping anymore. He'd already planned out the advance money. He was going to buy a silver bangle for little Tuan. That wasn't going to change. Bro, pick one for yourself, Dan said generously. My treat. Dan went to look at the counter. Dan followed, giving suggestions. As he recommended, he suddenly remembered something and quickly added, Bro, your pendant can't be heavier than mine. Even if they're the same weight, that's fine. Su Qinghu watched them pick, smiling. In the end, both Dan and Dan chose little gourd-shaped pendants. Su Qinghu. Oh boy, now she remembered what kind of spirits these two were in her dreams. Why did you pick gourds? Su Qinghu couldn't help but ask as she paid and led them away. Dan didn't have an answer ready, so he stayed quiet. But Dan perked up instantly. Gourds are great, Mom. Think about it. Immortals keep their elixirs in gourds, right? Su Qinghu and the Calabash brothers both had gourds. Plus, gourds just look really nice. Thinking of the thimble-shaped gold pendant Su Qinghu had picked, Dan just couldn't understand it. It wasn't pretty, just plain. Did Dan finally figured it out? Gourds look nice, and mine's the same weight as my brother's. Su Qinghu. Yep, the difference between an engineering mind and Dan's wild thinking was just too obvious. They wandered all over the department store, clothes, shoes, anything that looked nice and well-made, Su Qinghu bought on the spot. When the clock hit 4:30, she hustled the kids out, loaded down with bags big and small, and got them into the car. There was so much stuff that Dan and Dan had to squeeze together. Su Qinghu's beautiful curls were a bit of a mess from their hurried exit, but even so, she still looked stunning. Glancing at herself in the rearview mirror, Su Qinghu thought the stylist had really done a good job this time. Mom, Dad might not even be back. For winter, why'd you buy him ice skates? Dan, squeezed in with all the family skates, looked totally satisfied with their shopping trip. Su Qinghu, it's a New Year's gift for your dad. Did Dan and Dan. Mom, isn't that kind of tricking Dad? Dan was shocked. Tricking him emotionally? Su Qinghu, do you know what it means to favor the new and abandon the old? Dan shook his head hard, his mind racing. Favor the new and abandon the old? Was Dad the new or the old? Su Qinghu had no idea where his thoughts were going. She just said, the gifts I bought before aren't good enough for your dad, so I'm getting him a new one. As for those non-existent, old gifts, let them drift away with the wind. By the time they got home, it was already 5 in the afternoon and the sky had turned dark. Hearing movement at the door, Mrs. Ming came over to greet them, smiling and ready to tease them a bit. Until she saw the pile of things at the entrance, with the 3 of them still carrying more inside. She hurried over to help. What on earth did you all buy? This looked just like stocking up for the new year all over again. Su Qinghu said, just some everyday necessities. Nai, piped up, his little mouth chattering away. We bought ice skates, one for everyone in the family. When the time comes, our whole family can go skating together. He thought for a moment, then asked, Nai, does Grandpa know how to skate? Mrs. Ming replied, we're too old for that kind of fun. But Great-Grandma said you and Grandpa are both in great health, just as good as people who haven't even retired yet. Finished, then turned to Mrs. Ming. You don't have to worry. When we get to the skating rink, I'll teach you both. Guaranteed you'll learn. It's easy. There's nothing you can't pick up. We bought a full set of protective gear too, Su Qinghu added, carrying her own bag and a few shopping bags. Mom, can you help me take these inside? Mrs. Ming took the bags and brought them into the house. It was only then, under the light, that she realized one of the bags held gold jewelry. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't prepared anything special for her daughter-in-law for the new year. Chenbo was already helping Su Qinghu carry things in. Seeing Mrs. Ming lost in thought, he reminded her, come help us move some stuff. The things weren't heavy, just a bit scattered and hard to stack, so there was still quite a bit left outside. Mrs. Ming hurried over to help. Once everyone had finished moving things in and Dayton was about to close the door, Su Lilin came over, carrying the large tote bag Su Qinghu had bought for her. Wait a second, Su Lilin called out. Dayton stopped and looked toward the voice. Great-Grandma. Hey. Su Lilin responded, quickly hurrying over. Once Dayton closed the door, Su Lilin walked with him into the living room. Sorry about that, I had to take care of something and it took longer than I thought, Su Lilin said with a smile when she saw Mrs. Ming and Chenbo. Everyone was familiar with each other, so her words weren't just polite small talk, but the kind of easy familiarity between old friends. Mrs. Ming and Chenbo understood the nature of her work and didn't mind at all. They chatted for a while before going to wash their hands. Mrs. Ming had started simmering the dishes Su Qinghu mentioned around 3 in the afternoon. Now Su Qinghu was quickly stir-frying a few more dishes in the kitchen, and soon, everything was ready and being brought to the table. Outside, the sound of firecrackers went off here and there, near and far, but thanks to the special glass installed in the house, Little Lituan wasn't disturbed at all. But by now, he'd woken up. Tossing and turning, he kept bumping into things. When he got tired, he grabbed the crib railings with his little hands, exhausting himself. Maybe it was too dark, and with no familiar faces nearby, he started calling out, "Ah." The bedroom door was left ajar, and the child's soft but penetrating voice quickly reached Dayton, who immediately got up and ran to the bedroom. Su Qinghu paused, her chopsticks frozen in midair. She quietly put them down and followed him to the bedroom. When she arrived, she saw Dayton gently covering little Lituan's eyes with one hand, while his other hand had just pressed the bedside lamp switch. Little Lituan was grabbing at Dayton's hand, trying to pull it to his mouth, and Dayton let him chew on it. "Lituan," Su Qinghu called out. Lituan paused, looked toward her voice, and broke into a sweet, toothless smile, babbling words no one could understand. But he still held on to Dayton's hand, as if he planned to finish greeting Su Qinghu before going back to gnawing. Su Qinghu lifted the blanket, scooped up the little one, and called to Dayton, "Dayton, turn off the light." "Okay." Mrs. Meng saw Su Qinghu carrying Lituan out and reached out with a smile. "Let me hold him, you go eat." "No need," Su Qinghu replied, glancing behind her. Sure enough, Dayton had already pushed over Lituan's stroller. She put Lituan in, pressed her forehead to his as he wiggled his hands and feet, squeezed his little paw, and spoke to him gently before returning to her seat. "We don't have many relatives, so you all can go wherever you like tomorrow. Your dad and I need to go back for a few days," Mrs. Meng said with a smile. "Your dad needs to visit some old colleagues and friends, and there'll be people coming to see him too. It wouldn't be good if no one was there. These days, communication isn't easy. Letters take a long time to send and are a hassle to write, and sometimes they don't even arrive. Phone calls? Not so convenient either. For one, you have to pay to receive calls, and not every household has a phone yet." Su Qinghu nodded. "Got it. I'll drive you over tomorrow and bring some food from home." There were fish balls, meatballs, and cured meat that Aunt Yu had made before she went home, plus dumplings they'd wrapped over the past couple of days. These semi-prepared foods would be enough for the two of them to eat comfortably for several days, not to mention all the other fruits and vegetables. "Xiaosu, could you bring Lituan over to our place for a day on the second day of the new year?" Chenbo asked carefully. He knew that on the second day, Su's grandaunt would have to go back to work at the hospital. Su Qinghu replied, "Sure, Dayton and Erden can come too." She had a pretty good idea what her father-in-law wanted. To show off the kids to his old friends, or just to let them see the family. A perfectly normal wish for the older generation, completely understandable. "Then come to my place tomorrow," Su Lilin said with a smile. "Let my old friends see Lituan and see you too." Su Qinghu looked at Su Lilin, then at her in-laws. "So you all planned this together? Looks like the next few days of the new year would be even busier." "We just mentioned it this afternoon when we found out about Great-Grandma's schedule." "Not really a plan," Mrs. Meng said with a smile. "Just busy for these 2 days. After that, you can go wherever you want, and I'll stay home with Lituan." Su Qinghu said, "We'll all go out together after that. We've already bought all the gear." Seeing her grandaunt looking at her, Su Qinghu explained, "I bought ice skates and protective gear." "We're going skating. Tomorrow afternoon?" Su Lilin knew how to skate and liked the sport. She looked at Mrs. Meng and Chenbo. "No one will be visiting in the afternoon, so why don't we all go have some fun?" Mrs. Meng looked at Chenbo, who sighed, "You all go ahead. I expect someone will come by in the afternoon to have tea and chat." "Then it's settled," Mrs. Meng said, not feeling guilty about leaving Chenbo behind. She was actually looking forward to it. She'd been practicing ever since she learned how to skate, and now she was eager to get back on the ice. With her mother-in-law's decision made, Su Qinghu had nothing more to say. She smiled and continued eating. Dayton and Erden sat together, with little Lituan pushed between them in his stroller. The adults chatted while the two boys, not part of the conversation, took a few bites of food and then turned to tease Lituan, making him giggle with delight. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, the whole family took turns trying to wake up little Lituaner, but to no avail. In the end, after everyone had finished breakfast, they didn't bother whether the little one was awake or still asleep. They simply dressed him in new clothes, wiped his face with warm water, scooped him up, and took him over to Su Lilin's place. As soon as they arrived, they could see from a distance that a group of people was gathered outside Su Lilin's door. There were young folks, middle-aged ones, and even a few elderly people, all carrying gifts in their hands. It was clear they'd been waiting for a while. But it was the new year, and the kids who'd just gotten their lucky money were overjoyed, running around and shouting. Su Qinghu didn't dare drive too fast. After parking, Su Lilin came out first, greeted everyone, then took little Li Tuaner from Dan's arms and carried him out of the car. Dan had already gotten out from the other side, grinning as he ran toward the group. When he got close, he bowed and greeted everyone, grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts, older brothers, and sisters, then followed up with a few auspicious New Year's phrases. Everyone responded warmly, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. The younger folks were fine, but the older ones started to wonder, how should they give out the lucky money? Since everyone had come together, and considering each family's situation, giving too much wouldn't be appropriate, but giving too little would be embarrassing. So, they tacitly agreed not to mention it for now, planning to give it when it was time to say goodbye, depending on the situation. Once the door was opened and everyone was welcomed inside, they all gathered around Su Lilin and little Li Tuaner, showering him with praise. Unfortunately, the little one was fast asleep, completely oblivious to all the compliments and blessings. Su Qinghu came in after locking the car. Dan and Dan were already helping to boil water and fetch cups, not needing any instructions from Su Lilin. This child must not have slept well last night, huh? An elderly lady said with a smile, seeing how soundly Li Tuaner was sleeping. No wonder, once the new year arrives, the sound of firecrackers never stops. Su Lilin laughed, isn't that the truth? As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qinghu, who had just entered the living room. Su Qinghu felt a little guilty. The truth was, the child hadn't lost sleep because of the firecrackers, but because she'd kept him up playing, letting him stay up with them for the New Year's vigil before finally letting him sleep. That was also why, despite all the noise outside, he could still sleep so soundly. Hey, he's awake, a young man, clearly an intern learning from Su Lilin, exclaimed in surprise. His eyes are so beautiful. He was already such a cute child, and now that he'd opened his eyes, he was even more adorable. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, just that he suddenly wanted to steal the child away and raise him himself. Little Li Tuaner wasn't afraid at all. He stared at everyone, then let out a few soft coos. Su Qinghu quickly took him. Auntie, you chat with everyone. I'll go change Li Tuaner's diaper. She took him to the inner room to change his diaper. The little one's eyes were bright, and he babbled incomprehensibly, his eyes curving into happy crescents. Clearly, he was in a great mood after a good sleep. Before she could take him back out, Dan came in with a bottle, handing it to Su Qinghu. Great-grandma said the temperature is just right. He could already manage the water temperature for formula, but still felt the adults would do it better. Nicely done, Su Qinghu praised with a smile. When Li Tuaner grows up, he can bring you water and food. Dan, no need. Why did he have to boss his little brother around? He didn't get it. As Li Tuaner drank his milk, he kept looking at Dan, grabbing at him with his tiny hand. Dan let him hold his finger. That simple gesture made Li Tuaner so happy that he stopped drinking and smiled at him with crescent eyes. Dan smiled back and wiggled his little hand, prompting Li Tuaner to start drinking again. Dan finally finished serving tea to everyone and came over, ready to scold his brother for making him serve so many people by himself without any help. But when he got there, he saw Li Tuaner holding Dan's hand, drinking milk and smiling at him. He thought, so while I was working my butt off entertaining guests, my brother was over here winning brownie points? Hey, do you remember what we were supposed to do just now? Dan pouted, walking over in a huff. Dan looked over, but didn't say anything. He'd forgotten. Dan said, "All those cups need to be rinsed and filled with water, then brought over. You just dumped it all on me. Where's the brotherly love? Where's the sense of duty?" Did Dan, "I'll do it next time." Tuaner had looked at him earlier. He didn't want him to leave. "Humph." Dan snorted, but let it go. "If you feel guilty, then later you can tell Tuaner that the silver bracelet was from me." Yesterday, when they were out buying skates, his brother had said he needed to use the bathroom, and he'd believed him. But when the family exchanged gifts during the New Year's vigil, his brother pulled out a set of silver jewelry for the little one. There had been a silver peanut charm on the bracelet, but their aunt had removed it, worried it would scratch Tuaner, and put it in his little box. The box was made by their dad, with compartments and a coat of tung oil on the wood. Very nice looking. Anything the family bought for Tuaner would be put in that little box. The silver lock and the peanut charm from the bracelet his brother bought were kept in the second compartment. Did Dan, "I'll pay you for your labor." Yesterday, he'd received lucky money from their grandparents and great-grandma, plus a double share from their mom. He had money to pay for these things now. Dan pouted. "So, in the end, you just don't want to say the gift was from me. We're both little brothers. Why does Tuaner get gifts and I don't?" Dan grumbled. Seeing his little brothers smiling at them, he wanted to pick a fight. "Are you playing favorites?" Did Dan. Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu wanted to laugh. Was this starting up again? She wanted to watch. With Su Qinghu's expectant gaze, Dan began, "Grandpa, Grandma, Great-Grandma, Dad, and Mom have all been fair, no favoritism at all." Did Dan, "I'll give you my lucky money." "You're not an adult. I don't want your lucky money," Dan said with a proud tilt of his chin. "I want a gift." Did Dan, "I'll buy you one this afternoon." Dan, "What are you going to buy me? What do you want?" Did Dan was now completely unfazed. Dan, "You figure it out yourself." Pfft. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. Little Tuaner felt her body shaking, blinked his eyes, and grinned too, his eyes curving into crescents. Did Dan felt his finger being squeezed tighter and looked down. At that moment, Dan pointed at Tuaner and challenged Dan, "Bro, look, even Tuaner is laughing at you. Who asks someone what they want for a gift? That's not sincere at all." By the time they came back out, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Little Tuaner had woken up refreshed, eaten his fill, and was in a good mood. When others teased him, the little one would give them a polite smile. When it was time for the guests to say their goodbyes, the little one's arms were stuffed with money, mostly 2 yuan bills from the younger folks and 5 yuan bills from the older ones. Su Liling hadn't intended to accept it, but since lucky money is a form of blessing, she thought it over and didn't refuse. Little Tuaner was, for now, the only descendant in their branch of the family. She wanted him to receive as many blessings as possible and grow up safe and sound. Knowing they'd be coming here, Su Qinghu had Dayton and Erden prepare 30 gift bags after lunch, each containing a few apples, a bag of cookies, and some candies. Now, holding little Tuaner, she gave Dayton and Erden a look, and the two of them immediately understood. They quickly fetched the gift bags from the car and handed one to each guest, smartly and without leaving room for refusal. They were quick-witted and worked seamlessly together. With hardly any effort, the two of them completed the task perfectly. A group of people had come bearing gifts and left with gifts, looking a bit embarrassed. On the way home, before even reaching their doors, someone couldn't resist opening a bag to see what was inside. 2 big, round apples, a bag of rich, milky cookies, 2 white rabbit milk candies, and 4 fruit hard candies. Everyone knew the cost of these items was more than the lucky money they'd given. Efficient and generous. This was everyone's first impression of Su Qinghu. After seeing off the visitors, it was about 12:40 p.m. No one else came, and since no one would visit to pay New Year's calls in the afternoon, Su Qinghu took everyone back home. When they reached the door and saw it wasn't locked, Su Qinghu knew her mother-in-law, Mrs. Meng, had arrived. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the gate, the aroma of food wafted out. Mrs. Meng poked her head out of the kitchen when she heard them, saw they were back, greeted them, and then went back to her cooking. The food was mostly leftovers, just needing to be reheated, a breeze for Mrs. Meng. After lunch and a short nap, the family got ready and drove to the skating rink. With all new gear, they had to get used to the ice, so Su Qinghu let them play while she stayed by the side with little Li Tuaner. Su Qinghu didn't notice, but everyone who passed by couldn't help but glance at her and the adorable little Li Tuaner playing by himself. His well-behaved look melted the hearts of all the passers-by. "Big sister, can I shake hands with the little brother?" Suddenly, a sweet, soft little girl's voice piped up. Su Qinghu instinctively looked up. It was a pretty little girl, being carried by a man who was probably her father, looking at Su Qinghu with hopeful eyes. She actually called her big sister instead of auntie? Just as Su Qinghu was about to nod, someone suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision. It was Erden in his skating gear. Erden spoke up first. "You can, but you have to wash your hands." The little girl looked at Erden, then quickly turned to Su Qinghu, her eyes widening. "It's you guys." The little girl looked about 6, soft and cute. Anyone who'd seen her before would remember her. But Su Qinghu and Erden were sure they'd never met her. They looked at the man carrying her. Nope, didn't know him either. The man set the little girl down from his shoulders into his arms. He didn't seem talkative, just gave an apologetic look, then glanced down at the girl. "Ruru." Before the little girl could explain, Erden couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Oh my, someone's nickname is actually Ruru, which means meaty?" He looked at the little girl with puffed cheeks. Yep, the name fit. She was indeed chubby and cute. "Do you know why my dad calls me Ruru?" the little girl asked Erden seriously. "Erden, because you're chubby?" The little girl was clearly stumped for a moment, then took a deep breath and explained earnestly, "Because I'm the apple of my family's eye. They're precious meat. Another person who hears my nickname and just thinks of food. Annoying." After answering, Li Yingna ignored him and looked only at Su Qinghu, politely changing her address from big sister to auntie. "Auntie, I know you guys." Li Yingna's eyes curved as she smiled. "When they had their competition and exams, you brought them flowers, I saw you." Her father didn't know about this and wasn't good at socializing, so he just left the conversation to his daughter, occasionally smiling or responding when needed. "You were there to pick up the students too?" Su Qinghu blinked. "I must not have seen you, or I definitely remember such a pretty little girl." "I went with my mom to pick up my brother." Li Yingna blushed at the compliment, a little excited. "Auntie, how did you know I'm a girl?" Su Qinghu didn't immediately get what she meant, but then Li Yingna continued, "Auntie, my name is Li Yingna, nickname Ruru. I'm 7 by Chinese age, and I'm a first grader." "Then let me introduce myself too." Su Qinghu nodded. "I'm Su Qinghu, no nickname, and I'm a year older than last year, a proud working adult." Being treated as an equal by an adult, Li Yingna was both delighted and curious. "Auntie, can you wait for me? I'll wash my hands really quickly." Su Qinghu nodded. Seeing her agree, Li Yingna pulled her father off to find a place to wash her hands. Once they'd left, Erden grinned at Su Qinghu. "Mom, did you know? You're famous among our classmates." Normally, he and his brother would just enjoy this secretly and never told anyone. But now that someone had recognized her, he felt he had to share with Su Qinghu just how famous she was and how much joy she'd brought them. After Erden finished telling her about how, ever since she brought them flowers at the competition, they'd often get envious looks and compliments about how pretty she was, Su Qinghu felt genuinely happy. But she didn't miss the hint in his words. "Okay, next time there's a competition, remember to tell me. What if you have to work that day?" Erden had wanted to ask this for a long time. If the competition was on a weekend, she'd bring flowers, but what if it was a workday? Would she still come? "Su Qinghu, then I'll take the day off. As long as you do your job well, you can live more freely, that's an undeniable fact." "Bro," Erden called out loudly. When Dayton skated over, he said happily, "Mom says from now on, even if our competitions are on workdays, she'll take time off to bring us flowers." Dayton, okay. As long as his little brother wasn't embarrassed, he didn't mind either. Little Lituaner seemed to sense his big brother's happiness. He waved his tiny arms and made woo-woo-ah-ah sounds, struggling to get a look at his two older brothers. Unfortunately, he was still so small, bundled up in thick clothes. Even with a soft knitted hat on his head, there was no way he could manage it on his own. Seeing this, Su Qinghu shifted her hold, lifting him upright and turning slightly so he could see Dan and Dan out on the ice. The moment he spotted his brothers, the little one's eyes lit up. He waved his hands excitedly, babbling words no one could understand. Dan and Dan both grinned at him and almost instinctively began skating around the patch of ice near Su Qinghu. Dan skated fast and steady, gliding past Lituaner again and again, reaching out with his bare hand each time to let the little one grasp it. Dan, on the other hand, was full of tricks, sometimes darting over suddenly, sometimes zooming away, occasionally tugging at the red pom-pom on Lituaner's cute hat, or borrowing things from nearby people to tease him. The two brothers had him so excited that he was kicking his legs in Su Qinghu's arms. Su Qinghu could barely keep hold of him with all his squirming, her ears filled with the children's gleeful laughter. Lituaner was born healthy, raised with care, and his grandaunt Su Lilin would often come by to give him baby massages. His physical condition was much better than other kids his age. Now, Su Qinghu had a feeling that once Lituaner learned to walk and run, she'd have a hard time catching him. She held him carefully, trying not to restrict his movements, but also making sure he couldn't wriggle out of her arms. Feeling his strength, she glanced thoughtfully at Dan and Dan. Maybe she could train Dan and Dan to sprint faster? After all, neither of them would be leaving for college anytime soon. Just as she was thinking this, the little girl who had recognized their family at the competition earlier, Li Yingna, ran over. "Auntie, I've washed my hands." Li Yingna rushed over, her breath coming out in white puffs, clearly having run straight here after washing up, not even catching her breath. Su Qinghu turned to face the little girl, shifting Lituaner so he was facing her. Lituaner had been excitedly watching his brothers, but suddenly found himself face-to-face with a new big sister. He blinked, a little confused. Li Yingna reached out and gently took his hand. Lituaner blinked again. "Lituaner?" Having just heard his name, Li Yingna called out to him. Lituaner knew she was talking to him. His tiny fingers moved, gripping two of Li Yingna's fingers. Li Yingna instinctively turned to her father. "Daddy, he's really strong." Her father smiled and reminded her, "Don't squeeze his hand too hard." "I'm not, he's the one grabbing me." Li Yingna's big eyes were full of delight. "Lituaner likes me." Su Qinghu smiled. Dan pressed his lips together. Dan pouted, skated over, pulled a piece of milk candy from his pocket, and called Lituaner's name as he handed it over. Lituaner immediately let go of Li Yingna's hand and grabbed the white rabbit candy with lightning speed. Li Yingna was stunned. Su Qinghu decided to keep quiet. Dan and Dan often used white rabbit candies and homemade finger biscuits to help Lituaner practice his grip, so that move just now was pure muscle memory. The little girl didn't know that, and Su Qinghu certainly wasn't about to expose her own kids. "My little brother is good at grabbing anything." Dan lifted his chin, his little mouth running. "Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you can say he likes you, right? You're not 100 yuan bill." Li Yingna had never been spoken to like that before. She stared at Dan, frozen in place. Her father looked a bit awkward, wanting to say something, but then closed his mouth. It was a bit harsh, but maybe it was good for his daughter to learn that not everyone in the world would like her. Li Yingna looked at Dan, tears welling up in her eyes, but she still nodded seriously. "I understand." This was the second person who didn't like her. Back in elementary school, there was a pretty girl in her class who didn't like her either. They had the same piano teacher, but that girl never agreed to go to extracurriculars with her. Her dad had said maybe that classmate just didn't know how to express herself. But now she realized it wasn't that. That girl just didn't like her. Dan had no idea what she was thinking. Seeing her holding back tears, eyelashes wet, eyes wide, he wanted to run for the hills. I just said not everyone will like you. I didn't say you're ugly. Why are you crying? Is she trying to frame him? Mom. Dan instantly pressed himself up against Su Qinghu, putting distance between himself and Li Yingna's father. Su Qinghu cleared her throat and, without missing a beat, pried the candy from Li Tuaner's hand. Li Tuaner wasn't having it, his mouth quivered, and he started to cry. Dan stared at Su Qinghu in disbelief. Wait, this wasn't the rescue he wanted. Dan walked over, looked at Li Yingna's father, and said disapprovingly, as a parent, you should be comforting and teaching your own child right now. Li Yingna's father. He might not be good with words, but he wasn't stupid. What the boy said was right, but it felt like all the responsibility was being dumped on him. Still, at this moment, what the boy said was exactly what needed to be done. He sighed inwardly, about to speak, when Su Qinghu beat him to it. Do you like flowers? Why, yes. Despite being upset, Li Yingna was well-mannered and answered Su Qinghu's question. Is there any flower you don't like? Yes, I don't like cacti. Too many thorns. Li Yingna remembered getting pricked by one. But do you like the flowers that cacti bloom? Yes. Thinking of something she liked soothed her mood. Cactus flowers are really pretty. They were as bright and sunny as sunflowers. Su Qinghu smiled. See, maybe the cactus grows thorns to protect its beautiful flowers? So, things we don't like aren't necessarily bad things, right? Su Qinghu tried her best to steer the conversation. Li Yingna looked at her, listening intently, making Su Qinghu feel a bit guilty. Just to help Dan out of trouble, she and Dan had to work so hard. If we work hard to make ourselves better, does it really matter if others like us or not? As long as we bloom beautiful flowers, that's enough. Su Qinghu smiled. Honestly, she was running out of things to say. Li Yingna nodded. Dan tried to hold back, but couldn't help muttering, you're kind of off topic. Shouldn't you start by telling people not to be narcissistic? How did it end up like this? If this were an essay, you'd lose almost all your points. His voice was quiet, but Dan shot him a glare, and he shut up. After writing so many essays for his mom, he was starting to show side effects. Watching little Li Yingna leave, Su Qinghu finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter how messy things got, as long as the outcome looked good, there was nothing to worry about. But forget it, let's not talk about him. The more I say, the thirstier I get. Yet, in the very next second, piped up, Mom, you're just so clever. Su Qinghu. What should she do? She really wanted to smack this kid. And you, bro. That line you said just now was flawless. Absolutely perfect. Left everyone speechless. Went around happily praising everyone. What can you do? His family just loves him so much. They spoil him and always have his back. Dayton couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed and skated away from Su Qinghu without even saying goodbye. Was still confused. Bro, where are we going? There's something I need to teach you, Dayton said sternly, dragging him across the ice. Looked puzzled. Seriously? You have something to teach me? Wasn't I the one who taught you how to skate in the first place? Did his brother secretly learn some new trick without him knowing? Dayton didn't answer, just pulled him toward the edge of the rink where there were fewer people. Thought his brother really had some cool move to show him, so he happily followed along. Su Qinghu, holding little Li Tuan who was babbling away, watched the brothers leave and silently sent her most sincere blessings. May he not get beaten up too badly by Dayton. MS. Ming and Su Lilin were skating in an area with fewer kids, so they were having a pretty good time. Suddenly, someone tugged at Ms. Ming's clothes. Luckily, both she and the child who grabbed her were steady on their feet, so nothing happened. Just as she was about to lecture the kid not to run into groups of elders, she realized it was Ms. Ming said, cough, Haixing, what's wrong? He looked panicked, as if someone was chasing him. Su Lilin laughed. What? Are you running from a beating? If a kid came running to their parents with that look and speed, it could only mean a fight was involved. Wasn't even embarrassed. He immediately pleaded for help. My brother's going to hit me. I don't even know why he suddenly got like this. Erden looked so aggrieved. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his brother skating over and hid behind Su Lilin. He had no choice. Grandma had already been trained by Mom. Whenever he and his brother argued or fought, Grandma would just stand by and let them work it out themselves. But Great-Grandma was different. Great-Grandma was reasonable. She could be the judge. Su Lilin asked, "Before your brother tried to hit you, what did you do?" "I didn't do anything, just complimented him a couple times," Erden protested. "Then he said he wanted to teach me something, so I followed him, thinking he wanted to return the favor. But nope, as soon as we got to a quiet spot, he started beating me up. He hit me really hard," Erden huffed, like he wanted to pin me to the ice and pound me. Su Lilin fell silent. Why did it feel like some important detail was missing from this story? Ms. Ming was about to tell Su Lilin to let the brothers work it out themselves, but remembering Su Lilin's usual style, she kept quiet. Dayton skated over and greeted them. "Great-Grandma, Grandma." Ms. Ming nodded. "Thirsty? Want me to buy you something to drink?" Dayton replied, "Grandma, are you thirsty? If you are, I can go buy something for you." He hadn't been shouting or skating wildly, so he wasn't tired or thirsty at all. Ms. Ming said, No, when your mom comes to skate later, she can pick something up on the way. No need to get anything now." After they finished chatting, Su Lilin asked Dayton, "Da cough, Anyan, your brother says you hit him." "Almost forgot." They'd agreed to use the boys' full names when out in public. Dayton replied, "Yeah." "Why?" Su Lilin asked. "He was mouthing off," Dayton said. The air suddenly froze. After a moment, Su Lilin turned to Erden. "Do you think your brother's reason for hitting you is valid?" Erden. "Just because he said that little girl wasn't money, so not everyone would like her? But isn't that the truth? Just because little Lituan grabbed her finger, does that mean she likes her? What if little Lituan yanked her ponytail? Like pulling up a carrot?" "Bro, Erden sighed. Fine, he'd admit defeat. "I won't do it again." Dayton said, "Write an English diary about everything you did today, or take another beating. Which do you choose?" Erden protested, "I don't want either." "What's with this? Why pick up Mom's bad habit of assigning essays? They'd only just enjoyed a few days without Mom giving them writing assignments. Shouldn't they be enjoying it instead of making trouble for themselves? Are you out of your mind?" Dayton asked, "Are you sure you're not choosing?" Erden shouted, Bro, do you have to be like this? Can't we just have a peaceful new year?" Forcing him to choose, so annoying. But no matter how much he didn't want to, he knew that if he didn't choose, he'd end up having to do both. Ms. Ming watched from the side, feeling deep sympathy for Erden. She remembered how, before the new year, after dinner, Erden would be in the study scratching his head over his foreign language essays, constantly flipping through the thick English-Chinese dictionary. That huge, heavy tome. Su Lilin was watching the drama, curious to see what Erden would choose. She saw Erden take a deep breath, then skate back the way he came. His figure looked especially forlorn. He said, "Just beat me up. It's the new year, who wants to do homework?" Getting hit was better, anyway, it didn't even hurt that much. Just a little embarrassing. Dayton was stunned. He really hadn't expected his silly brother to choose a beating. That diary, at his usual speed, he could finish it in an hour. Given the choice between sitting comfortably for an hour to do homework or taking a moderate beating, he picked the latter. Dayton scowled and followed after him, disappointed at his lack of ambition. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming was a bit taken aback. Wasn't their problem-solving a little too fast? And weren't their solutions and responses a bit too hasty? Su Lilin couldn't help but ask, how did Erden do on his final exams? She'd been busy before the new year, and since the boys were smart, she hadn't paid much attention. But now, seeing the kid would rather get hit than do homework, she couldn't help but have a tiny bit of doubt about his grades. Ms. Ming replied, "He's first in his class." Before Su Lilin could ask more, Ms. Ming continued, "He just really doesn't want to do homework." Su Lilin. At first, Dayton was just going through the motions, but now he was getting serious. Otherwise, Erden wouldn't have come over looking so dejected, with tears in his eyes. Su Qinghu watched as he slowly slid over and couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked just like an old man in his twilight years. Erden shuffled over to Su Qinghu's side and started tugging at little Lituaner. Su Qinghu cooperatively lowered little Lituaner, whom she was holding. Then she heard Erden wail earnestly, "Lituaner, you have to love learning and doing your homework in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up like your second brother, got it?" Little Lituano was being tugged at and was overjoyed, babbling excitedly, his eyes sparkling. "See, you think our brother is in the wrong too, right? He shouldn't have hit me." Erden leaned over and rubbed his face against Lituaner, instantly full of bravado. "Since you're standing up for your second brother, if big brother ever tries to hit you, I'll stop him." Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu looked down at little Lituaner's expression, then at Erden, her own expression hard to describe. If she wasn't mistaken, little Lituaner looked happy. Where did Erden get the idea he was being stood up for? "Lituaner isn't like you." Dayton's voice came from behind Erden. "You don't need to worry so much." Erden, caught in the act, didn't feel guilty at all. He just put on a stern face and stayed silent. He was mad right now, no way he was going to talk to him. Dayton didn't care about Erden's mood at all. He just took a thermos out of Su Qinghu's big tote bag, mixed some warm water for little Lituaner, and handed it to Su Qinghu. Erden pulled a small folding stool out of the bag, set it up on the ground, and pressed down to make sure it was steady before calling Su Qinghu over to sit. People nearby watched them like they were seeing a spectacle, and some couldn't help but start whispering. Su Qinghu pretended not to hear. After all, comfort is something only you can feel. Who cares what others think? She sat down and fed little Lituaner some warm water. Little Lituaner never refused food or drink, so he naturally started drinking. He paused at the first sip, probably because it was tasteless, but then kept drinking. Dayton took out a few pieces of milk candy from Su Qinghu's bag and naturally handed some to Erden. Erden hesitated for a moment, wanting to act tough, but in the end couldn't resist and accepted them so quickly that Dayton didn't even notice his brief reluctance. "Mom, want some milk candy?" Dayton asked Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu nodded. Dayton unwrapped a candy and handed it right to her mouth. To be honest, as soon as the milk candy melted in her mouth, Su Qinghu felt all her nerves relax. Things these days were generous in portion and flavor, truly delicious. The three of them, plus a little baby, just sat there eating, drinking, and chatting completely at ease. Who would have thought there'd be a crazy person at the skating rink who started going off at them as they stood by the edge? Suddenly being called out, Su Qinghu quickly looked around and confirmed they hadn't littered any candy wrappers before turning to look at the stylishly dressed woman. Erden was already confronting her. "Andy, is this bag yours?" "It's not mine, but..." Erden made a pause gesture and cut her off. "If it's not yours, then why are you butting in? Otherwise, people will say you're more anxious than the emperor's eunuch. What's the big deal? Isn't a bag for holding things? Why should there be rules about what you can put in it or where you can put it?" Erden didn't get it. Su Qinghu could understand, but she didn't want to, so she decided to let Erden fire away for now. "This is a limited edition. If you don't really love it, I'll buy it. If you buy it and don't cherish it, then why buy it at all?" The woman looked at the bag, stuffed with a baby bottle, folding stool, milk candies, and who knows what else, her heart practically breaking. Erden was baffled. "My dad bought this as a New Year's gift for my mom. If you have a problem, take it up with my dad." The woman was at a loss for words, nearly choking. Su Qinghu felt a bit embarrassed. Sigh, this kid Erden just managed to show off their love and wealth without even trying. That must sting for the other woman. Look, she can't even speak now. But even after being so upset, the woman didn't leave. After calming herself, she spoke up again. As soon as she opened her mouth, Su Qinghu, Dayton, and Erden instantly went into battle mode, ready to find a flaw in her logic and strike back. But the woman didn't play by the rules. She said, "Can you sell me this bag?" Su Qinghu. "Weren't we just arguing? Weren't you mad? What's going on now?" Dayton and Erden were stunned too, staring at her in disbelief. Is this woman okay in the head? We just said it was a New Year's gift from our dad to our mom. Does she not understand human speech? Su Qinghu, that's not possible. Refuse. She had to refuse. She was already planning to buy a house someday just to display all the gifts she'd been given. If you just need something to hold a baby bottle and a stool, there are better options, the woman tried to persuade her. Su Qinghu replied, no, I think my current choice is great. It looks low-key too. With this color and style, most people wouldn't even look twice. And that was true. On New Year's Eve, when she took Dayton and Erden out, her friend and business partner came by, dropped off some gifts, wished them well, and left quickly. Among the gifts were a few boxes just for her. When she opened them that night, Su Qinghu was genuinely surprised. There was the bag, a few lipsticks, and 3 sets of pearl jewelry. Only the pearl jewelry caught her family's attention. They guessed it was valuable. As for the bag and lipsticks, no one paid them any mind. Auntie, that's the New Year's gift my dad bought for my mom, Erden repeated. Do you know what a gift is? Without waiting for a reply, he went on, a gift is someone's heartfelt intention, and you can't put a price on that. So you have to keep it. At the last second, remembering what his mom had used the bag for, he changed treasure it to keep it. The woman. She turned and left. This family, are they all crazy? After she left, Erden watched her go and sighed. Hasn't she ever learned the poem? Though the peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep, it can't compare to Wang Luan's friendship for me. All right, go play already. Su Qinghu looked at his pose, half afraid he'd start reciting the different ways to write the character Hui, like in that old story. Ms. Meng and Su Lilin hurried over. What happened? They'd just seen a crowd around them and a woman in her 30s storming off. No one gave you any trouble, right? That was the second thing they said. Not having seen what happened, they had no way of knowing what had just gone on. Nothing much happened. Today's little episode was just a minor blip for Su Qinghu and the others, and it quickly passed. No one expected, though, that the little girl would turn out to be a relative of the old academician. When she went to pay a New Year's visit and saw the photos of Su Qinghu and Dan and Dan, she pestered the old academician to introduce her to Su Qinghu's family. On the morning of the first day of the new year, they spent time at Su Lilin's place. In the afternoon, the whole family, except for Bai, all went ice skating. Early on the second day, the family headed over to the compound. Around 10 o'clock, Yan and Yin brought Duoshu, carrying New Year's gifts, back to her parents' home. Yan never really managed to get close to Su Qinghu. It wasn't that she disliked her, it was just that the thought of Qinlai telling Su Qinghu about what happened back then made her feel uncomfortable all over. As soon as Yin arrived, Bai pulled him away for tea and a game of chess. He didn't see anything odd about the way his wife and Su Qinghu interacted. No matter how clever Duoshu was, he couldn't make sense of the subtle undercurrents between the adults. As soon as he arrived, he ran straight to Dan and Dan, joining them around the stroller, watching the baby Li Tuan babble away. It was no different from people watching a fluffy little animal. Li Tuan is growing so fast. Duoshu exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement, gesturing with his hands. He used to be this long, and now he's this long. Dan shot him a glance. Li Tuan can roll over now, too. He was obviously proud. Really? Duoshu leaned in, as if he wanted to watch the baby roll over. Unfortunately, the stroller was too small to give Li Tuan space to perform. Dan looked at Dan bro. Dan understood, thought for a moment, then asked Su Qinghu. When she agreed, he picked up Li Tuan and carried him into their bedroom. Once the little one was placed on the bed, Li Tuan immediately rolled over, making Duoshu gasp in delight. He rolled over. He rolled over. Amazing! Dan grinned. Of course. In a few more months, Li Tuan will learn to walk and talk earlier than anyone else. Dan listened to Dan showing off and didn't say anything, just wiped the baby's drool. Watching Li Tuan happily rolling around, the 3 little kids all had the same love-struck look people get when they see something cute. Is Li Tuan cold? Qian Duoshu reached out and grabbed the baby's little foot, bundled up in thick socks, then turned to ask did Dan and Dan. Did Dan said he's not cold. Feel his hands. If his hands aren't cold, then he's not cold, Dan explained, sounding like an expert. So Qian Duoshu reached out. When Li Tuan grabbed his finger, Qian Duoshu's eyes lit up and his mouth curved into a huge smile. Li Tuan likes me. Dan was about to retort, but suddenly thought of that crybaby Liangna. He opened his mouth, but under his brother's warning look, swallowed his words. Fine, whatever, he wouldn't say it. Kids are so annoying, always crying at the drop of a hat. It's not like he couldn't cry too. If it came down to it, he could outcry anyone, and his tears would come faster too. Seeing that Dan wasn't picking a fight, did Dan relaxed. Oh whoa, Li Tuan stared at Qian Duoshu with his beautiful eyes, babbling away. Qian Duoshu chatted back enthusiastically, getting more and more animated, completely forgetting there were others around. Did Dan and Dan watched in silence, not sure what to say to break the lively atmosphere, so they just watched. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Yan was helping out Mrs. Meng and Su Qinghu. She hadn't done much housework before she got married, and after marriage, with her in-laws around, she had even fewer chances. Mainly because her in-laws wanted their grandson to eat well. But Mrs. Meng never kicked her out of the kitchen just because she wasn't good at it. Washing ginger, peeling garlic, prepping scallions, washing vegetables, Chen Yan handled all these tasks. She'd ask Su Qinghu how things should be cut, and once she got an answer, she'd do it accordingly. Su Qinghu was in a great mood, easily steaming, stewing, and stir-frying everything that needed to be cooked. Once Chen Yan finished helping, she heard Su Qinghu ask, "Mom, should we make some candied apples or candied sweet potatoes for the kids? And maybe a sweet soup?" Mrs. Meng replied, "Let's do it." I remember did Dan, Dan, and Duo all love candied apples and sweet potatoes. No need for sweet soup, just open a can of fruit cocktail and warm it up a bit. Then she turned to her daughter, Chen Yan. The apples are in the living room cabinet. Pick a few red ones and peel them. The fruit she'd bought for her husband earlier had gotten a bit wrinkly because he forgot to put it in the fridge. The apples in the living room cabinet were freshly bought and brought over today, much fresher and better looking than the old ones. Chen Yan said, "Okay, big sis, could you break off a few bananas?" Su Qinghu said with a smile. "I'll make some fried banana pieces for the kids." The bananas were a gift from one of Chen Lai's old comrades, just a small box. She'd given a bunch to her grandaunt, 2 bunches to her father-in-law's side, and kept one at home. The 2 bunches for her father-in-law's side weren't just for him, but for Duo to take home when he left. Chen Yan didn't really like being ordered around, but when she heard it was bananas, she held back her annoyance. Bananas didn't keep well and weren't easy to buy. She'd only had them a few times on business trips to the south and brought some back for her son those times. Chen Yan went to the living room, but instead of grabbing fruit right away, she checked on her son first. Seeing that he was getting along fine with Dan and Dan and wasn't being bullied, she turned to get the fruit. This nephew of her brother's, she'd only seen him 3 times, once at birth, once at his 1-month celebration, and now today. He looked pretty good. After playing chess for a while, Chen Bai took a sip of water and, seeing it was about time, stood up and said, "Let's go check on the kids. It's awfully quiet over there." Qian Yin had been worried too, afraid the 3 kids might not take good care of Li Tuan, or that someone might get hurt during the holiday. Hearing his father-in-law suggest checking in, he felt relieved. He'd been keeping an eye on things, and based on his son's descriptions, he replied, maybe Li Tuan fell asleep. Sometimes Duo would wait for Dan and Dan after school, then go home with them to see Li Tuan. Every time he came back, he'd go on and on about how cute, well-behaved, and adorable Li Tuan was, and, of course, about all the delicious things Grandma had made for them. So, even though he hadn't seen much of Li Tuan himself, he more or less had a sense of the child's temperament. All in all, he was definitely the kind of baby who ate well, slept well, and never made a fuss. The 2 of them walked over and saw 3 children gathered around little Li Tuaner. One was gently patting him to sleep, another was soothing him by stroking his tiny hands and feet. The whole scene was warm and tender. Qinghu quietly signaled to Qian not to go in or make any noise. Then he quickly turned around, grabbed his camera, and hurried back. Seeing this, Qian immediately moved aside to give his father-in-law, Qinghu, space to take pictures. This silent understanding and thoughtfulness made Qinghu very pleased. A few clicks of the shutter later, Dan, Dan, and Qian Duoshu all looked over, their faces blank and dazed, which was quite amusing. Taking advantage of their confused little expressions, Qinghu pressed the shutter a few more times. Dan ran over. "Grandpa, let me see." Qinghu bent down a little to show him. Dan stared at the photos for a while, then looked up. "Grandpa, did you make us look silly in the pictures?" "So cute," Qinghu replied, very satisfied. Afraid Dan might break the camera, he quickly took it back. Then he asked, "Is little Tuaner asleep?" "Yeah," Dan nodded, lowering his voice. He rolled around until he got tired, then just fell asleep. Qinghu already knew little Tuaner was easy to take care of. When the little one wanted to sleep, he'd just fall asleep on his own. No need for anyone to coax him, and he never cried for Su Qinghu. He went over to take a look and saw the kids had tucked the blanket around little Tuaner nicely. He then called the kids out, gently closed the door, leaving a 4-finger-wide gap so they could keep an eye on the baby. Mrs. Meng was already setting the table in the living room. When she saw everyone coming out of the bedroom, she glanced over and casually asked, "Did you block off the edge of the bed with a blanket?" "Qinghu? Little Tuaner can roll over now." Mrs. Meng rolled her eyes at Qinghu and hurried over. "If you don't block off the edge, when the baby wakes up and rolls over, he'll probably fall right off the bed." The more she spoke, the more her brows furrowed. Knowing he was in the wrong, Qinghu quickly returned to the bedroom ahead of Mrs. Meng, took out another blanket that had been aired out before the new year, and stuffed it along the edge of the bed. Only then did Mrs. Meng's mood improve a little. Did Dan and Dan exchanged a guilty look. Just now, they hadn't thought of that either. Qian Duoshu looked around and asked, "Will my little brother crawl out? Could that blanket really keep him in?" Mrs. Meng couldn't help but laugh. "Your little brother can't crawl yet." Qian Duoshu finally relaxed. "When he can crawl, Grandma, you have to block off the whole bed." "All right," Mrs. Meng said, rubbing his head. "Grandma will remember." Qian and Qinghu took the 3 kids to wash their hands, while Mrs. Meng went back to the kitchen to help set the table. Qingyan quietly helped out. If it weren't for the holidays and Duoduo's requests, she really wouldn't want to come here. Every time she came, it felt like a punishment. She was uncomfortable everywhere, always feeling like her family didn't really welcome her. Su Qinghu didn't bother trying to ease Qingyan's awkwardness. First, there was no need, and second, even if she said something, would that really make the awkwardness disappear? Rather than force small talk, it was better to just enjoy the quiet atmosphere. At least she herself felt perfectly at ease. When the food was served, the 3 kids' eyes lit up at the sight of fried banana pieces and caramelized apples. Sure, eating meat is the tradition for New Year's, but neither Su Qinghu's family nor Qianyin's were short on money, and the kids never lacked for meat. So seeing sweet treats during the holiday was still exciting, especially when it was something they loved. "Thank you, Auntie," Qian Duoshu said happily, sitting obediently on his stool and giving Su Qinghu a sweet smile. Dan chimed in, "Hey, these are all our favorites." The fresh apple and warm caramel scent filled the kids' noses. Dan was calm, but Dan and Qian Duoshu were already staring eagerly at Mrs. Meng and Qinghu. Everyone knew that once the food was on the table, they couldn't start eating until the elders picked up their chopsticks. Qinghu and Mrs. Meng smiled and took some lamb and cabbage. Before he even swallowed, Qinghu waved his chopsticks and called to the kids, "Go ahead, eat, eat." The meal, if not perfectly warm and cozy, was at least harmonious. After eating, Mrs. Meng didn't let Su Qinghu or Qingyan do the dishes, shooing them into the living room to rest or play with the kids. Su Qinghu naturally went to the living room and started playing with the kids. No one knows who suggested it first, but soon the group decided to go to the corner store. One adult and 3 kids, all in agreement, headed out together. When they came back from the store, everyone had the latest trendy toy or something else in hand. "This isn't edible, okay?" Su Qinghu said to Qian Duoshu, demonstrating, "See how I blow bubbles? Don't throw away the wrapper. When the gum gets bitter, spit it out onto the wrapper and then toss it." Hum. It was Qian Duoshu's first time with bubble gum, and he watched in amazement as Su Qinghu blew a big bubble, trying hard to copy her. Dan laughed at his failed attempts. "You have to do it like this, then like this." He demonstrated, then popped his own bubble and looked down at Qian Duoshu. "Got it?" "Yeah, got it." Qian Duoshu wasn't a slow kid this time. He finally succeeded. Dan asked, "You've never had this before?" "Nope," Qian Duoshu replied, still trying to blow a bigger bubble. "My parents and grandparents never let me have it. Grandma says she's afraid the gum will stick to my intestines." Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh to herself. Sure enough, every kid hears this kind of thing from their parents. When she was little, her parents also warned her that if she swallowed gum, it would stick to her intestines. "Silly," Dan patted Qian Duoshu's head, full of pity. "Your grandma was lying to you." He'd accidentally swallowed gum once and nothing happened. Qian Duoshu looked up at Dan and smiled. "Now I know." "Oh, right." Dan looked at the little guy in front of him and teased, "Did you not eat enough? Why are you still so short?" He'd completely forgotten how anxious he used to be about growing taller himself. For the first time, Qian Duoshu put on a serious face at Dan. "I'm not short." Dan snorted and gave him a look, letting him figure it out himself. "My dad says he and my mom aren't short, so I won't be short either." "I'm just a late bloomer," Qian Duoshu mumbled. Okay, we know you're a late bloomer." Dan caught Su Qinghu's warning look and decided not to bully the little guy to tears. "Hey, do you know how to skate?" He looked Qian Duoshu up and down, thinking. Maybe he could practice teaching with him, so he'd be ready to teach little Tuaner to skate in the future. "Yes," Qian Duoshu answered without hesitation. He had thought that if he said yes, would take him along to go ice skating. But as soon as he answered, nothing else happened. Looked at him, hesitated as if wanting to say something, opened his mouth, but in the end just looked up at the sky and sighed. "Fine, if there's no one to experiment on, then so be it. When little Tuaner is old enough to learn skating, he'll just teach him carefully and try to make sure he falls one less time." Gidge? Little Qian Duoshu still hadn't figured out what was going on. Seeing that didn't say anything after asking, he couldn't hold back and called out to him. Sighed. "Don't call me. You already know how, so what's left for me to teach you?" "Qian Duoshu, but there are still things I can't do." "What can't you do?" Was obviously uninterested. "Qian Duoshu, I can't skate fast." Was this because he didn't learn well before? "Just practice your basic moves more, and you'll get faster." Blew a big bubble with his gum and popped it. Dayton looked at Su Qinghu. "Mom?" Su Qinghu knew what he wanted to say, so she nodded. "We called your dad and asked him to bring your skates when he comes today," Dayton said, looking down at him. "If your dad didn't forget, we can all go skating together this afternoon." They hadn't brought Grandpa along yesterday, so this afternoon was their turn to accompany him to the rink. Qian Duoshu's eyes widened. "Really?" Dayton nodded. "Then let's go home now?" Qian Duoshu was getting impatient. "If Dad forgot my skates, he can go back and get them now." After thinking about it, he added, "There's still time." Who had planned to play marbles with someone, had no choice but to go home with them. As they neared home, everyone spit out their bubble gum, wrapped it up, and tossed it in the trash. "Dad, did you bring my skates?" As soon as they walked in, Qian Duoshu rushed to Qian. "Where are my skates?" Qian smiled. "I brought everything." Qian hadn't expected to go skating with Su Qinghu this afternoon. She turned to Qian. "Why didn't you tell me?" She hadn't seen him bring the skates before they left. "I wanted to surprise you and duo. Qian found her reaction a bit odd. "Do you have something to do this afternoon?" He'd already asked her, and she'd said she was free. What could Chinyen say? She could only deny it. No, nothing really. It's just, if you'd told me earlier, I could have worn something more suitable for skating. What you're wearing now is fine, Mrs. Ming said. If you really want to change, let Xiao Qian take you home to change and come back. There's plenty of time. They'd eaten early today, finishing lunch at 12:15. It wasn't even 1 o'clock yet, so there was plenty of time. Chinyen said no need. She quickly glanced at the clock and said, let's just go now. By the time we get there, we'll have digested lunch. Mrs. Ming didn't immediately agree, but looked at Su Qinghu first. Su Qinghu turned to Chenbo. Dad, shall we go now? Sure. Chenbo stood up. I'll go make a cup of tea. Make sure you bring everything you need. Su Qinghu went to the bedroom and showered little Tuaner, who was sleeping soundly, with kisses until he woke up, lips pursed, eyes open. When he saw Su Qinghu's big smiling face, his half-pouting mouth broke into a grin, his eyes curved, and he babbled at her. Su Qinghu bent down and kissed his forehead, then his chin, nuzzling him, making little Tuaner hug her head and giggle with delight. Baby, she rubbed his little nose, smiling brightly. Are you hungry? Thirsty? How about Mama takes you out to eat, drink, and have fun? Little Tuaner didn't really understand, but he knew this was his favorite person, so he just giggled. She changed his diaper, fed him a bit of milk, burped him, put on his cute little knit hat, and then the whole group set off for the ice rink. Because it was the new year, the rink was crowded, especially with young couples. The rink was definitely the best place for a little physical contact. But since it was a public place, everyone kept it pretty tame, just holding hands or a brief hug around the waist, nothing more. Su Qinghu, with her child in tow, watched her in-laws skating hand in hand. She called over a photographer and asked them to take some candid shots, telling them not to let her in-laws notice. If the photos turned out well, she'd pay extra. She was clearly a big spender. The photographer showed her some sample shots and explained how they framed their photos. Su Qinghu, holding little Tuaner, looked them over and nodded. Looks good. 10 shots, 50 cents extra per photo, right? The photographer confirmed. Su Qinghu said, as long as the quality matches these two, and I can pick out 10 of this standard. No problem. The photographer nodded happily and went off to take the photos. Mrs. Ming and Chenbo noticed someone following them, but since there were a lot of people around, maybe the person just thought they skated well and wanted to watch. So they didn't pay much attention. Half an hour later, the photographer came back with the camera. Su Qinghu paid part of the money, then pointed at Dayton, Erden, and Qian Duoshu. Take 10 candid shots of them, too. After thinking about it, she called out to the photographer again, and take 5 of that couple as well. Sure, no problem. The photographer was overjoyed. What a profitable day. When all the photos were done and Su Qinghu had paid, and the photographer went off to get them printed, Erden skated over, puzzled. Mom, who is that? Why was his mom chatting so happily with that person? And they weren't even good-looking. A photographer, Su Qinghu said casually. Just wanted to get some keepsakes of you guys. She was holding little Tuaner, so she couldn't take the photos herself. Besides, candid shots are totally different from posed ones. How much per photo? Erden asked. After Su Qinghu told him, Erden sucked in a breath. Mom, even though we have money now, you can't just throw it away like that. That was a lot of money. Erden wanted to cry. Back when he took photos for tourists over the summer, why didn't he ever meet a customer like his mom? People really do compare themselves to death. I'm coming here tomorrow to take photos for people, Erden declared. At the very least, I'll earn back the money you spent today. Su Qinghu, your brother is going to visit his aunt tomorrow, so he can't come with you. I'll come by myself. Do you think they'll let you in to take photos for money? Su Qinghu gestured at the photographers. They probably have permission to be here. Erden didn't care. Mom, I know the drill. Don't worry. He'd worked at a tourist spot over the summer. This place couldn't be much different. As they talked, Dayton and Qian Duoshu came over. When they heard about making money here, Dayton immediately agreed. I'll do it with you. Qian Duoshu, He wasn't very good at taking photos. After leaving the ice rink, Little Qian Duoshu looked pitifully at Su Qinghu and the others as they drove away, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, can't I really go stay at Auntie's house for a few days? Auntie already agreed, and my cousins all said I'm welcome. Hearing his son's dejected voice, Qian Yin could only sigh helplessly. Tomorrow, I'll take you around to visit all our relatives and your teachers. On the 4th day of the new year, I'll send you over to stay for 2 days, okay? His son was young and smart, but he couldn't really play with kids his own age. The older ones didn't want to look after him either. Right now, only Dan and Dan could really get along and play with him. Qian Yin genuinely wanted his son to be happy, but there were some things he just couldn't ignore. Mama? Qian Duoshu turned to look at Qinyan. Is that okay? Qinyan really didn't want to agree, but she thought about how, once they got home, her son would tell his grandparents, and they'd definitely side with him. By then, it'd be 3 against 1, and she'd have to let him go anyway. Rather than have her son think she didn't care about him, it was better to agree from the start. So she nodded. Okay. With that settled, Su Qinghu started talking to Mrs. Meng about Dan going to visit their cousin Zhang Jingjing's house. She said, Mom, why don't you let Dad stay here tonight? Tomorrow, I'll take Dan over there. Could you and Dad look after Dan and Xiao Lituan for me? Is that all right? Mrs. Meng didn't even look at Chunbo before agreeing right away. Tomorrow, Dan and I will first visit Teacher Sun, then head over to his cousin's place, Su Qinghu said. So we'll need to get up a bit earlier tomorrow. Is it on the way? Mrs. Meng asked. Su Qinghu nodded. Yes, it's on the way. Then let's do as you planned. Mrs. Meng looked at Dan, who was holding Xiao Lituan. Don't worry, Dan, you'll definitely get to your cousin's house before noon. Dan, okay? The new year was busy but fulfilling, moments of leisure in the midst of all the hustle and moments of busyness in the midst of leisure. On the 3rd day of the new year, Su Qinghu took Dan to visit Teacher Sun's family, the teacher she and Qinlai had shared before heading to visit Zhang Jingjing's family. When they arrived at Zhang Jingjing's place, Su Qinghu hadn't even parked the car when she spotted an old acquaintance, Zhang Dongxing. He looked much more presentable now, having reined in his wild ways, and was talking to Dan's cousin, Lu Xinlin. Su Qinghu had sharp eyes and immediately noticed the impatience in Lu Xinlin's expression, though there was something else mixed in there as well. She kept driving, not planning to give the two any extra time to chat. After parking, she opened the car door. Lu Xinlin looked a little embarrassed when she saw Su Qinghu, but quickly turned and yelled at Zhang Dongxing, "Go away already." Zhang Dongxing was angry but didn't dare show it. After holding it in for a moment, he said, "We all know each other. No need to avoid me, right? Ugly daughter-in-law." Before he could finish, Lu Xinlin glared at him. "Who are you calling ugly? And besides, did I ever say I accepted your pursuit?" She'd grown up abroad, but had also received a traditional Chinese upbringing from Lu Heming and Zhang Jingjing. Sometimes she was bold, sometimes reserved. When it came to feelings, she wasn't shy, she just said what she thought. Zhang Dongxing had been pursuing Lu Xinlin for over 2 months. Neither wind nor rain could keep him away. Lu Xinlin's attitude toward him had always been the same: get lost. Zhang Dongxing was thick-skinned and didn't mind her scolding. He still showed up on time, unless he was away on business. Now, hearing her tell him to get lost, he actually seemed a little flattered and quickly replied, "I meant me, I'm your ugly daughter-in-law." Lu Xinlin almost choked. "You." Su Qinghu nearly choked on her own saliva too. Was Zhang Dongxing really the shameless? Dan looked even more disgusted. This guy had previously tried to claim they were both surnamed Zhang and wanted him to be his godson, but Dan had shot him down. Now he was pestering his cousin unbearable. He said, "If you're having trouble with reality, go see a doctor. My cousin isn't that kind of doctor. Maybe try somewhere else and see if your illness can be cured." He wasn't exactly blunt, but he wasn't being gentle either. Zhang Dongxing understood, but pretended not to. "My illness can be cured, only your cousin can cure it." Lu Xinlin didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. She took the things from Su Qinghu's hands and led her toward the house. This was a teacher's housing compound. As soon as Su Qinghu got out of the car, people started looking over, and soon kids of all ages surrounded them. Well then. Su Qinghu smiled at them, and the kids' eyes lit up even more. Their sincere gazes made her happy, so she called out to Dan, Yan, hand out some candy. Dan, whose full name was Zhang Anyun, blushed at being called, but tried to act calm as he pulled white rabbit milk candies from his satchel. Su Qinghu had told him to bring them when they left this morning. So they were for giving out to others? But hearing all the kids calling him Big Brother and seeing their eager eyes, he felt like lowering his head a bit. The kids in the compound were worldly and quick-witted, never shy about speaking up or making a scene. They nudged each other until finally a girl about his age was pushed forward. She had big eyes and a short bob haircut, her face full of boldness and spirit. "Your eyes are different from ours," she said. Dan's gentle demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a cool, clear look typical of a teenage boy, aloof, but not unfriendly. He didn't answer, but the girl kept talking. "Is your dad a foreigner?" Dan ignored her and took 2 steps closer to Su Qinghu. He didn't want to answer questions like that. "Your mom is so young and pretty." The girl didn't care whether he answered or not, just voicing her thoughts. Su Qinghu smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." "He's as good-looking as you," the girl said, pointing at Dan. Dan froze for a moment, his eyes lightening a bit clearly. He was starting to feel happy. "Is everyone in your family good-looking?" she asked, then looked at Lu Xinlin. "Xinlin Jia is your relative, and she's really pretty too." Su Qinghu laughed. This little girl's logic was quite amusing. "What about me?" In the cheerful atmosphere, Zhang Dongxing suddenly butted in, looking at the 11 or 12-year-old girl. "Am I good-looking? Can I be part of your family?" "You." The girl sized up Zhang Dongxing, lifted her chin, and said bluntly, "You're just the annoying creep who keeps pestering Xinlin Jia." She and her friends in the compound had already discussed it. They were going to be Xinlin Jia's protectors and make sure this creep never got close to their beautiful big sister. Zhang Dongxing hadn't expected such a sharp tongue from a little girl, and his face fell. He said, "It's called pursuing someone, you little brat. If Xinlin Jia doesn't accept you, your pursuit is just being a creep," the girl insisted, full of righteous indignation. Su Qinghu was still holding back her laughter even after entering Zhang Jinjing's house. Lu Xinlin and Dan both pretended not to notice, and Su Qinghu finally managed to distract herself, dispersing her urge to laugh. "You're all here, come sit down." Zhang Jinjing greeted Su Qinghu and Dan, "Have some fruit and pastries first." Then she turned to Su Qinghu, "Xiao Su, what would you like to drink? Black tea, green tea, juice, or coffee?" "Coffee, please." Su Qinghu hadn't had coffee since she got pregnant, and now that Zhang Jinjing mentioned it, she really missed the taste. And today, she wouldn't need to nurse little Tuaner for at least 6 hours, so there was plenty of time for her body to metabolize the caffeine. Dan said, "How about juice instead? I'm thirsty too." If they were both going to drink something, it'd be easier to have the same thing and save their host some trouble. Su Qinghu picked up on his hint and sighed inwardly. "Juice it is then." Little rascal. Didn't want her to have coffee, so he pulled this little trick. Dan, having successfully changed Su Qinghu's choice, didn't look smug, just relieved. His mom could really be childish sometimes. Lu Xinlin quickly brought out the juice. 4 glasses, 1 for each of them. Su Qinghu politely asked after Lu Hemming, and Zhang Jinjing smiled. His childhood friends heard he was back in the country, so they came from all over to see him. "It was a last-minute thing, so he couldn't wait at home for you. We'll have plenty of time together, no rush," Su Qinghu said with a smile. Zhang Jinjing continued. His friends came over a little after 8, called him out, and off he went. "I only know the address, so I can drop by later if I want." Her husband probably wouldn't be coming home tonight. The gathering place and hotel were all arranged. Seeing this, Su Qinghu was about to leave, but when she saw Zhang Jinjing clumsily trying to prepare lunch, she decided to stay and help. She took over the stir-frying and stewing, while Zhang Jinjing handled her specialty, grilled meat. Lunch was a mix of Chinese and Western dishes, which made things interesting, and everyone had a good time. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Qinghu said her goodbyes. Zhang Jingjing and Lu Xinlin walked them to the door, inviting her to come by whenever she had time. Su Qinghu invited them over as well, suggesting they have a barbecue in her yard together. Lu Xinlin was very interested and agreed right away, saying she'd come whenever called. Zhang Jingjing smiled at her daughter and nodded. It's about time I paid my respects to your elders. She'd always hesitated, worried that visiting might affect Dayton's relationship with the Qin family, so she hadn't gone. Dayton asked, "Cousin, when are you free?" "Me?" Lu Xinlin wasn't sure why Dayton was asking her instead of her mom, but she answered anyway, any time after lunch on the 4th day of the new year. Unless something unexpected happened and she was called home. "Mom, how about we have the barbecue on the 4th day? Is that okay?" Dayton knew that after the 3rd day, everyone would be free, but Su Qinghu had to go back to work on the 6th. Su Qinghu said, "Then it's a date for the 4th, don't be late." Zhang Jingjing and Lu Xinlin both nodded, and the plan was set. When they got home and opened the door, Su Qinghu was greeted by laughter and cheerful voices from the living room. Her parents-in-law, Erden, and the excited, piercing laughter of little Li Tuaner. All of it instantly washed away her fatigue. Su Qinghu hurried inside, then paused. She thought there'd be something fun going on, but it turned out they were just playing a game of tossing a yarn ball with Li Tuaner. The yarn ball was something her mother-in-law had made in her spare time, red yarn unraveled and then tied together into a fluffy ball. Li Tuaner really had a low threshold for laughter. Su Qinghu shook her head, greeted Mrs. Meng and Chenbo, changed into her house slippers, washed her face and hands, and then joined in. On the morning of the 4th day, Chenbo took the kids, and Su Qinghu, along with her mother-in-law and the children, started washing, chopping, and skewering ingredients, and marinating some as well. They were busy until noon before having a simple lunch. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Jingjing and her family arrived. According to Chinese tradition, it's not proper to bring gifts when visiting someone in the afternoon. But during the new year, coming empty-handed didn't feel right either. After some thought, they brought red wine and some books and calligraphy. Mrs. Meng and Chenbo didn't mind at all. They'd seen and heard so much over the years that these formalities didn't matter to them. Everyone sat in the living room for a while. Dayton and Erden asked Lu Xinlin what her family liked to eat. Once Su Qinghu got the answer, she went to the kitchen to prepare some barbecue dishes, then came back to chat. Everyone was easygoing and had their own stories, so the conversation quickly became lively and relaxed. Before they knew it, more than an hour had passed. They moved from the living room to the yard. The barbecue grills were already set up, one with a wire rack, one with a griddle, and under the wire rack, there was a spot for roasting sweet potatoes and peanuts. Everyone was already in high spirits, and with the barbecue going, the atmosphere got even more festive. They grilled and ate, eating and pausing, enjoying themselves in comfort. It wasn't until 7:30 in the evening that the barbecue party finally came to a lively end. Su Qinghu drove the 3 guests home, and when she returned, Dayton and Erden were sitting dumbly on the doorstep waiting for her. "Mom," Erden, always the expressive one, jumped up as soon as he saw Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu parked the car, reached out to touch his head, and felt how cold it was. She shook her head helplessly. Whoever's last inside closes the door. With that, she darted inside. Dayton followed right after. Only Erden was left standing there, dumbfounded. "Mom, I was the first one to get up and greet you. And she treated him like this?" Heaven knows, he was really going to be heartbroken. After sulking for a while, he quietly closed the door and ran to the living room. Mrs. Meng and Chenbo were reading in the living room, with an electric heater in front of them and a half-finished foreign-language diary off to the side. Su Qinghu picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was written by Erden, the one who'd rather get scolded than write his foreign-language diary. What's going on? Su Qinghu waved the diary at Erden. Erden started making excuses. "I've just been so happy these past few days. I wanted to write it all down. When I'm old, I can look back and remember how glorious and joyful my life was. Su Qinghu. Was this the result of her assigning so many essays that he developed some kind of Stockholm syndrome? She looked at Dayton. Dayton said, I write in my diary every day. In both foreign languages and Chinese. If there was nothing to write about, he'd just note, nothing happened today. Hearing this, Su Qinghu was at a loss for words. Actually, she wasn't really asking if they kept diaries or wrote essays. She was just wondering if maybe she should assign them fewer essays in the future. In the end, Su Qinghu didn't say anything. Aside from attending classes, Dan and Erdan spent very little of their free time actually studying. That's probably the advantage of being smart, because they're so efficient, it's as if time treats them better than others. Compared to their peers, it's like their time is stretched out infinitely. They finished all their winter break homework in just 1 week. While other kids were so envious they could cry, the two of them were probably already bored with playing and busy discovering the next thing that interested them. Little Qian Duoshu arrived early on the 5th day of the new year, brought over by Qian Yin and Qin Yan, who also brought along a lot of things. After they left, Su Qinghu and Mrs. Ming started sorting through the things they'd brought, then realizing just how thorough the couple had been. There was lamb, pork belly, dried seafood, and a variety of fruits and vegetables. Most impressively, there was even a big frozen slab of beef, which looked to be about 5 or 6 jin, 2.5 to 3 kilograms. How about braised beef with potatoes for lunch? Su Qinghu said to Mrs. Ming as she sorted. And clear lamb stew for dinner? A bowl of lamb soup before bed would warm everyone up and help the kids sleep comfortably. Mrs. Ming replied, no problem. The fridge was already packed and couldn't fit much more meat. If they cooked some today, it would free up space for the fish and meat their son-in-law and daughter brought over. If you're worried about it being too greasy, I can fry some rice and make tea, Mrs. Ming added after thinking for a moment. Su Qinghu nodded. When it came to stir-frying or making these dishes, her mother-in-law was more than capable. Meanwhile, Qin Bo looked at the 4 children and felt genuinely delighted. As he got older, he enjoyed lively company more and more. Usually, at the compound, he didn't even have anyone to talk to in the evenings, it was lonely. But during the new year, with all the hustle and bustle and the kids around, he felt lighter and happier. Though little Qian Duoshu was short, when little Ituaner was placed on the bed, he could see his younger brother just fine. He watched and made little exclamations of wonder. Dan, hearing these exclamations, was quite pleased and started chatting with him. If only you'd come a day earlier, you could have had barbecue with us. He thought he was just making small talk, but to Dan, it sounded like blatant showing off. You have no idea how amazing our barbecue party was yesterday. Dan, oblivious to Dan's side-eye, continued to brag. And it was delicious. 100 times better than the barbecue we had with our classmates before. Qian Duoshu blinked. Does Big Brother want to have barbecue again? Caught off guard by the question, Dan paused, then nodded. Of course. Who wouldn't want another fun and delicious gathering? Big Brother's aunt's family was also great at grilling, and they'd even brought special barbecue spices. There were still some spices left, all carefully stored away. I'll go ask Auntie when we can have barbecue again for Big Brother, Qian Duoshu said, and with his little legs, he dashed out of the bedroom. Dan? Dan, silly. Qin Bo couldn't help but laugh, patting Dan on the shoulder without saying anything. Dan was incredulous. Sure, I said I wanted to eat more, but isn't his reaction a bit much? Saying that, he hurried after him. Over there, little Qian Duoshu was standing in front of Su Qinghu, asking earnestly, Auntie, when can we have barbecue again? Su Qinghu immediately understood what was going on. Dan must have teased the kid again. She said, this afternoon, I suppose. The meat was already defrosting anyway. Switching from stew to barbecue wasn't a big deal. And with the dried seafood rehydrated, the barbecue would have even more layers of flavor this time. But you all have to help, Su Qinghu added. She didn't want the kids to get used to just sitting back and enjoying things. If you don't know how to do something, you can learn. If you don't do it well, that's okay, as long as you try your best, that's enough. Qian Duoshu replied seriously, I know how to peel garlic and scallions now. That's not much, Erdan scoffed from the kitchen doorway. When I was your age, I could already cook. Though, back then, his cooking wasn't very good. Mrs. Meng just shook her head in amusement and didn't intervene. Qian Duoshu asked earnestly, Did you ever cut your hand, big brother? Grandpa and Grandma always said he was too young, and if he tried cooking he might cut his fingers. If he lost a finger, he wouldn't be able to do precise experiments like a scientist, and then he couldn't become a scientist. Does Big Brother have scientist hands? Erdan felt a bit unnerved by the concern in his eyes. He opened his mouth, wanting to deny his embarrassing past. Cut my hand? Aye. But noticing Su Qinghu and Mrs. Meng looking over, he suddenly changed his tune. Yeah, I did. It hurt a lot, Erdan told Qian Duoshu. Why do you ask? Qian Duoshu. So, will it affect your experiments, big brother? What are you even talking about? Erdan was confused. How did the kid connect cutting your hand with doing experiments? Was there a connection? Qian Duoshu said seriously, Big Brother doesn't have to worry about not being able to enter the lab if you cut your hand. I'll work hard to become the boss of the lab, so you can always come in. Erdan. A sudden warmth filled Erdan. He opened his mouth and after a while said awkwardly, I only cut my hand, not lost it. And besides, Erdan lifted his chin. I'm not going to be a scientist. I want to make a lot of money and be an entrepreneur. Su Qinghu. As expected, this kid's life goals are crystal clear. Maybe one day I'll even invest in your lab, Erdan added, remembering Uncle Qianyin's money troubles and puffing out his chest. Of course, he knew not to mention Uncle Qianyin's financial issues to anyone else. He remembered that clearly. Qian Duoshu thanked him sincerely. Thank you, second brother. Erdan. He took it seriously? Remembering how he'd just thought about raising him, Erdan felt a surge of brotherly pride. No need to thank me. We're brothers. Su Qinghu watched Erdan boast, silently counting down. 3, 2. Sure enough, before she finished, Erdan frowned and asked, Do you know what a capitalist is? After his moment of bravado, Erdan felt uneasy and said solemnly, A capitalist never does business at a loss. If your research doesn't go well, you'll have to pay me back. Mrs. Ming couldn't help but interject, What are you talking about, capitalists and all that? You can't say these things outside. Even though it had been over 10 years since the reforms, some things were better left unsaid in public. Seeing Mrs. Ming's serious expression, Erdan quickly nodded. I'm only saying this at home, never outside. Sigh, Uncle Chung Chien had sent him too many business books from capitalist countries. He'd read so many that these phrases just slipped out. He'd be more careful in the future. The kids were having so much fun that, in order to stay at Su Qinghu's place a little longer, Qian Duoshu even negotiated with Qian Yin and managed to get a few extra days. It wasn't until the day of the Lantern Festival that Chen Yan was finally able to bring her son home. Watching her sister-in-law leave in such a hurry, Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. Was she afraid her son would never want to go home if he stayed any longer? Mrs. Ming saw her mischievous smile, shook her head with a chuckle, and went into the courtyard to hang the quilts out to dry. The sun was out today, warm and pleasant. It would be a shame not to air out the bedding in such nice weather. Aunt Yu had already returned and was currently walking around the courtyard with little Li Tuaner in her arms, letting him soak up the sun. Seeing Mrs. Meng about to hang out the quilts, she got ready to put Li Tuaner in his stroller, but Mrs. Meng stopped her. After Su Qinghu finished laughing at her sister-in-law, she went into the courtyard. On one side, they were preparing food for the Lantern Festival. On the other, the several carts of fruit and the photos Su Qinghu had sent to Academician Zhao had already been received by his contacts. Engineer Zhang, whose hair was now white, looked at the photos with tears in his eyes, both bittersweet and gratified. His eldest grandson was growing up so well. That was enough. Now he could be at ease. Time waits for no one, and children grow up even faster. As soon as the winter clothes came off and they changed into lighter spring outfits, little Li Tuaner learned to sit up. It happened one weekend, when a gentle rain was falling outside, perfect weather for sleeping in. So, even when it was time to get up, Su Qinghu was still lounging in bed. Half asleep, she drifted off again. She only woke up when she felt someone tugging at her hair, the pain making her open her eyes. The next second, she was stunned. She saw the chubby, fair, and adorable little baby sitting by her shoulder, and for a moment, she couldn't quite process it. Little Li Tuaner, seeing she was awake, gave her a big smile and babbled at her ah. Su Qinghu finally realized. Her chubby son could sit up now. The surprise came so suddenly that as she was about to get up, she felt her scalp tighten. She reached out and grabbed the little fist. Baby, come on, let go. But a baby is a baby, how could he understand her? He just grinned wider and had no intention of letting go. In fact, because Su Qinghu grabbed his hand, he got even more excited and clenched his fist tighter. Su Qinghu. She sighed and had no choice but to call for reinforcements. The first to rush in were Dedan and Erdan. Full of energy, they'd already finished their morning reading in the study and were feeling bored. Hearing Su Qinghu call for help, they immediately dashed over. Erdan came over, praised little Li Tuaner in delight, and helped free Su Qinghu's hair. Dedan, without thinking, picked up the camera and snapped a few shots of the scene. The click-click-click of the shutter startled Su Qinghu. She turned her head with difficulty and saw the camera pointed right at her, and them. Their eyes met, and Dedan realized what he'd done. But he didn't want Su Qinghu to ruin these photos, so he instinctively hid the camera behind his back. Su Qinghu. Taking ugly photos of her, was that even allowed? Dedan felt guilty under her reproachful gaze, but determined to keep the photos, he tried to explain, I just wanted to capture the moment when my little brother learned to sit up. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes, but said nothing. Mom, I promise you look great in the photos, Dedan assured her. If there are any bad ones, I'll destroy the negatives. Finally freed, Su Qinghu sat up and looked at her eldest son with a huff of laughter. Are there times when I don't look good? Dedan was stunned. Mom, you always look good, Erdan chimed in happily, hugging little Li Tuaner. If my brother can't take good photos, just send him to the photography teacher for more lessons. Su Qinghu, no need for that. After all, I've got plenty of your embarrassing photos, too. Erdan exploded. What? Dedan was also confused. When did that happen? How did he not know? Did he ever lose control of his expressions? No need to doubt it. It's just as I said, Su Qinghu smiled, pinching little Li Tuaner's cheek. And you too. Erdan protested, Mom, who does that? Taking silly photos of him and his brother was fine. They had thick skin, and with their good looks, how bad could it be? But their little brother. He was just a baby. A clueless little baby. And she took embarrassing photos of him too? What kind of embarrassing photos? Drooling? Crying from biting his own fingers? Wetting the bed? I'm just keeping memories for you, Su Qinghu said innocently. Besides, haven't you two been taking photos of little Li Tuaner too? She hadn't watched them take pictures, but judging by how fast the film was being used up at home, it was obvious. But we only take good photos, Erdan frowned. Dedan added, all the photos we take of our little brother are nice, you know that. They'd shown her before. Su Qinghu. Really? You never took any silly or funny photos of him while he's still little. Funny ones would be fine too. Dedan, our little brother never looks bad. Erdan glared at Su Qinghu in disapproval. Su Qinghu fell silent for a moment and replied with a single word, oh. Dedan and Erdan were left confused by her response. What did she mean by that? Of course, Su Qinghu would never tell them that her so-called embarrassing photos were just funny and silly shots. This whole photo incident led to the next few months where, whether at home or on spring outings, Dedan and Erdan were extra careful every time they took photos of the family. After developing the film, they'd pick out the best shots and show them to Su Qinghu. The message couldn't have been clearer. They were hoping that by doing this, she'd give up her little hobby of secretly taking silly photos of them and their little brother. Would Su Qinghu give up? Absolutely not. But seeing how earnest the kids were, she relented a little and showed them a few of the so-called embarrassing photos. When they saw what these embarrassing photos actually looked like, Dan went silent, while Dan, after a pause, burst out laughing at Dan. He didn't care at all that he looked just as silly in the photos. After this partial confession, Dan and Dan went back to their old ways with the camera, though now there was a new twist. Especially Dan, who became determined to take the funniest family photos possible and never got tired of it. Even as summer vacation arrived, he still hadn't lost interest. While the two of them waited for their admission letters, Su Qinghu's own vacation was approved. So, without waiting for any more letters, the whole family packed up and set off on a trip. Little Tuaner was in Mrs. Meng's arms, babbling ma, ma, while Dan tried hard to teach him to say Gidge, big brother. But after countless tries, all he got was Ga, which left Dan feeling defeated. After sulking for a bit, he started teaching again. After all, the journey was long, and there was plenty of time. This time, Chenbai came along for the trip as well. However, once they arrived at their destination, he'd be free to do his own thing. Well, free in the sense that he'd already made arrangements before they left. He'd be meeting up with some old friends. Su Qinghu knew that her parents-in-law's work had always overlapped, so she let Mrs. Meng go along with her father-in-law. She herself would stay at Chenlai's place for 7 or 8 days before officially starting her own sightseeing tour. By the time the official sightseeing began, her parents-in-law would have wrapped up their own matters and could return on schedule. Su Qinghu gave Aunt Yu some time off, so she didn't come with them this time. Since they were driving themselves and didn't have to rush, everyone took their time on the road. If they saw beautiful scenery or passed by a famous spot, they'd just make a detour and go have a look. Of course, before setting off, everyone brought their cameras. Su Qinghu let them do as they pleased. If they wanted to bring cameras, she made sure they had plenty of film. Little Tuaner could now stand steadily on his own, and if someone held his hand, he could walk a few steps. So every time they stopped for a break, Chenbai and Mrs. Meng, together with Dan and Dan, would take Little Tuaner for a walk. Little Tuaner was very cooperative. Whenever they told him to walk, he'd walk. When he got tired, he'd just stop and stand there, his big, shiny black eyes staring at you, waiting for someone to pick him up. Su Qinghu was more than happy to be a hands-off mom, watching them patiently teach him and cheering her son on from the sidelines. Maybe it was her enthusiastic cheering, but 7 or 8 times out of 10, Little Tuaner would stare at her and call for her to pick him up. He'd call out, "Ma, ma." He didn't really know what it meant, but the little guy had figured out that whenever he called like that, she'd happily shower him with kisses. Su Qinghu would scoop him up again and plant kisses all over his little face, making the little guy giggle uncontrollably. It was a hot day, and they'd driven out here for one reason. There was a watermelon field nearby. Su Qinghu wanted Dan and Dan to see how watermelons grew, and she wanted to pick one herself. After all, who doesn't enjoy the fun of picking their own fruit? Not long after they arrived, they saw some people walking by. After asking for directions, they made their way to the field. Sure enough, from a distance, they could see the shiny green skins of watermelons glistening under the sun. Wow! Dan pressed up against the car window, exclaiming, "So many watermelons." Little Tuaner, seeing Dan's excitement, started babbling anxiously. Dan heard him, pulled him close to the car, and pointed, "Watermelon, that's a watermelon." Little Tuaner blinked and called out excitedly, "Su Qinghu." "Sigh. Gua," Dan repeated patiently, "say gua." Little Tuaner, Dan, forget it. If you say then it's she Ha ha. He laughed, and Little Tuaner laughed too. The two of them looked a bit silly together. Su Qinghu could barely stand to watch. As soon as the car stopped, a skinny old man popped out of a small shed by the watermelon field. "Wanna buy a watermelon? Pick your own, but I can't guarantee it'll be ripe. 1.2 yuan per gene. If I pick it for you, I guarantee it's ripe. 1.5 yuan per gene." He said it so smoothly, it was clear he'd repeated it many times. You pick 2 for us, not too ripe, Su Qinghu said after glancing at her group, then added, we'll pick 2 ourselves as well. The old man looked at them. No photos of the watermelons. Don't step on the vines or the little watermelons. If you do, you'll have to pay for damages. Su Qinghu looked over the field. The watermelons were spaced out nicely. If they were careful, they shouldn't step on any vines or baby melons. So she nodded, all right. Deposit first, the old man said, looking at Su Qinghu. He explained, it's not that I'm being difficult. See those vines over there? Someone stepped on them. And sometimes people pick unripe watermelons, then refuse to pay and just leave them. I have no choice. How much for the deposit? Su Qinghu glanced where he pointed and agreed readily. 2 yuan. I'll do it. I'll pay the deposit. Dan dashed over and handed him 2 yuan. Su Qinghu carried little Tuaner into the field and told Qin Bai and Mrs. Meng, Dad, Mom, you each pick one. Then she looked for Dan and Dan. Great, the 2 of them had already run off into the field. Even though it was hot, Qin Bai and Mrs. Meng were in high spirits. It had been years since they'd done something like this. It brought back memories. The 2 of them wandered through the field, analyzing the watermelons, occasionally pulling up some weeds and marking the ones they liked. Meanwhile, Dan and Dan had already run far ahead. Su Qinghu, carrying little Tuaner, found a spacious spot, set him down next to a watermelon, and said, Son, come on, take a bite. She grinned mischievously. Little Tuaner still couldn't squat down very well. He tried a few times, got frustrated, and stood there, calling out, Ma, Ma. Hold on, Mama found something good, Su Qinghu said. Right in front of her was a big plant covered in little golden yellow fruits that looked like tiny lanterns, just like the fragrant ones sold in fruit shops these days. She picked a few that were obviously ripe, peeled off the husk, split one open, and held it to little Tuaner's mouth. Here, try it. Little Tuaner opened his mouth, took a bite, his eyes lighting up, and leaned forward, wanting more. Su Qinghu popped one into her own mouth right in front of him. Little Tuaner was used to this trick, but still pouted pitifully, showing off his cute little baby teeth. Mom, you're bullying little Tuaner again. Dan protested. And what are you feeding him this time? Honestly, you can't take your eyes off her for a second. This, Su Qinghu handed him one, try it. It's delicious. Dan recognized it. It was the same fruit that a retired village teacher they'd helped last year had brought them as a gift. He peeled one and popped it in his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw little Tuaner, still unsteady on his feet, lurching toward him. Dan quickly tossed the fruit aside and caught the little guy. You scared me, Dan said, heart pounding. Little Tuaner couldn't walk yet, but he was so eager he tried to lunge over. But when he got there and saw that Dan had thrown away the fruit, he looked around for it, but couldn't find it in the field. His mouth quivered, and his eyes filled with tears. Su Qinghu, being dramatic, shoved another fruit in front of him, split it open, and let him eat. Of course, for safety, she'd never let him swallow the whole thing. Once little Tuaner was satisfied, Dan scooped him up and said, Mom, my brother and I aren't good at picking watermelons. Let's have little Tuaner help us choose. Su Qinghu let him carry little Tuaner and followed behind at a leisurely pace, picking a few more of those little fruits along the way. She wasn't worried. After all, Dan would rather fall himself than let little Tuaner get hurt. So Dan carried little Tuaner, huffing and puffing along, while Su Qinghu strolled behind, occasionally picking more of those golden fruits. Little Tuaner was being very well behaved. As held him, he just leaned slightly to one side, revealing his little head and smiling as he stared at Su Qinghu. Whenever Su Qinghu winked at him, it would make him wave his hands and kick his feet in delight. Whenever his little brother moved, he almost lost his grip and nearly dropped him. But could he say that out loud? If he did, wouldn't that be admitting he was weak? So, he just gritted his teeth and kept quiet. He looked up, estimated the distance, and sped up his pace. By the time Su Qinghu stood up from in front of a ground cherry plant, she saw the three of them had already regrouped. Erden set little Li Tuaner down and pointed at the two watermelons in front of them. Li Tuaner, which one do you want? Point to it. Little Li Tuaner looked at Dayton, then at Erden, then at the watermelons. He still couldn't walk by himself, so he just stood there staring at the melons. Dayton and Erden waited for a while, but when he didn't do anything, they moved him a bit closer to the melons. Finally, little Li Tuaner's gaze settled on a watermelon whose skin was shining under the sun. Erden was overjoyed. That was the one he had picked. His little brother liked it too. Bro, let's take this one then. Erden broke the stem, picked up the watermelon, and held it out to little Li Tuaner. Touch it. Little Li Tuaner reached out his little hands and hugged the melon. When Erden thought it was about time to carry the watermelon to the edge of the field, he suddenly felt some resistance. He looked down and saw little Li Tuaner's soft little hands gripping the watermelon tightly, refusing to let go. Li Tuaner, let go, he said. Little Li Tuaner looked up at him with bright, shiny eyes, but didn't loosen his grip. Erden? What's going on? Just as Erden was puzzled, little Li Tuaner opened his mouth wide and, with an awu, bit into the watermelon. Ha 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 ha, Erden burst out laughing. Silly, those little baby teeth of yours can only handle something soft. Not only was the watermelon rind not tasty, it was hard. Sure enough, after Dayton pulled him away, they saw the little guy frowning, smacking his lips at the taste, and soon started spitting out the green membrane from the rind. Dayton quickly wiped his mouth, barely able to hold back a laugh. Wait a bit, we'll cut it open for you. Su Qinghu looked at the watermelon the three of them had picked. With a flick of her finger, her movement smooth and practiced, there was a crisp crack as the melon split open. Not bad, not bad, Su Qinghu nodded, as Dayton and Erden stared in shock and disbelief, and little Li Tuaner watched with curiosity. It's perfectly ripe. Erden hesitated twice before taking a deep breath. Mom, we still need that watermelon. Su Qinghu looked at him. We're going to take pictures later, Dayton added. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. What's the theme? Kids in the watermelon patch? Dayton and Erden both fell silent, giving Su Qinghu a reproachful look. Did she think they hadn't read any books? Ahem. Su Qinghu looked away and pointed at Mrs. Meng and Chunbo, who were a little distance away. Your grandparents have a whole uncut watermelon over there. Erden, but we didn't pick that one ourselves. Let's pick another one, Erden sighed. Bro, pick the one you chose earlier, I'll pay for it. No need, I'll pay, Dayton said, picking another watermelon as he spoke. So, Su Qinghu carried little Li Tuaner, and Dayton and Erden each carried a watermelon as they headed to the edge of the field. On the way back, they called out to their in-laws, who were still distracted by all the choices. The watermelon patch wasn't small, and there were 3 small sheds of similar style nearby, probably shared by a few families. The old man who grew the watermelons had already picked out some melons and placed them in the shade at the edge of the field. When he saw them coming back and noticed one of the melons was split, he thought for a moment and brought out a brand new cutting board from the shed. He'd made about 10 of these boards while watching over the melon patch, planning to have his wife sell them at the market. But today's customers seemed well off and particular, so he decided to give them a new one. He didn't bring out his old, used one. It's cool over here and there's water to wash your hands. Why don't you eat the split watermelon here? Thank you, Grandpa. Erden could already feel the watermelon juice on his hands, so he quickly set the melon on the cutting board propped up by a wooden stake. The old man weighed the melons as he asked, Do you have a knife? Su Qinghu, yes, we do. They had brought plenty of things in the car. Some for self-defense, some for peeling fruit, and even a slightly longer knife. That longer knife was brought specifically for cutting watermelons. Su Qinghu paid for the melons, and Chunbo fetched the knife from the car, neatly slicing up the split watermelon. Mrs. Meng took the first slice, which Chunbo had cut especially for little Li Tuaner, a thin piece, so he wouldn't get messy while eating. She held it to little Li Tuaner's mouth, but he didn't open up. Come on, be good, eat up. It's really sweet. Little Li Tuaner stood steadily, looked at her, then at the red watermelon, his little mouth tightly shut. Erden couldn't help but laugh, taking the watermelon from Mrs. Meng with one hand and holding it up to his little brother's mouth, taking a bite himself as well. Seeing Erden eating happily, and that it didn't seem bad, the little guy opened his mouth and took a bite. With that bite, his eyes curved into a smile. A perfect demonstration of how delicious the melon was. Su Qinghu was watching when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Dayton pointing the camera their way, and she could even hear the shutter clicking. "Come eat some watermelon," Su Qinghu called out, handing a slice to the old man who sold the melons. Though he looked stern and spoke gruffly, the old man was actually quite thoughtful and generous. He waved his hand and fibbed, "You all go ahead. I already had some this morning." Seeing how insistent he was, Su Qinghu let it go and told her in-laws to start eating. Once everyone had eaten a slice, Dayton finally put down the camera and joined in. Little Tuaner finished his thin slice quickly, and when no one gave him more, he looked at Erden, who was squatting next to him eating melon. "Erden, Mom, can little Tuaner have some more?" Erden asked. "That little bit just now wasn't enough." Su Qinghu looked at her younger son, then sliced off the top part of her own piece, and held it out to little Tuaner, intending to feed him. But little Tuaner reached out, wanting to hold it himself. Since it wasn't convenient to bathe him here, Su Qinghu didn't let him, explaining as she fed him the rest. After finishing the watermelon and wiping his fair little face, he was still a clean little boy. When they were about to leave, the old man came out of his shed, his rough, tanned hands holding a big handful of ground cherries. "These are delicious, sweet, and fragrant. Here, have some." Seeing Su Qinghu nod, Erden quickly fetched a small woven bamboo basket from the car and accepted the handful of ground cherries, which were still in their husks, but already smelled sweet. "Thank you, Grandpa," Erden and Dayton said in unison. Dayton thought for a moment, then took out some milk candies from the car and pressed them into the old man's hands. "These are good for you, have 2 a day." He gave the old man a whole handful too. After taking photos in the watermelon field and strolling around nearby, the group got back in the car and left. Chen Bai and Ms. Meng were still reluctant to leave, craning their necks out the window to take in the simple but comforting scenery. Did Dan and Dan, having eaten some incredibly sweet watermelon and snapped all sorts of photos of little Tuaner in the field, were completely satisfied. Su Qinghu was driving, glancing at everyone through the rearview mirror. Probably only little Tuaner was still thinking about the watermelon field. As the car drove farther and farther away, she anxiously reached out her tiny hand and kept calling out, "Ma, gua." Su Qinghu. She's just a clueless little baby. No point arguing with her. Chen Bai and Ms. Meng didn't think there was anything odd about what little Tuaner was saying. Even Dan didn't react, while Dan just stared blankly, lost in thought. No one realized how funny the words coming out of little Tuaner's mouth were. Suddenly, Dan burst out laughing, drawing everyone's attention. Dan, Chen Bai, and Ms. Ming all looked over, and even little Tuaner forgot to keep calling out. Dan said, "Muggle." "Ha ha ha." Su Qinghu. "So he's the only one in the car with a mouth, huh?" After eating watermelon and taking photos in the field, little Tuaner's gua was basically her way of saying watermelon. Dan had felt something was off, and now he realized what it was. Ha ha ha. At his school, there were students from Sichuan who were friends with him, and sometimes they'd blurt out a few curse words in dialect. One of them was exactly this. Dan was quite pleased with his own quick wit, completely missing the increasingly dangerous look in Su Qinghu's eyes. Ms. Meng said, "It's fine if you know it yourself, but why say it out loud? Are you brainless? Or just looking to get smacked?" As soon as she spoke, Dan realized the atmosphere in the car had changed. He quickly shut his mouth and glanced nervously at everyone, and when he met Su Qinghu's gaze, he immediately lowered his head. "Careless." Su Qinghu said, "After today's watermelon field experience, if you don't write a 2,000-word essay, I'm docking 50% of your bonus." Dan's head shot up. "Mom, no, please." I was wrong. Su Qinghu smiled. So, are you choosing to lose money, or are you going to write about the watermelon field? Do I have to finish it today? Dan wilted. But my notebook and pen are in the suitcase. Su Qinghu chuckled. Just finish it within 3 days. There was still one more stop on their route to enjoy the scenery and some good food. After that, they'd head straight to where Chenlai was. Okay, I'll write about the watermelon field, Dan agreed without hesitation. Given the choice between writing 2,000 words or losing a ton of money, even a fool would know what to pick. So, during the drive to the next rest stop, everyone could see Dan occasionally zoning out, muttering to himself. Clearly, he was drafting his essay in his head. Su Qinghu was very satisfied with Dan's performance. That's more like it. Travel should have a balance of relaxation and discipline. At the last sightseeing spot, everyone ate and drank well, rested for 2 days, and finally set off for Chenlai's place, looking refreshed and full of energy. Thanks to Su Qinghu, no one really thought of this trip as a vacation. Since it wasn't a vacation, there was no guilt, and naturally, no one wondered how long Chenlai had been waiting. Ever since Su Qinghu's group set out, someone would ask Chenlai every day why his family hadn't arrived yet. They were anxious and worried, but there was nothing they could do. Communication wasn't easy. Out on the road, it was different from being at home, where at least a landline kept everyone in touch and up to date. But out here, there was nothing to be done except wait. Fortunately, the night before, Chenlai received a call from Su Qinghu saying they'd arrive before noon today. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and was filled with anticipation. As soon as Su Qinghu reached the area, she saw a jeep parked at the turn ahead. A tall, upright man stood in front of the car, looking in her direction. Su Qinghu squinted against the light, unable to see clearly. The tall man in front of the jeep strode over, so Su Qinghu had to slow down. Chenlai. Yeah, Chenlai smiled. I came to pick you up. Didn't I tell you not to come? Su Qinghu smiled at the man, whose features had grown even sharper. She hadn't told him their route or exact arrival time. Chenlai's gaze lingered on her face. I couldn't wait. Did Dan and Dan poke their heads out, and Dan excitedly called out to Chenlai, Dad. After shouting, he giggled. Chenlai looked over, nodded, then glanced at Ms. Ming by the window. Mom. After greeting her, his gaze landed on little Li Tuaner. In that instant, Chenlai felt goosebumps all over. It was a strange feeling of blood connection. Little Li Tuaner, he called her name. The first time he saw his son, the boy had been asleep, and Chenlai had felt a bit relieved. He'd imagined countless scenarios and rehearsed many times how to interact with his child, but the moment he actually saw little Li Tuaner, all his expectations collapsed. For only the second time in his life, he felt at a complete loss. The first time had been figuring out how to court his wife and make her fall for him. In the end, he just went with her flow. But this second time, he was facing a baby who didn't understand anything. Let's go. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Qinghu. Once we get there, we'll eat and rest. Su Qinghu glanced at Dan and Dan in the rearview mirror, smiled, and said directly, Let Dan and Dan ride with you. Chenlai nodded. Okay. Dan and Dan cheered quietly, got out, and ran over to Chenlai. Chenlai instinctively glanced at little Li Tuaner in Ms. Ming's arms. This child sleeps well. Once she's out, she won't wake up easily, Ms. Ming said with a smile. With the kids out of the car, Chenbai stretched out a bit. Let's get going, it's too hot. He and the kids' grandma had to keep wiping the sweat from the back of little Li Tuaner's head. Wouldn't want her to get a heat rash. Chenlai gave Su Qinghu a long look, then, with a smile in her eyes, turned and got into the jeep. He led the way, with Su Qinghu following at a steady pace. She kept her speed perfectly in check. Su Qinghu smiled to herself. This man was afraid she'd speed. Chenlai had guessed the route Su Qinghu would take and had no trouble meeting up with them. Now he was deliberately driving slowly, worried that if he went too fast, his girl would try to catch up. After all, the car he was driving was modified if he really floored it, and given how bumpy this road was, her car's undercarriage would be ruined. Bai and Ms. Ming definitely felt the bumps, but they kept little Li Tuaner well protected. The little one frowned in her sleep, but didn't wake up. Xiao Su, slow down, don't chase that fool. Ms. Ming frowned at the car ahead. Doesn't he know there's a baby in the car? Why is he driving so fast? Su Qinghu, okay. This is what you call fast? Qinlai was driving so slowly, she almost wanted to bump into his rear bumper. From July 23rd to August 10th, Qinlai had been anxiously waiting for nearly 20 days, longing for his wife, children, and parents to arrive. His excitement and impatience were only natural. Unfortunately, at this moment, all he could do was focus on driving. He couldn't even sneak a glance at Su Qinghu, who was driving the car behind them, except through the rearview mirror. Ever since Dan and Dan got into Qinlai's car, they started showing off about their little brother, how he could roll over, then stand steadily, how he started eating solid food, grew his first teeth, when he first spoke, when he called out for Mama, Gidge. Nai yay. Dan was chattering away with great enthusiasm, his pride written all over his face. Dan was a bit more reserved. Although he also thought his little brother was wonderful when it came to calling people by name. Well, his understanding was clearly different from Dad's. He called Gidge as Ga, Nai as Na, and Yay as Ya. Little brother says, Mama, the clearest, Dan added during a pause in Dan's monologue. He was determined to leave enough room for his little brother to shine, so Dad could be pleasantly surprised. Qinlai had no idea what the two were thinking. He just felt that, based on their descriptions, the little son he'd only seen for a few days after birth was adorable in every way. Was the trip over here okay? He asked. Dan nodded. It was great. That offhand reply caught Qinlai off guard. He glanced at Dan beside him, then at the car following slowly behind, and said nothing. Dan, eager to share, continued, We played well, ate well, slept well. He rambled on, eager to recount every detail of their journey to Qinlai, completely missing the signals Dan was giving him. After listening, Qinlai thought about his own days recently and felt a pang of sadness. Because they hadn't arrived for so long, he'd been on edge, constantly worrying that something might happen to them on the road and he wouldn't be there in time. Dad, we even brought you a watermelon. My brother, little Li Tuaner, and I picked it out together, Dan said, turning toward Qinlai. It's in Mom's car. And then, Qinlai glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, responded, and kept his eyes on the road. After barely 3 seconds of thought, he still asked, So, was your trip here basically a vacation? Huh. Dan was startled, blinking as he replied naturally, How could it be? We just looked around a bit during our rest stops. They hadn't even started the real vacation yet. Thinking about all the fun ahead, Dan got excited. Dad, after we stay with you for a week, we'll go traveling, Dan said happily. My brother and I planned the itinerary ourselves. We asked lots of geography and history teachers, and even consulted a chef. Their cousin and her husband taught at a university. When they visited, they took notes from the geography and history teacher's suggestions, then went to the university cafeteria to ask the chef for advice. After combining all the input, they came up with a travel route that even their mom couldn't find fault with. They hadn't even started on those travel plans yet. Qinlai. Dan looked at his brother, then at Qinlai, and finally decided to keep quiet. He wasn't good at telling white lies, so he'd better not try to fool Dad. Dad, can you drive a bit faster? Dan stuck his head out, saw there were no cars nearby, glanced back, then pulled back in. Otherwise, if Mom overtakes you, won't you lose face? Qinlai. You guys OV. Are 2 other cars on the way? No, Dan replied, confused. Mom held back. We didn't pass anyone. Well, except they did, critique other people's driving skills a bit. In the car behind, Su Qinghu was really running out of patience. It was one thing for her mother-in-law to tell Qinlai to slow down, but even her father-in-law kept sticking his head out, gesturing for Qinlai not to drive so fast. If there weren't so few cars and people around, Su Qinghu would have reminded her father-in-law not to stick his head and hands out of the window while driving. Xiao Su, pull over when you find a spot, Mrs. Meng said, noticing little Li Tuaner frowning and quickly calling out to Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu looked around, quickly found a safe spot, turned the wheel, and parked. Qinbo got out first. Mrs. Ming was about to hand little Li Tuaner to him when, out of nowhere, a pair of dark, sunburned hands reached over. She stared at those hands, tanned and peeling, momentarily stunned. Qinlai, Mom. Prompted by his voice, Mrs. Ming hesitantly handed little Li Tuaner over. Do you know how to help a baby go potty? Qinlai took the still sleeping little Li Tuaner and nodded. Yes. He'd learned how. Still, Mrs. Ming wasn't reassured and got out to follow him. The contrast between little Li Tuaner's fair, tender skin and Qinlai's tanned, rugged hands made Mrs. Ming feel both sad and proud. Is your work that tough? How did you get so tanned? The peeling skin clearly showed this wasn't the first time. It's the weather here, Qinlai replied as he awkwardly but carefully helped his son go potty. Su Qinghu watched and wanted to laugh. He obviously knew the motions of caring for a child, but had little hands-on experience, hence the stiffness and nervousness. When Qinlai finished, he picked up his son. Su Qinghu stepped forward, and before Mrs. Ming could stop her, she reached out, pinched little Li Tuaner's cheeks together, and woke him up. Mrs. Ming. Sigh. Qinbo and the two boys, Dedan and Erdan, were used to this, but still couldn't help sighing inwardly. Little Li Tuaner opened his eyes with a frown, expecting to see Su Qinghu, but instead saw a stranger. He was clearly startled. Qinlai's heart was pounding. He didn't know why he was so nervous facing this little baby. His Adam's apple bobbed. Father and son locked eyes. Suddenly, little Li Tuaner grinned at him, showing 3 or 4 tiny baby teeth, and babbled happily. Only then did Qinlai realize that, because of his nerves, he'd been looking at his son with a rather stern expression. He quickly relaxed his face, forcing a slightly stiff smile for the baby. Little Li Tuaner was delighted, kicking his legs energetically and showing off all the words he knew. Su Qinghu watched with a smile, planning to quietly step back and grab her camera to capture this first reunion since the baby's 1-month celebration. But as she turned, she saw her father-in-law, Qinbo, already snapping photos. Who knew how long he'd been at it? Not far from him was Erdan, holding his own kid-sized camera, snapping away enthusiastically. She looked at Dedan. Their eyes met, and Dedan gave her a shy smile. Thanks to being in the car she drove, he'd managed to snag the other camera. Kids at this age are naturally adorable. They're so cute that you can't help but be charmed by them, and you're just as fascinating to them. Even if you're talking past each other, you'll both end up happy and laughing. Qinlai felt like he was holding a fluffy baby beast in his arms, just in the blink of an eye. He was completely melted by the little one's cuteness. Su Qinghu watched the father and son for a while, then glanced at her watch and reminded them, "How about we wait until we get there to chat?" Qinlai looked up at Su Qinghu, his gaze deep and touched by the passage of time. A flood of emotions welled up inside him. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express exactly what he was feeling in that moment. "Okay," he said, nodding at her. But when Mrs. Ming came over to pick up little Li Tuaner, Qinlai made no move to hand the child over. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow and teased him, "Our mom doesn't drive, you know. Might as well let his mother-in-law hold little Li Tuaner get home sooner, and she can cuddle him sooner." Dad, Qinlai suddenly turned to Qinbo, who was holding a camera, as if a switch had been flipped in his memory. "Can you still drive?" Qinbo paused, camera in hand. "What, you think I can't? Back in my day." He was cut off by Mrs. Ming before he could finish. All right. Which of your kids doesn't know your stories from your youth? If you can drive, go drive. If not, just say so." "I can drive." Qinbo, still holding his camera, headed for the car Qinlai had driven over. Meanwhile, Dedan and Erdan started dawdling. They wanted to ride in the family car again. "Quit stalling, get in the car up front," Su Qinghu ordered directly. It was scorching hot, no time for a family meeting out here. Reluctantly, Dedan and Erdan shuffled over and Su Qinghu got in as well. Qinlai, still holding little Li Tuaner, who was staring at him intently, also got into Su Qinghu's car. Mrs. Ming didn't go to the other car. Not because she was trying to be a third wheel, but because she didn't trust her son to hold the baby properly. Once inside, she gave Chenlai a thorough lesson on how to hold little Li Tuaner so he'd be comfortable. Seeing that Chenlai had gotten the hang of it, Su Qinghu started the car and told him, "Chenlai, you'll need to give me directions in a bit." The road ahead was straight for now, so she simply turned the wheel, overtook the car Chenlai had driven, and took the lead. "Go straight, then turn right at the intersection," Chenlai instructed. As soon as he spoke, little Li Tuaner let out a happy ma and fixed his big, bright eyes on him. Chenlai could clearly see his own reflection in his son's eyes. Almost instinctively, he kissed little Li Tuaner. Surprised by the kiss, the baby blinked, then grabbed Chenlai's face with his tiny hands and broke into a big, happy grin. Chenlai noticed his little milk teeth and looked up at Su Qinghu. "Does Li Tuaner have 4 teeth now?" Su Qinghu was driving and felt his gaze, but didn't turn around. She just smiled and said, "You could say 5 if you count the new one. Look at his lower right gum." Chenlai looked down at little Li Tuaner, who had closed his mouth. He tickled him, and the baby burst out laughing, showing his tender gums. Sure enough, there was a tiny tooth just about to break through, as if it only needed a few more days. Chenlai straightened up and saw that little Li Tuaner was still watching him, smiling adorably. He smiled back, ruffling the baby's soft hair, making him even more comfortable. Mrs. Ming watched, delighted. "You really are his dad." Chenlai glanced at her. Mrs. Ming explained, "You don't know Li Tuaner loves bath time and getting his hair washed. He's always the calmest when you rub his head." Maybe it was because his great-grandma, Su Lilin, had been giving him baby massages since he was little. No matter how much you played with him, he never cried, and he loved having his hands and feet squeezed. Now that it was hot and he was sweating more, he especially enjoyed baths and hair washing. Even if you didn't wash his hair, just rubbing his head and massaging his scalp while soothing him to sleep would quiet him right down. Su Qinghu, still driving, reminded them, "Don't let him fall asleep again. He's been napping the whole way here. If he sleeps any more, bedtime tonight will be a nightmare." Chatting as they drove, the group headed to Chenlai's place. They arrived a little after 3 in the afternoon. It was August, and the sun was blazing. Except for a few energetic kids running wild in the courtyard, hardly anyone was outside at this hour. After checking in, they went straight to the unit assigned to Chenlai. With the car windows down, Su Qinghu took in the family compound, once again marveling at the regional differences. The south and north really are different, not to mention the landscaping, which had such a distinct local flavor. She drove leisurely, bright and carefree, catching the attention of the kids playing in the yard. The moment she zoned out, they caught up. A pretty big sister was driving. At first, Su Qinghu didn't realize the kids were chasing her car. When she finally parked, a group of them swarmed over, keeping a not too close, not too far distance as they stared at her openly. Su Qinghu smiled, her eyes curving into a beautiful arc. Before she could say anything, Did Dan and Erdan rushed over. They glared at the other kids, clearly trying to protect their turf, which made Su Qinghu want to laugh. "Is she your sister?" the leader of the kids asked politely. He was tanned with bright, lively eyes and a sturdy build. Even though he was being polite, there was a boldness about him. Erdan replied with a deadpan face, "That's my mom." "I don't believe it," Hua denied flatly. "She looks younger than the college grad in our compound, can't be more than 20. "No way. So young, did she have you when she was 10? That's impossible. Sis, you look so cool driving." Hua quickly shifted his attention back to Su Qinghu. "Sis, how long are you staying in our compound? Can I come visit you? I'll bring you fruit, freshly picked from the tree." Su Qinghu was amused by the kids' enthusiasm. "You can come visit, but probably not today." "I know," Hua grinned. "You should rest. I'll come find you tomorrow." "We'll come too," the other kids who'd been running with him shouted. Su Qinghu nodded. "Of course." "Sis, will you be home at 7 tonight?" A girl about 10 years old grabbed Su Qinghu's hand and shook it. "I should be," Su Qinghu replied. "Then I'll bring you fruit." Zhao Chang still held her hand. You have to be home. All right, Su Qinghu agreed. The kids surrounded her, pushing Did Dan and Dan out of the circle. But then, remembering that Su Qinghu was their sister, they pulled the boys back in. Tomorrow, we'll take you out to play. Their enthusiasm left Dan speechless. Dan wasn't happy about them crowding around Su Qinghu, but he couldn't resist their insistence on being good hosts and taking her out to play, so he could only stay silent for now. Oh, right, you don't need to bring any tools for going out either, Zhao Chang said to Hua, then quickly turned to Su Qinghu, looking every bit the playboy. Dan. What should he do? He felt like he was just the freebie that comes with a purchase. Instinctively, Dan turned his head, hoping his dad would show up and help him save face. Just then, Chinlai swaggered over, but still carefully carried little Li Tuaner out of the car. He'd only taken a couple of steps when he saw Su Qinghu surrounded by the kids from the family compound, all calling out Big Sister one after another, their voices ringing in his ears. Normally, these little rascals called him Uncle, and he didn't think much of it, but right now, something just felt off. Carrying the child, Chinlai walked over and addressed the group of kids who seemed to want to tear the compound apart every summer break. Call her Auntie or Mrs. Chin. Why? Hua frowned, looking unhappy. Even if you beat me up today, I'm not calling her Auntie or Mrs. Chin. Then he looked at Su Qinghu. Big Sister, he's making us call you Auntie or Mrs. Chin. Isn't that making you sound old? Isn't it better for us to call you Big Sister? You're young and fun to play with. Even if he couldn't beat Chinlai, and his dad couldn't beat him either, he still wasn't going to change what he called her. Chinlai was momentarily speechless, and his gaze toward Hua turned less than friendly. Why was this kid so cheeky? Did he really think Chinlai couldn't hear the hidden meaning in his words? Su Qinghu picked up on it too. She held back a laugh and helped Chinlai save face, gently patting Hua on the head. I'm married to your Uncle Chin, so you really should call me Auntie or Mrs. Chin. All the kids fell silent. Of course, I'm happy if you call me Big Sister too. Su Qinghu looked around at them. Come over to my place for lunch the day after tomorrow. I'll make something delicious for you. Ahem, after lunch, they could help her out with some chores and get things ready for dinner. Yes, she planned to invite the kids for lunch and the adults for dinner. It's settled then. Hua glanced at Su Qinghu, then at Chinlai. He still couldn't bring himself to say Auntie, so he just left after saying that. Zhao Chang had said he'd bring Su Big Sister some melons that evening. No way was he going to be outdone. He'd go find some shrimp and crabs. As soon as Hua took off, half the other kids ran off too, leaving only those who were closer to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang sighed, then said to Chinlai in a world-weary tone, Uncle Chin, you'd better treat Auntie well. Sigh, Uncle Chin never smiles and is so stern. How did he end up with such a beautiful wife? She'd heard her dad say that Uncle Chen's wife was a top student, worked at a newspaper, and could even attract investment for places. So impressive. Auntie, I'll be off now. Get some rest and remember to be home at 7 tonight, Zhao Chang said, not even glancing at Chinlai as she slipped away. Now only their family was left. Mrs. Meng couldn't help but say, why do the kids in your compound seem to dislike you so much? What did you do? Chen Bo tried to smooth things over for his son. Maybe he's just not popular with the kids. That explanation was worse than none. Mrs. Meng rolled her eyes. Come on, let's go inside. Don't let Li Tuaner get too much sun. Did Dan had already gotten Li Tuaner's bottle and water cup ready, along with a small box of clothes. Seeing that the greetings were finally over, he breathed a sigh of relief. The kids here seemed even harder to handle than his little brother. After Su Qinghu parted ways with Hua and Zhao Chang, the two of them met up again around the corner, out of sight. They exchanged a look, and Zhao Chang spoke first. I'm giving 2 yuan. 2 yuan. Hua was puzzled. Didn't we agree before? If a new baby comes to the compound, as the representatives of the compound kids, we give a 50-cent red envelope. He had pocket money and could give more, but if others found out, wouldn't that be a problem? I don't care, I'm giving 2 yuan. Zhao Chang lifted her chin bossily. Just letting you know. If you give less than me, don't mention it. If you give more, let me know. With that, Xiao Chong headed home to get a basket, planning to buy some fruit from a family she'd already scouted out. Hu Hua rolled his eyes. And if someone asks, what do we say? We always said we'd treat everyone the same. Treating everyone the same is for normal situations. This isn't normal. Zhao Chang was impatient. Are you a boy or not? Stop whining, just do it. Hu Hua gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give it. If anyone asks, you just say. Auntie officially invited us for a meal, so we're giving her and Uncle Chen a wedding gift, plus a meeting gift for Auntie's baby. Zhao Cheng shot him a look. Simple as that. After all, their pocket money was earned by themselves, their parents didn't care, and nobody else had any say. With that, the two split up. While they were preparing local specialties to bring to Su Qinghu that evening, the family compound was buzzing with excitement. Chenbo had taken the 3 kids out for a stroll. The 2 older kids were good-looking, and one even had different colored eyes. As for the adorable baby they were all protecting like a mother hen, everyone was captivated. It had been ages since they'd seen such a fair, cute baby, especially one who smiled so sweetly. Little Li Tuaner stood steadily on the ground, unmoved no matter how much encouragement or temptation was offered. Erdan tried to hurry him along, but the baby just smiled at him, eyes curving into crescents, showing 3 or 4 tiny baby teeth. Erdan sighed deeply, helpless. Chenbo tried encouraging him too, but when that didn't work, he took the baby's hand and led him a few steps, hoping to let go when he wasn't paying attention, but the little one clung tightly. If he forced it, the baby would fall, so Chenbo had no choice but to let his precious grandson hold his finger, moving at a snail's pace toward Dedan, who was holding some fruit. Dedan had lychees, which Chenlai had bought that morning. Gah! When Li Tuaner got close to Dedan, he lunged forward, hugging his brother's leg, looking up with excitement and letting out a squeal. Then he eyed the colorful lychees in Dedan's hand. Dedan ignored the little one's cheating, peeled a lychee, removed the pit, and held it to the baby's mouth for a bite. It was probably his first time eating this. Li Tuaner paused, then, after swallowing, opened his mouth for more. The 2 brothers, one feeding, one eating, made quite the scene. Hey, whose kids are you? There had been a lot of visitors lately, so they weren't sure whose family these kids belonged to. They're Uncle Chen's. A kid who'd seen them at lunch answered excitedly. They didn't usually like babies who couldn't even walk, but this one was just too cute. Too bad, Hu Zi and that girl boss had strict rules. No red envelope, no seeing the baby. Luckily, they'd gotten a sneak peek first. Chenlai, the middle-aged woman who asked, was clearly someone important, calling Chenlai by name. Yeah, Uncle Chen's wife is really pretty. The whole family is good-looking. The last kid glanced at Chenbo and decided to include the old man in the good-looking group. The young masters, who had just been labeled as the whole family is good-looking by a group of cheeky kids, were really starting to feel the pressure. If it weren't for Chenbo's naturally dark complexion, the heat rising to his face would have turned him bright red by now. Dedan kept his head down, calmly feeding little Li Tuaner, but the tips of his ears were turning red too. Only Erdan grinned at the boy who'd praised their family's looks and said, "You've got good taste. Right? I think I have a pretty good eye too." The kid instantly felt like they'd become friends, and started chatting enthusiastically. Let me tell you, when folks in our compound buy melons, some of them specifically ask me to pick for them. That's because I have a good eye. Every melon I pick is guaranteed sweet and ripe. Erdan replied, really? Teach me how. I'll teach you how to make money. Isn't making money something only adults do? The kid was baffled and not the least bit tempted. Unlike Huzi and Zhao Chang, whose pocket money was theirs to keep, his own parents always confiscated whatever he earned with Hu Hua and Zhao Chang. He barely got to keep it for a day. At most, they'd let him keep 50 cents or a yuan. What's the point? Are you for real? Erdan was incredulous. You're not interested in making money? Not at all. Try something else. The kid was unmoved. Erdan said, then I'll teach you photography. You can use my camera for 2 days. 2 days, one for teaching, one for him to mess around with himself. Perfect. Dan thought he'd made a great deal, not knowing that later, these kids would give him the nickname, Who, second silly. While the two chatted, Bo was busy responding to people greeting him, leaving only Dan and little Tuaner out of the conversation. Ga, little Tuaner finished eating and looked up at Dan, trying to score some more treats. Dan spread his hands. All gone. There was a height difference between the two, so little Tuaner craned his neck to peek into Dan's pee. But he overdid it, lost his balance, and started to topple backward. Startled, Dan reached out to catch him, but someone beat him to it and scooped up little Tuaner. Chinlai picked up his son in one swift motion, ruffling his soft hair with a big hand, making Dan frown. Dad, you messed up Tuaner's hair. They'd all had haircuts the week before the trip, but little Tuaner's hair grew fast and was already a knuckle's length long. Normally, a little ruffling wouldn't mess it up, but after playing and sweating in the heat, his hair stuck out in all directions. Still, he looked cute. But little Tuaner, now in Chinlai's arms and with a higher vantage point, got excited. Hearing his brother speak, he tried to imitate the sound. Both Dan and Chinlai froze, staring at little Tuaner. Little Tuaner looked up at Chinlai, grinned with his baby teeth showing, and said ba again. Chinlai, Ba, ba. Chinlai replied calmly, but inside he was over the moon. Not even a day had passed, and his son was already calling him Dad. The Chin family genes really were something. Say, Gidge, big brother, Dan said, seeing Chinlai's hand reaching for Tuaner's head again. He clapped his hands to get the little one's attention. Little Tuaner turned his head, his messy, damp hair sticking up, and smiled with crescent eyes. Ga. Want Gidge to hold you? Dan reached out his arms. Little Tuaner obligingly stretched out his little hands. Chinlai looked at Tuaner, then at Dan reaching out to snatch him back, raised an eyebrow and simply scooped them both up, one in each arm. Dan was stunned, his face turning beet red, unable to utter a word. Dad, let's go home, Chinlai called out to Bo, ignoring Dan's embarrassment. Then he nodded to the neighbor. My wife said we should get settled in first. We'll invite you all over for a meal another day. His tone was as usual, the words perfectly normal, but for some reason, the neighbor felt something was off. They'd only just arrived today, hadn't even been here a few hours, and he was already showing off? All right. How are you handling meals? Cooking yourselves or eating at the canteen? Zhao Hongyan asked. Chinlai was about to answer when Dan chimed in. Tuaner can eat some solids now. We'll probably do both, Chinlai said, glancing at Dan. Zhao Hongyan nodded. All right, tell your wife if you need anything, just come to me, or have Zhao Cheng run errands for you. Either way is fine. Thank you, sister-in-law. No need to be so polite, Zhao Hongyan waved her hand. You all go on home. The sooner you eat and rest, the better. The trip must have been tiring. Even if his wife had driven over in style, anyone who's taken a long distance bus knows it's no picnic. All right, Chinlai nodded. His wife had actually enjoyed the trip and was in better spirits than the locals, but that wasn't something he could say out loud. Uncle Chin, tomorrow we're taking Gao Haixing and his brother to the beach. Is that okay? The kid asked. If we find anything good, we'll bring it to Auntie for a treat. Ask them. If they want to go, that's fine, Chinlai said. After spending time with Su Qinghu, he was more willing to let the kids make their own decisions about harmless things. Besides, boys are naturally adventurous. He had no intention of stopping them. I want to go. He'd only been to the seaside once before. But he'd never tried beachcombing. Dan hesitated, glancing at little Tuaner, who was grinning and showing his baby teeth in Chinlai's arms, and didn't answer right away. Just then, Bo gave him a pat. Go ahead. Your grandma and I plan to stay here for 3 days. We'll handle everything, you kids just have fun. Originally, they'd planned to part ways in the city, but since they'd come all this way, they decided to spend more time with their son and had told Xiaosu the day before. They just hadn't had a chance to tell Dan and Dan yet. Dan, okay? After agreeing, he struggled a bit. Dad, put me down. Being carried like this in public was just. He was worried about little Li Tuaner on the other side, so he didn't dare struggle too hard. Chinlai chuckled, and seeing Dan about to cry from embarrassment, finally set him down. Dad, if my brother doesn't want you to carry him, I will. Dan darted in front of Chinlai, pinched Li Tuaner's little hand, and grinned. I'm lighter. Chinbo almost choked. Lighter? You're only 5 pounds less than your brother. Dan was skinny and had that lean, youthful look. Dan? Before his growth spurt, he'd been a bit chubby. Only after he shot up did he look better. They'd even compared height and weight before. How could he claim to be lighter? Still lighter than my brother, Dan protested. And skinny people are harder to carry, right? Dan said nothing, just grabbed him and headed home. Chinlai laughed, propped his son on his shoulder, and carried the little one home. Chinbo followed at a leisurely pace, smiling as he watched. Actually, before Su Qinghu and the others arrived, Chinlai had already cleaned the room thoroughly, not missing a single corner. However, there were some things they brought that needed to be organized, and with so many people around, it was easy to get distracted or bump into things. So Su Qinghu simply told everyone to go out for a walk. Chinlai helped move the heavy items, or anything Su Qinghu thought wasn't placed quite right, but she soon shooed him out as well. Of course, before he left, she still assigned him a task. When he came back, he was to bring back little Li Tuaner and the others. At this moment, little Li Tuaner was grinning, showing off his baby teeth, his tiny hands wrapped around Chinlai's head, eyes sparkling with excitement. Every now and then, he would chirp "ba, ba, ba," and then turn to look down at Dan and Dan, calling out "ga, ga" a couple of times. It was obvious how novel this new height felt to him. Chinlai let the little one ride on his shoulders, strolling along at a leisurely pace as the setting sun cast long shadows. Aside from little Li Tuaner's occasional excited shouts, everyone else walked quietly and calmly. The contrast between the child's laughter and the serene silence painted a vivid picture of life. Chinbai walked behind them with his hands behind his back, watching the scene with a silent smile. This was nice. With little Li Tuaner, the family felt even closer and more harmonious. If no one said otherwise, who would dare claim this wasn't a real family walking down the street? Oh right, Dad, Mom said we're not allowed to take random photos here, Dan suddenly remembered as they neared home. He looked up at Chinlai. Think about it carefully, and after dinner tonight, tell us all about it, okay? We brought almost all the cameras from home. Whoever's camera it was, it belonged to them. Chinlai, What do we need to prepare for going to the beach? Dan asked as they entered the house. When are we going? I forgot to ask. I'll prepare the tools for you, Chinlai replied. As for the time, you can ask the others, but it should be around 7 or 8 in the morning. So early? Dan was shocked. If it's at 7 or 8, does that mean we have to get up at 6? How are we supposed to get a good rest? Great-grandma said nothing is more important than health. Chinlai was momentarily stumped by this question, pausing before continuing. Normally, people here get up at 6. Dan. It's true the sun is up by then, but... He glanced at Chinlai and sighed quietly. Oh well, it is what it is. Now he was starting to feel things might not go so smoothly. Was Dad going to wake them up at this hour every day while they were here? Getting enough sleep is key to growing tall. He didn't care, he was going to sleep 9 hours a day no matter what. I'm going to bed early tonight, Dan nodded firmly, making up his mind. Dan glanced at him. What about the photo taboos? Aren't you going to listen? I am. Dan replied confidently. But I can listen tomorrow while I'm washing up. Chinlai. Dad, can you tell Grandpa and Mom tonight first? Dan suggested. Then tell me again tomorrow. Chinlai. Chinbai laughed. You could just have Dad tell you after your bath tonight. Once is enough, after all. And that way, it doesn't waste any time. After a bath, you don't fall asleep right away anyway. Chinlai was looking at Dan when suddenly little Li Tuaner grabbed his ear. Li Tuaner. Va. Little Li Tuaner responded happily to his call, not even realizing what he'd just done. Chenlai's hair was short, so there was nothing to grab, and now that he'd found his ear, he wouldn't let go. To him, it was just like a handle on a handrail. Chenlai could only let him be. "Aren't you coming in?" Su Qinghu had finished tidying up and showering, and was now cutting watermelon. The watermelon was ready, but no one was coming in. Curious to see how long they could stand at the door chatting, Su Qinghu waved at Mrs. Meng, who had just finished her bath, signaling her to come eat some watermelon. Mrs. Meng glanced at the door, listened to their chatter, smiled, and walked over to Su Qinghu. The two of them each took a toothpick and started eating watermelon together. After a while, Mrs. Meng couldn't take it anymore. "Chenlai and your dad are one thing, but don't let the 3 kids get sunburned." Only then did Su Qinghu get up, open the door, and call them in. Erdan's eyes lit up when he saw Su Qinghu's slightly damp hair. "I want a shower too. The air here feels all sticky." Dan nodded. "Li Tuaner should shower with us too." "Su Qinghu, I just cut some watermelon. Are you going to shower first and then come out to eat?" "Yeah." Erdan jumped in after a shower. Eating cool, sweet watermelon is better than being an immortal. He dashed straight to his and Dan's bedroom, dug out a clean set of clothes from their suitcases, and rushed into the bathroom. Dan looked at Chenlai. "Dad, give me Li Tuaner. I'll bathe him." Chenlai glanced at Su Qinghu, then at Dan, then picked up Li Tuaner from his shoulders and headed to the bathroom first. "I'll do it." Li Tuaner reached out for Su Qinghu, but before he could do much, he was already in the bedroom. He blinked, turned to look at the door, but it was closed. Ga. Li Tuaner looked at Erdan. "Mom." "Same rules as always, shower first, then I'll take you to Mom," Erdan said as he scrubbed himself, finishing the whole process in under 5 minutes. "Dad, you bathe Li Tuaner first, I'm heading out." With that, he was gone. Watermelon, his favorite, here he comes. Dan, who had just grabbed his clean clothes and was heading to the bathroom, quickly dodged Erdan to avoid being run into. Erdan grinned and slipped away. When Dan entered, Li Tuaner was sitting obediently in the basin, letting Chenlai bathe him. Chenlai was puzzled. The water temperature was fine, and he hadn't gotten water in his eyes, so why was the little guy frowning so seriously? Dan looked around the bathroom and found the special soap great-grandma had made for Li Tuaner, handing it to Chenlai. "Dad, use this for Li Tuaner." Sure enough, as soon as Li Tuaner saw the soap, his little frown relaxed. Watching the little one change expressions, Chenlai felt a mix of emotions and asked, "What's going on?" He'd just bathed him, and the kid was already clean. A rinse with water would have been enough. "Using this soap means the bath is over," Dan explained. "And after using it, he doesn't get bitten by mosquitoes, so ever since he got a few big bites, he insists on it." Chenlai took the special soap, wetted a little, and carefully scrubbed Li Tuaner, then rinsed him off. "Sit still," he told the little one, before turning to get his cotton gauze towel. When he turned back, the little guy was already standing, looking at him with big, bright eyes and reaching out. "Bobby." In that instant, Chenlai's heart was struck hard. "Hey, good boy." He smiled, spreading the towel and wrapping up the little one, easily picking him up. Li Tuaner wrapped his little arms around Chenlai's neck, grinning, then turned to Dan. "Ga? Dan, yeah, I'll come find you after my bath." Chenlai looked at Li Tuaner, then at Dan. "Want me to help you? Scrub your back?" He didn't even finish before Dan interrupted. "No." Chenlai. They locked eyes. Dan, a bit embarrassed, insisted, "I'm already in middle school." "But you skipped a grade," Chenlai laughed, ruffling his hair. "Kid, your age is still what it is, no need to act all grown up." "Still no," Dan frowned righteously, "I'm grown up now. You should respect me like Mom does, treat me as an adult, and let me make my own decisions. Don't decide for me." Chenlai. "Dad, just go," Dan sighed, starting to shoo him out. "I want to finish my bath and go enjoy the fan." Afraid Chenlai would start a lecture on respecting kids, Dan called to Li Tuaner, who immediately responded, "Ga. Give Dad a kiss and tell him to take you out for watermelon." "Kiss? Melon?" Li Tuaner blinked at Chenlai, reached out, grabbed his prickly head, and planted a bunch of kisses. Chenlai, face covered in baby slobber, was speechless for a moment, then pointed at Dedan. "We'll talk when you come out." Shaking his head, he left. In the living room, the family sat around the fan eating watermelon, chatting occasionally, a relaxed, cozy scene. Just one look, and Chenlai felt his heart was full. They were his family. Mom, mom, mom. As soon as he was brought out, Li Tuaner's eyes locked onto the watermelon. He thought for a moment, then reached out to Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu smiled, got up, and kissed his cheek. Son, you finally don't smell anymore." "He never smelled before," Dan protested. "Mom, even when Li Tuaner sweats, he smells good, not like other stinky boys." Su Qinghu squinted at him. "If I remember right, when it came to cleaning up after Li Tuaner, we were in total agreement." Dan, "Li Tuaner doesn't stink. Poop stinks." "You need to look at things critically," Su Qinghu said. "Just because you like Li Tuaner doesn't mean you can't see his flaws." Chenlai watched them with a smile, his gaze finally settling on Su Qinghu. Her soft, shiny hair, the faint scent, her elegant neck, the way she held her chin up when she spoke, proud, confident, and charming. Mrs. Ming couldn't bear to watch, about to look away and focus on her watermelon, when she saw Li Tuaner reaching for Su Qinghu's hair. "Li Tuaner! Melon, melon, come to Grandma for melon." Her shout stopped his little hand in its tracks. He turned, redirected his hand to Mrs. Ming. She took him, tapped his nose. "Didn't I tell you not to grab Mom's hair? Did you forget again? Careful or Mom will pull your hair too." Maybe Mrs. Ming's nagging reminded him of something, because he protectively covered his head, pouting. "Mom, bad." "You're bad too," Dan said, handing him watermelon. "If you don't grab, Mom won't grab." He offered the tip of the watermelon to the little one, then grinned at Su Qinghu. "Mom, see? Am I being critical enough now? See? I just pointed out something bad about my brother." Su Qinghu shook her head, not bothering to argue, and turned to Chenlai. "What are you standing there for? Come eat watermelon." "Okay," Chenlai replied, putting his hand on her shoulder and guiding her to the table. When they stopped, Su Qinghu turned her face slightly, looking up at him with a raised eyebrow. Chenlai's heart skipped a beat. He handed her a piece of watermelon. "Eat." "Oh." Su Qinghu took a bite, eyes still on Chenlai. Chenlai felt he couldn't stay in this room any longer. He glanced at the fan, already on the highest setting, and said nothing. Chenbai and Mrs. Ming were watching Li Tuaner and Dan interact, not paying attention to them. Everyone had their own focus. Even so, when Dan came out from his bath, everyone noticed and looked over. Dan, hair still wet, stood silently, exuding a heavy pressure. Mrs. Ming and Chenbai were startled, following his gaze. Then they saw Dan quickly hide the watermelon and, head down, gobble up what was left of Li Tuaner's piece. Su Qinghu coughed lightly, admitting fault. Eldest son, don't be mad." Dan stayed silent, lips pressed tight. Li Tuaner watched as Dan finished his watermelon, about to pout, but when he heard Su Qinghu, he pointed at Dan and said, "Jie, eat, bad." Dan grinned, saying nothing, but clearly relieved. Nice, he thought, let big brother do the scolding. "You're not getting any melon tomorrow," Dan said, looking Li Tuaner in the eye, enunciating each word. Li Tuaner's eyes widened. Su Qinghu could almost see the shock and disbelief in them. She wanted to laugh, but held it in. No way was she giving Dan a chance to turn his wrath on her. After scolding his brother, Dan took a deep breath and turned to Chenlai. "Dad, I'm tired lately. Please keep an eye on Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom." "In what way?" Chenlai asked, figuring this counted as the respect his son wanted. "In every way," Dan said, a bit defeated. "Great-grandma said it's okay to eat cooling foods in summer, but not too much. Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom are adults, so whatever. But not Li Tuaner." Chenlai glanced at Su Qinghu, then at his parents, then at his nearly bristling eldest son. He nodded. "Okay. Really?" Dan pressed, giving an example. Grandpa and Grandma promised not to give Li Tuaner too much watermelon. But look what just happened. Chenbai and Mrs. Meng looked away, embarrassed. Well, it was just that Dan and Li Tuaner's watermelon eating was so cute, they forgot to remind them not to eat too much.